As soon as Sungjun returned to Earth from the Tower of Trials, he called up his former coach, the very one who had kicked him out of the center, the hunter training facility. Sungjun wanted to take the hunter exam one last time. The coach just laughed in his face, reminding him that all of his past results were total epic fails. He knew all too well that Songhyun didn't stand a chance, but Songhyun still doubled down, even threatening to demand a refund for 7 years of useless training. No dice. When he arrived at the Hunter Association, the coach made sure that this time, Songhyun's defeat would be spectacular. He set up the toughest opponent possible, and even tampered with the sword that Songhyun would have to use to fight, all just to show our main character his place. Songhyun was given a choice of level 1 to 10 opponents. In the past, he always picked a level 1 goblin, and still took an L because he was so weak. But this time, he shocked his coach by choosing the opponent, the level 10 Phoenix. As soon as the test began, the Phoenix immediately slapped a debuff on him, slowing his movement by 25%. And right at the first clash, the sword snapped, exactly as the coach had rigged it. But Sungjun didn't panic at all. With his insane strength and speed, he jammed the broken blade shard into the Phoenix's eye. Then he ripped a brick from the shattered floor and hurled it with such raw power that the Phoenix's head just split wide open. Instantly, the brick even nearly took out the coach, who was standing there completely shook. He still couldn't process what the hell was going on. How did this scrub suddenly become so cracked? Just a moment ago, he was nothing but a hopeless loser. 7 years ago, a mysterious disaster struck out of nowhere. A horrific catastrophe, known as a dungeon break, occurred. Countless monsters swarmed out from that dungeon, and because of this incident, innumerable people suffered in the disaster. Sungjun's parents couldn't make it out and passed away. On that day, our boy lost everything in an instant, and made a vow to himself while weeping tears of blood. From that moment on, he swore to become a hunter to rip those monsters apart and slaughter every last one of them. Or so he thought. 7 years later, on the exact anniversary of the disaster, he was kicked out of the hunter training center. In total despair, his coach didn't pull any punches. When telling him that his talent was absolute trash, usually awakened individuals get a few months of exclusive training before making their debut as official hunters. But our guy had gone way past that limit. He had been training for 7 long years, and his coach didn't want a so-called scrub ruining the Institute's reputation. Despite his relentless persistence, the coach rejected him time and time again, even giving him a brutal beatdown every time he crawled back to his place. All that was left was a broken boy, with only one final wish, to somehow become stronger, or to awaken an innate trait of his own. Though it seemed like it was game over for him, his powerful will and burning desire to grow did not go unnoticed. The Tower of Trials was scouting worthy challengers across the planet, and thanks to his iron will, our boy secured a spot among them. As he was pulled into the void, the Tower of Trials gave him the choice of difficulty for the challenges ahead. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. At that moment, Songhyun had no clue what was even going on, but his gut told him that this was his big break, so he went for it, choosing the difficulty level he desired. With the difficulty selected, he was teleported straight to the first stage of the tower. For the trial, he found himself in an endless desert, where he was given nothing but a sword to defend himself. Now, his goal was to survive this place and in return, unlock the innate trait he had always dreamed of, the very trait he had sweated blood for, to obtain in the real world, only to end up with zilch. So seeing this chance handed to him felt absolutely surreal. But little did he know, this innate trait wasn't going to be handed to him on a silver platter. He realized this the moment a massive sand golem erupted from the ground, determined to crush him under its weight. His mission now was to survive the sand golem for the next 10 minutes. And get this, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park, because our boy had picked hard mode for his trial difficulty. And here's the real kicker. If he failed the mission, the penalty was death. Han started running for his life, but a thought flashed through his mind, wondering if he could really escape the sand golem just by running away like this. The monster chased him in a frantic blur, and our guy deduced that this sand golem was way faster than it looked, given its massive size. In theory, our guy figured that from the get-go. There was no way he could outrun it for 9 whole minutes, with his stamina in this desert biome. Han was gassed from sprinting, and reflected that this realm only gave him a sword, and told him to survive. Yet he still wished someone would tell him exactly what to do. It was either die trying to run, or die fighting. Meanwhile, the sand golem was just inches away. 2 more steps and it would crush him. While our guy was screaming his head off, our boy realized he had no damn clue how to beat this monster. In this life-or-death moment, his mindset shifted when a vision appeared, and Han recalled all those mocking faces that had made him feel like a total nobody in this world. It was as if he were being trampled by those savage words, and he wondered if he would die a pathetic death just for trying to run away. At that moment, our guy locked in, refusing to just flee like a coward. 7 years of grinding to become a hunter, and now Han could confidently say he knew more than most hunters on the battlefield. When it came to theory, our boy, with his heart racing, knew for a fact there was no way out if he just kept running, so at the very least he had to find a way to survive. That's when Song Jun deduced that monsters like sand golems would stop in their tracks if you destroyed their core. However, their cores are usually in hard-to-reach spots. Our guy simply decided to make reaching the core a whole lot easier, and with that he skidded through the sand to a halt. Just like that, Seong pulled off an epic jump and slashed his sword right across the monster. As he scrambled to climb the sand golem, Seong-jun seized a golden chance to get close to the core. Once he spotted it, he started smashing the large red core with his blade, and while it began to crack, the monster lunged up, throwing our guy off balance. A wave of despair hit Han as he, just 1 second away from destroying the core. As our guy tries to strike it once more, he's snatched up by the sand golem and squeezed tight, crushing the poor guy to death. Our boy screams in agony on the brink of death, while his mind swirls with the echoes of humiliating insults that looked down on him and broke his spirit. That's when our guy shuts out those voices in his head. In that split second, Han hurls his sword with unwavering rage, aiming straight for the enemy's core. Luckily, the sword connects with the core, and our boy manages to successfully destroy the sand golem's core. The monster crumbles away, and Han Song-jun falls as sand rains down on him. He sits there in total disbelief, wondering if he really took down the monster by himself. But even so, he only barely made it out alive. With that, Han has cleared the first floor of the trial tower, and with blood dripping all over his body, he couldn't be happier just to be alive. As a reward, he unlocks unique traits and receives 1,000 points, along with a rapid recovery skill. As a bonus reward, the loot leaves Han stunned, because it all feels way too surreal. He had never received any rewards before, even after 7 years of non-stop grinding. Instead, the only things he got in return were contempt and ridicule. Then he unlocks a unique trait, and Seong-jun is granted the Necromancy trait. That's when our guy realizes that he too can become a hunter. But all of this only matters if he survives. Suddenly a red aura reappears, and Han notices it's rising from where the sand golem died. It turns out his new Necromancy skill has been activated, and now he can choose to absorb the soul of the sand golem. Our guy realizes that this black mist is my unique trait. Regardless, he decided to absorb the monster's soul, and the mist lunged violently toward Han, scaring the life out of him. Han absorbed the sand golem's soul, boosting his efficiency by 7%. Strangely, that red energy orb was sucked into our boy's body, making him freak out. Since our guy could feel the soul within him, he realized he could store it if he absorbed it. Han used the soul energy to permanently buff his stats, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. This left our boy almost unable to believe the miracle, unfolding right before his eyes, as his stats actually went up. Because not once in 7 years had he been able to raise his stats, but now Seong-jun could finally increase his stats permanently. With the help of this unique necromancy trait, an overwhelming wave of joy hit him as he realized that he could actually become a hunter, now if he returned to the real world with this skill. Shortly after, the system notified Han to move to the waiting room. The moment our guy stepped into the portal, he collapsed from losing way too much blood, and his injuries were worse than he thought. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped Seong-jun, and in the next instant, our friend was completely healed. Given the blood he'd spilled, our boy assumed he'd be healed after the trial ended. But what was even more shocking was when our guy discovered a massive bed, wondering why they'd put a single bed in such a huge room. Even so, he jumped onto the bed and mulled over his next move. While our guy wondered if he could ever escape the tower, what really bugged him was the reason why this tower summoned him here in the first place. Right then, the system interrupted him. He was notified that he could use 5 commands: information store, community, inventory, and challenge. Speaking these words would trigger those commands. Han Seong-jun's mind was flooded with questions, but he snapped out of it and focused on the immediate task of surviving. He then called out challenge to activate it, learning that the second floor challenge starts in 23 hours. Now, our boy understood that he needed to clear even more trials. He then opened the community, where other people forced into this tower were chatting with one another. Han noticed that everyone in the chat was completely confused, and what's more, non-hunters like him had also been dragged into this place. Suddenly, an administrator entered the chat, muting all other players, as he seemingly had an important announcement for those who had cleared the tutorial. He still didn't know how to get back, but he planned to soak up every bit of info he could. The administrator revealed that points earned during trials serve as the currency inside the tower. More importantly, They couldn't even get a drop of water, without points. Ultimately, the only way to earn points is by clearing trials. Even though this sounded like a straight-up survival game, Han knew he had to do whatever it took to adapt to the tower's rules, or else he'd be dead meat. Not being able to get water without points meant that to stay hydrated, he had to keep crushing those trials. With that, the administrator left the chat, after dropping that bombshell, leaving Songjun feeling pretty salty, since he thought he'd be going home and become a hunter. But reality gave him a wake-up slap. He then glanced at the longsword and opened the store, knowing this weapon wasn't enough to survive. After getting a new weapon, Han started training, musing that while all the hunters lost their stats upon entering the tower, he figured relearning the skills they already knew before would be a breeze for them. For this reason, he couldn't forget that he wasn't on the same starting line as those who were already hunters. Han got fired up training with everything he had just to keep up with them. The fire of hard work finally drained every bit of his energy. As he collapsed to the floor, he gasped for air, but just a second later, his stamina was fully restored. Thanks to the recovery effect of the waiting room, he could train tirelessly. Just as he was feeling inspired to grind for the next challenge, his stomach growled with hunger. He then opened his inventory to grab a bite, leaving him with only 40 points for water and supplies. He felt lucky to have received those bonus points, otherwise he wouldn't even dream of getting himself a shield. Looks like there are 17 minutes left before the next challenge kicks off. Han realized even the once chaotic chat was now dead silent as it was time to clear floor 2. But a flicker of doubt still lingered in Seongjun's mind as he wasn't sure if he could make it out alive again. He shook off the feeling, determined to survive at all costs. Just like that, the 10-second countdown began, and he was teleported to floor 2 of the tower. This time it was a forest again. The goal of this challenge: assassinate the orc tribe leader within a set time limit. He found himself standing on a cliffside, a place where he could clearly see the orc village. A wave of terror washed over him as he witnessed a massive orc tribe, but what terrified him even more was that they wanted him to jump into the pack of orcs and take down the tribal chief. After that, Han Songjun mustered all his courage, crawled down and hid in the bushes to scout the orcs. Normally in dungeons, even if there are sentries in the orc tribe, as a hunter himself, he found it hard to win against even a single orc hunter. But the problem was there were so many orcs. To defeat all those orcs, they would need at least an E-rank hunter party just to make sure nobody dies. Han felt helpless given the situation and retreated to come back with a better plan. However, an idea flashed through his mind, and he figured out a way to clear this challenge. It turns out he had burned some firewood and found enough wood to make several more bundles. Then he put the wood in his inventory and it actually worked. Then our protagonist mentioned that while orcs look like lazy pigs, they are actually quite a hard-working race. They always go hunting in the morning and return just as the sun begins to set. So this gave Han plenty of time to set up his plan. He realized the only way to complete this difficult and outnumbered challenge was to use fire. Afterward, Songjun waited for the right moment to ambush. According to the association, orc sentries don't stay on guard at all times and will head back to the village to eat or rest. That was when he seized the opportunity and threw the wood near the orc village. The fire spread, and in just a moment, the forest surrounding the village was ablaze. While chaos erupted among the orcs, he quickly made his next move. He planned to encircle the village with fire, so he wouldn't have to worry about facing the orc hunters returning from their hunt. Before that happened, Han needed to kill at least 2 orc laborers. Just as the orc laborers rushed to get water to put out the fire, he sneaked up on them and stabbed one of them with his sword. After killing an orc laborer, Songjun absorbed its soul, the moment he had been waiting for. His proficiency then increased by 9%. Suddenly, he noticed an orc soldier guarding and standing right behind his back, and he dodged a devastating blow from the orc using his shield. While Han raised that sword, he used the stored souls to boost his stats. His strength surged, and moments later he took down the orc soldier by decapitating it. The rapid recovery skill helped him restore his vitality, and he knew that absorbing the soldier's soul had increased his stamina. With his stats steadily climbing, Songjun felt confident that if he kept this up, the danger of fighting a soldier would decrease significantly. Determination was written all over his face, and he calculated there were 3 orc laborers left, 1 soldier and an old patriarch. He was certain that if he took out the soldier, he would have no problem defeating the old patriarch. On top of that, Han felt hyped after absorbing the soldier's soul, as wiping out the laborer mob wasn't scary at all. Just like that, he attacked the orcs, and after killing all the laborers, he noticed that the orc soldier had separated from the patriarch. That meant it had abandoned its protection duty. To put it simply, This orc soldier was the final obstacle he needed to overcome. He slashed through the monsters, ripping them apart, and after killing most of them, only the soldier remained for him. Suddenly, the patriarch unleashed a fire attack and hit Sungjun. The flames tore through the air, wild and unstoppable. But Han's shield saved him from the flames. That could have burnt him to a crisp. Those flames were blocked by the shield, while the orc patriarch breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finished off the culprit. Instantly, the dust settled, and he emerged alive, with charred clothes and a shield covered in battle scars. As it turns out, Han completed an achievement for enduring the flames, and with it, the fire-resistance skill was created. With his new iconic skill, these orcs are now dead meat, as anger flashes in Han's eyes, ready to assassinate them. He confronts the patriarch, and mercilessly slices off both its arms. The orc screams in agony as blood gushes out, and it immediately retreats into the tent right then. Han Sungjun steps inside and witnesses a scene that leaves him stunned. He sees the orc leader protecting its offspring. They are scared to death, making Han realize that these monsters also cherish their family. The sight triggers a memory, as he recalls his parents shouting for him to run, hide and survive when they were attacked by monsters. They protected him and died. Then a small orc draws a knife to attack Han, but he thinks it's foolish, and uses the hilt of his sword to strike the orc's head. Sungjun believes that even if he becomes a ghost, he will make sure to sever the bloodline of these monsters. Just like that, he assassinates the leader of the orcs and completes the second floor of the Tower of Trials. In the waiting room, Han Sungjun's shield is no longer usable due to the damage it sustained. But thanks to it, he made it out alive. That was a close call, and he opens the chat to check on the others. However, he learns that most members have died. While Han thinks it's brutal, suddenly, his eyes go wide, stunned when he accidentally saw a message from a member, claiming he found a way back to Earth using his question ticket. He was totally shook and activated the info. One of the 5 commands turned out to be that Han could use the question ticket to get answers from the administrator. And every time he enters a new floor, he will receive a question ticket. We learned that by sharing information they found through their question tickets, the chat room vibe naturally shifted into a place for sharing their discoveries. This is the main point of the chat room. A key piece of info is that a return stone is temporarily being sold. One can use it to return to Earth for a few days once they complete the 5th floor. Furthermore, there's info that after the 7th floor, a major system expansion will occur, and items that can help one return to Earth permanently will be up for sale. After processing all the info, Han Sungjun figured that if he returned to Earth with his current abilities, he could easily become an E-rank hunter. But this pressure weighed heavily on him, because having these powers on Earth would be a total cheat code. The more he urged himself to go back to Earth, the more those thoughts bummed Han out. He reasoned logically that he had only just finished the 2nd floor, and reaching the 8th floor seemed like a pipe dream. Still, he decided to stay positive, since his stats, which were once nothing, were now average and heading towards his first 20s. He absorbed all 5 souls he had acquired by putting his life on the line. This boosted his stats, and his body surged with power. As soon as those souls were absorbed, Han finally realized the superhuman realm they were talking about. His strength could now comparable to a high-level monster after absorbing those 5 souls. He sprinted like a bolt of lightning to test it out, but he couldn't control his own insane speed and slammed into a wall, giving himself a bloody nose. It was due to his sudden growth spurt, making the physical gap between then and now massive. Right after that, Han bought a great dry wood shield for 200 points. It was crafted from an ancient dried tree, and when Han's stamina drops, an empowerment effect is triggered. He thought it would be perfect to use the reward items from the previous trial. From his inventory, he equipped the black steel dagger, which has great feedback and attack speed, and the assassin's cloak, which boosts all stats by 5 when agility is under 50 while also increasing speed. Han fully geared up, intending to get used to the new equipment until the next challenge began. With that, he started training non-stop, with a fierce drive to become powerful, strong enough that no one could touch him. Hours later, Sungjun entered the 3rd floor of the tower. The theme of this trial was a 1v1 duel. He found himself in a cave and received a notification that the Shadow Guardian was about to enter. Han braced himself because, like the sand golem, this monster could come from any direction, so it was better to be ready. The countdown ended, and the Shadow Guardian emerged from the dark. Even he couldn't sense a single movement from the monster. Out of nowhere, the monster caught Han off guard, ambushing and stabbing him in a split second. The Shadow Guardian seemed more dangerous than expected, smirking as he groaned, in pain, disoriented by the sudden turn of events. Then, he was instructed to defeat the Shadow Guardian, a doppelganger, that moves like Han's own shadow. Han Sung-jun struggled to defeat the Shadow Guardian, and activated his skill, Rapid Recovery. He realized his life would have been cut short if he hadn't moved. But then he noticed something. Sung-jun observed the opponent's stance. It was an exact mirror of his own, and he realized the doppelganger was copying his moves. He decided to test the waters by engaging it once, successfully landing an attack. But then he discovered that it could also use recovery skills. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Guardian lunged at him, with the exact same moves that Sung-jun had used earlier. Han quickly sized up the situation and decided to use his skills to take down the enemy. But he was stunned when it countered him, and somehow, the doppelganger had become even stronger. In such a short time, Han Sung-jun utilized the assassin's cloak, triggering its innate effect. He determined to end this within a minute. He managed to deal some damage to its body, but just as he thought he was making progress, his arm was severed, making him scream in pure agony. Sung-jun watched the Shadow Guardian and saw that it wasn't moving. He knew it would take time to recover, and saw this as his chance to kill it. But with his arm hacked off, he had to figure out how to do it, without a sword in hand. An idea flashed through his mind, and even though it seemed insane, Sung-jun felt it was better to die trying than to die for nothing. He used his shield to bash it, sending the Shadow Guardian crashing to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Han Sung-jun smashed it with his shield with all his might. System: congratulations on clearing the 3rd floor of the trial tower. Entering the 4th floor waiting room, Han Sung-jun was cleansed of all debuffs and injuries. Testing a punch against the wall, he was stoked to be fully recovered and reflected on the soul of the doppelganger he obtained in the cave. After completing the 3rd floor trial, he believed this soul couldn't even be compared to other monsters he had faced. Meanwhile, the system announced that his necromancy trait reached 100% mastery, with its rank improving by 1 tier. Sung-jun reached E rank in necromancy and discovered he could absorb their skills. Moreover, he now has an additional effect that can randomly grant one of the awakened skills of the spirit when absorbing the soul of the dead. He realized that's how he got the skill, Rapid Recovery, after his near-death experience, knowing full well that skills aren't easy to come by. He didn't expect to have such an OP trait. Han Sung-jun decided to test his luck. Along with that, he entered the 4th floor community and made himself at home. While waiting in the lobby, as he was about to scroll through the screen, he saw info about the next trial. It was a proper challenge, where they would have to work in teams. Sung-jun saw a comment from an opponent saying that competition between hunters would mean killing one another, leaving him stunned. The next trial began, with the system informing him that he'd been paired with other challengers, and they'd have to defeat the Goblin King. In the remaining time, which was 1 day, the system notified him that the penalty for failure was death. Han appeared before 2 other hunters. A girl named Lee Hye-jin started introducing herself, since they were now a team, letting them know her specialty was team support, as an E-rank hunter on Earth. The other guy was Lee Sung-hoon, a melee specialist and D-rank hunter on Earth. That explains his arrogant attitude. Our guy reveals that his specialty is also melee combat, letting them know he isn't a licensed hunter, but hopes to become one in the real world. This catches Sung-hoon's attention, as he's curious about him being a trainee hunter. It's obvious he's looking down on him. He's confident he can pull his weight, but his teammate just scoffs and warns he'll be kicked if he drags the team down. Sung-jun is used to this. For a moment, he'd forgotten how people used to treat him back then. But he's also aware of Sung-hoon's skills, so he stays quiet. He knows perfectly well that skill is the only thing that matters. Inside the tower, the system announces the trial's theme is a 3-on-3 match. They must cooperate with their team and finish the trial before the other team. And with that, the castle gates swing open. Lee struggles to take down the goblins, wondering why they're moving in such an organized way. He calls out to the newbie, meaning Han, shouting at him to fight, all while Han complains that the guy isn't even paying attention to his surroundings. Lee Hye-jin says she'll help him once she finishes her incantation, but she's cut off as Sung-hoon screams at her, ordering her to buff him right now. She reveals that all her support spells are already used up. She's at a loss when Sung-jun steps in and announces he'll help his teammate, since he clearly needs the assist. Hye-jin tries to stop him but fails, worried about who will watch her back. But when she turns around, she's speechless, seeing that all the goblins are dead. Sung-hoon loses his cool because he couldn't beat the goblins, and blames the newbie for his own failure. Just as he was about to be attacked, someone appeared in front of him and killed the goblin. Turns out it was Han Songjun, who ordered him to back off, since he was only getting in the way. With his aura now completely transformed, he decimated all the goblins. He sliced through them like butter and earned the title of Goblin Hunter. He turned the tables on that big guy and said that he was the one being a total nuisance now. With that, Han Songjun moved like a flash, shredding the goblins into pieces. Lee Sung-hoon's jaw dropped in shock, watching Han blow through the enemies like a whirlwind. The soul phantoms of the goblins lingered, and our boy sensed that they couldn't see his unique trait, sword chi, so he could easily absorb them. Afterwards, he absorbed the souls and boosted his stats. Seongjun also realized that one of the skills possessed by the goblin was being absorbed too. That skill turned out to be Ranger's Knowledge, which could expand his vision and make it easier to spot approaching enemies. At that moment, he experienced the goblin's perspective and smirked, knowing he had hit the jackpot. The team regrouped, and that trash-tiered jerk Lee approached Han, claiming the newbie just got lucky, facing off against some weak goblins. The guy laughed nervously to mask his own fear. Han cut straight to the chase and announced that he would lead and give orders. From now on, for better group efficiency, Han quickly shut that loser down with a death stare and asked Lee if he had a problem with that. Lee meekly agreed and asked if there was anything else he needed to do. Seongjun then ordered him to protect Hunter Lee, Hyejin, and instructed her to continue guiding them from the back. Hyejin happily agreed, and they continued their search. Just like that, our hero swept through the battlefield and slaughtered the goblins. He kept absorbing the souls of the dead goblins. This constantly increased his proficiency. It was noted that only 14 hours remained until the third trial ended. Then the whole team pressed on, though Lee Hyejin felt suspicious because the goblins usually appeared periodically, but now it was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Han spotted something and rushed toward it. They saw that the goblins' minions had already been wiped out before they even arrived. He immediately realized that the other challengers had passed through before them. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hoon was shocked, thinking the other team had cleared the enemies so fast. Sung-hoon touched the goblin's blood and found it was still warm. He felt a sense of urgency because now they needed to catch up quickly. Otherwise, if the other team defeated the goblin boss, they would face the penalty death. Han then said they needed to hurry up. Conversely, the other team dealt with more goblins, and their leader, Yiseon, started to feel sick of killing monsters. With a sinister smirk, he decapitated the last goblin. His teammates showered him with praise for killing them all, while Yiseon complained about having to do all the hunting himself. Leader Yiseon then asked Lee Ju-ho if he was happy getting a free carry, and ordered him to open the boss room door so they could finally head back. Lee Ju-ho fearfully walked to the door, thinking he was totally cooked. Suddenly, the system announced that all members of the challenger teams would enter the spiral tower of the Goblin King, and the boss battle would begin. The fight would continue until only one team remained. An ominous red aura enveloped them, and from this moment on, they could no longer leave their current positions. Turns out Han Songjun's team had arrived at the spiral tower, only to see the other team still alive. Lee Yiseon felt salty about it, while Seongjun informed his squad members that he would take them on solo. Our boy asked Lee Hyejin to just buff his agility, but the huntress looked worried, because she knew Seongjun was cracked, having seen his power with her own eyes. But even so, hunters can be even more terrifying than monsters. Han understood and agreed to let her know if things got dicey. He planned to let Hyejin assist if that happened. After the girl buffed his agility, our guy stepped toward the enemy. Our protagonist looks as cool as someone from Assassin's Creed. He's serving straight fire. As he walked Jun figured he was way above average, since he'd already clapped over 30 goblins. While Lee Yiseon's team was getting ready, Seongjun lunged at his opponents, certain that he could pull this off. Seongjun radiated a ferocious bloodlust, scaring Lee Yiseon so much he almost wet himself. The coward hid behind his teammate Lee Ju-ho and ordered him to go all out to use his shield. Right after that, Ju-ho activated the shield, opening a protective barrier that enveloped them. However, with his insane power, he shattered that barrier impressively with his sword, blowing it to bits. While the other team was hit by the barrier shards, our boy seized the moment and slashed through both of them at once. Now he only had Yiseon to deal with, and a few moments later, the fight continued. Seongjun and Yiseon kept dodging and trading hits. As their swords clashed, our guy felt something was sus. Han knew for sure his skills were way beyond Yiseon's, but this guy kept blocking his attacks in a super weird way. Our boy then planned to put in more work to uncover the mystery behind this, and ambush Yiseon, attacking from behind to finish him off. However, in a sudden plot twist, that guy sensed Han's ambush, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, when he dodged the sword strike with insane precision. That was when our boy noticed Yi Seon's glowing red eyes and realized that he could actually see the blade's trajectory. But Seongjun came up with a big brain play by hurling a shield toward Yi Seon to block his line of sight, making it impossible for him to use his skill anymore. Yi Seon's vision was cut off by the shield, and right behind it was Han, attacking him the second his vision cleared. In that split second, our guy stabbed and took out Lee Yi Seon. With this victory, our boy completed a special quest with bonus rewards. After our boy ruthlessly eliminated the challengers, Ye-jin noticed Han Jun's hand dripping with blood, and she asked if he was okay. A dark look washed over Seongjun's face, but he replied that he was fine. Lee Hai-jin understood that our boy must have been shook from having to kill someone. Either way, she had pegged him for the cold and strong type. Still, there was no time to mourn. Han intended to start the boss fight immediately and asked Hye-jin and Lee Seung-hoon if they were ready to roll too. In the meantime, our guy had already clapped the challenge objective, taking down the Goblin King with 0 effort, making Lee believe he was a straight-up beast. Afterward, they cleared the 4th floor challenge, and as a reward for the completion, all of their stats increased by 4, followed by an instant acceleration skill as an added bonus. Lee Sang-hoon moved to the waiting lounge first, and while our boy wished Hye-jin a safe return, she said something back. The huntress stepped closer and assured our guy that he only did what had to be done. She was referring to the killing. She said it was a dirty job someone had to do, and if Seongjun hadn't done it, she would have to just for the sake of survival. Our boy cracked a smile hearing this, and Hye-jin sent him a friend request. The girl thanked Han, since they cleared the 4th challenge thanks to him, but she also felt a bit bummed, because she didn't get any rewards. Hye-jin blushed and told our boy to hit her up once he's back on Earth. She added that she was from the Silver Guild before, leaving, which made our boy blush too. Left all alone now, our boy had to make a decision, to absorb human souls or not. Our guy narrated that when he first found out he could do this, he had hesitated knowing that if he did, he would cross a line of no return. A sinister smirk appeared on his face, and that's when he made up his mind. Han thought rationally and concluded that he had to become much stronger. He wouldn't kill just to get ahead, unless it was absolutely necessary. Han proceeded to absorb the human souls, driven by an intense motivation. It turned out, Seongjun's dream of becoming a hunter had ignited other deep-seated desires within him. The Tower of Trials had given him a shot, so there was no way our boy was going to let this opportunity slip away. Our boy had a burning desire to keep climbing higher in this tower. After that, Han entered the waiting lounge of the 5th floor, where the system expanded and a challenger synthesis was created. A system that would rank every challenger. The system required our boy to enter a username, and he chose the hunter. On the challenger leaderboard, the top 5 spots were all S-rank hunters. Our boy found it pretty curious and wondered if he even made the rankings. He scrolled up and was shook to see his username, sitting at rank 16. Seongjun was stunned by his rank, as it was much higher than he expected. On the other hand, the system explained that challengers in the top 50 would be called pioneers. They would receive benefits at the 8th floor, and if these players remained pioneers until reaching the 8th floor, they would get a perk called Aura. Han wondered if this was some kind of skill, and figured he'd find out when he got there. Seongjun absorbed 3 human souls, and as the energy surged through him, he felt like he had truly surpassed the limits of a normal human. Afterward, Han bought a return stone that could be used to return to his starting point for 3 days. Our boy then decided to test it out to see if he could bring his gear along. Using the stone, Han returned to Earth, and his power was now on an entirely different level. Player Han's request to return to Earth has been accepted, and after using the return stone, our boy made it back to Earth. As he dived into a portal, our boy returned to his place, though he had to head back to the Tower of Trials in 3 days. A moment later, Seongjun opened his eyes and found himself in his room. He was surprised and admitted that he was actually home. Before doing anything else, our boy prioritized getting some sleep, because compared to the waiting lounge, this bed is straight up heaven. But then a pungent stench hits his nose, and Han realizes he smells rank and needs to hit the shower. As he gets up, our boy notices the weapons from the tower that he brought along, just in case. Turns out bringing weapons from the tower back to Earth actually works. This means other players can also bring their items back to Earth. Our boy then decides to move fast, because he has a ton of things to do. In the next 3 days, we learn that, as people start returning to Earth, items will become abundant, and prices for hunter supplies will likely tank. Seong-jun figures he needs to sell the daggers before the prices drop. Looking at his notes, he remembers he originally wanted to register for the hunter exam and take it the next time he returned to Earth. It looks like he'll be busier than expected. At the center, the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Hwang Man-ho, receives a call from our boy. Han Seong-jun reminds the director who he is, and there's no way Man-ho could forget him. Man-ho urges Han to let him refund the online membership fee, but our boy declines, saying he doesn't need the money back. While the director confirms if he can actually keep the cash, our boy asks him for a favor in return. Hwang refuses to let him use the training center to practice, but Seong-jun cuts to the chase and asks for help getting into the hunter exam. Director Hwang remembers Han failing the test last time and tells our boy not to forget his overall ability results, which was an F rank, the absolute lowest score possible. Hwang mocks our boy, since he didn't have any traits or skills, but Seong-jun piqued his interest by saying he'd pay the membership fee. The director seemed speechless. Since our boy agreed to pay up, he had no intention of turning him down. Just like that, Seong-jun closed the deal and asked Man-ho to help him take the hunter exam this very day. Afterward, our boy took a shower and checked himself out in the mirror. His body seemed to be getting into shape after making some progress. But Han brushed off the self-compliments since the hunter exam was scheduled soon, so he'd better hurry up. With that, Seong-jun dashed out of the apartment, reflecting on the normal life he had always longed for, free from any humiliation or inferiority complex. It felt so good just to see a neighbor walking by. Han greeted the neighbor, a woman, and she immediately guessed that our guy was an old-timer, still trying to become a hunter. While our boy said his goodbyes, the neighbor was secretly impressed by his vibe, wondering if he had always been that tall. Outside, Han tried to hail a cab, but he had no luck. So he used a different mode of transportation, his own power. Running was a pretty solid choice, as it would get him there in no time. A short while later, our boy arrived at the Hunter Association, where he reunited with Director Hwang after a long time. Seong-jun puzzled the director when he said he had recently faced some pretty weird things. Hwang Man-ho was left speechless, wondering what the kid meant. Meanwhile, Inspector Kim In-hoo informed Han that he would be in charge of grading the hunter exam. Inspector Kim explained that our boy was exempt from the preliminary tests, theory, and interviews, since Hwang was there as an observer. Because Seong-jun was already familiar with the testing process, they proceeded with the hunter exam. Inside the testing area, Seong-jun held a sword, and Man-ho requested Supervisor Kim to make the exam harder to make Han fail. Supervisor Kim In-hoo reassured the director that he had prepared the toughest opponent for a swordsman. Then Kim asked him to choose a difficulty level from 1 to 10. Flashbacks hit him, as Seong-jun recalled how he always took the level 1 exam and lost to a goblin in his previous attempts, simply because he was weak. Meanwhile, Director Hwang was certain Han would pick level 1. Everything changed in an instant, when he chose difficulty level 10, causing Hwang's eyes to bug out in shock, and he called him a crazy bastard. Soon after the hunter exam began, and Seong-jun was tasked with hunting a phoenix. The moment the phoenix roared, Han's movement speed dropped by 25% due to the predator's roar skill. That's when Han also noticed his sword had a crack in it. And right after that, we learned that the scumbag Hwang Man-ho had sabotaged his weapon to ensure he would fail this exam. While Hwang was certain that this bastard, Han, could never win the test, he wanted to give Seong-jun a brutal reality check for not knowing his place and acting out. On the flip side, Seong-jun faced the phoenix, which seemed to be flying right at him while he stood frozen. The next scene starts from Director Hwang's perspective, through which we learn that he had passed the hunter exam. When he first became a hunter, he felt like he was the best, full of pride and joy. However, the gap between him and his peers gradually widened, and eventually he couldn't keep up, so he gave up on the hunter world. Being born with talent is everything. At least that's how the world works. Hwang Man-ho accepted this harsh reality and stopped grinding. He made excuses that it wasn't just him. Everyone did the same. The director wanted to see Han Seong-jun crash and burn, wanting him to quit, because he felt inferior to someone who persisted and worked his tail off. Inside the testing zone, Phoenix collided with Han's sword. It shattered after just one hit. Disbelief flashed through his mind, as he knew even a low-tier weapon couldn't possibly break like this. While he realized his sword had been tampered with, Director Hwang gave a wicked smirk eagerly, waiting for Han's defeat, since he couldn't do a thing without a sword. In that moment, the Phoenix lunged at Han, and with no weapon to counterattack. He saw this as the perfect chance to test out the instant acceleration skill he'd acquired after the 4th trial. He activated the skill and took off like a bolt of lightning. Even he was impressed by the skill, finding it even better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cloak. Seongjun used his strength to smash the ceiling, cracking it wide open, then jumped at the Phoenix to drive the broken sword into its eye. However, the monster was unfazed because the blade was too short, so Han acted fast, picking up a brick from the shattered floor and hurling it at the Phoenix. The brick was thrown with such insane speed that it sliced the Phoenix in half and punched right through the metal plate, where the supervisor and director were standing. They were nearly killed by a brick flying into the wall. With that, the exam came to an end, and he apologized to them with a shrug and a laugh. But deep down, he had aimed and thrown it at that exact spot. Afterward, Han finally became an official hunter once he was registered with the association. Now that he's a hunter, he can enter dungeons and sell loot. On the other hand, Director Huang's blood is boiling as he demands Supervisor Kim explain what just happened. Not to mention, he also told Kim to make Han fail within 10 seconds. The supervisor found that ridiculous and insisted they had already done their best. Per Huang's request, given Han's abilities, they designed the test, specifically so he couldn't pass. That piece of work, Director, tried to convince Kim In-hoo to at least downgrade his rank. I mean, the director is a total clown. He's salty at our protagonist, simply because Han worked harder and didn't end up a washed-up loser like him. Regardless, the supervisor couldn't lower it any further, because Songjun killed a monster during the exam that would put him at rank D at the very least in 10 freaking seconds. As amazing as it sounds, Supervisor Kim made it clear that if he gave Seongjun a D rank, the association would be all over him with complaints. Since Hwang Manho was completely green with envy towards Seongjun, he pressured Kim to change the rank no matter what. Just then, Han walked into the room, showing off his hunter license. Supervisor Kim congratulated Han, who walked up to the director and asked if something was wrong, since he looked like he was feeling under the weather. The flustered director offered his congratulations and called him Hunter Seongjun. It looks like Seongjun came here for some payback for all the times he was humiliated by the director's words. Tension filled the air as he broke the silence and reminded Director Huang that he used to be C rank before he retired. The director asked where this conversation was going, while Seongjun made man, I'll recall the time he called him a loser. Suddenly, Huang snapped and lunged to slap Han, and as it turns out, his provocation worked exactly as planned. Right then, Han easily dodged the director's punch, and in response, he landed a solid blow right to Huang's gut, calling it self-defense. Han finished him off with an iconic slap across the director's face. Since this was payback, Huang was left battered and bleeding, but he was even more dazed, wondering how a former C rank could possess such overwhelming power. After that, Supervisor Kim suggested Seongjun become an exclusive hunter for the association. Kim In-hoo informed Han that the starting salary was $1 million. He argued that it was an offer where he wouldn't lose out in the end. He was shell-shocked by the sky-high salary, and Kim explained it was because they saw the potential in Hunter Seongjun. Right then, Han quickly gave Supervisor Kim a reality check. When he revealed he knew, Kim had tampered with the test difficulty, leaving the supervisor stunned. Despite that, he assured Kim he wouldn't cause trouble, but he made it crystal clear that he couldn't sign a contract with someone he couldn't trust. Just like that, Han Seongjun dramatically tossed Kim In-hoo's business card and walked out. 2 days later, in the real world, rumors about the strange phenomenon of the Tower of Trials spread like wildfire, where hunters were being summoned. He knew that everyone was aware of the Tower of Trials. Additionally, Han sold his gear for a fair price and made efficient use of those 3 days. Now it was almost time. Han would soon return to the Tower of Trials. With that, he was teleported to the tower, reveling in the sheer thrill of being able to grow stronger again. He smirked, thinking he was going to be busy now that he's back. Finally, Han returned to the tower, and as expected, you can freely use your items, both inside the tower and in the real world. Regarding the items brought back from Earth, Han stashed them in his inventory without letting his guard down. He warmed up and prepared for the 5th floor trial. Right then, Seongjun was greeted by an achievement called the First Returner, and the Eye of Truth skill was created. The Eye of Truth skill was activated, emitting a purple aura. Using this magical power allowed him to see the details of anything. It could even detect the truth in someone's words. He totally hit the jackpot with this skill, realizing he could not only see the hidden details of items, but also tell if someone was lying. Han called it an unexpected stroke of luck. Afterward, he bought a thunder sword and a secret hunter's shield at a very steep price. Despite the cost, Songjun was after the bonus effect of the high-grade sword. When attacking opponents, there's a 10% chance to paralyze them. That sounded like a sweet perk. He then braced himself for the 5th floor trial. Since it had been a while, Han entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. The title of the trial was The Hunt, with a time limit of 1 day. The condition for clearing the trial was to defeat the werewolf, boss of the wolf's den. The penalty for failure was the player's death. Seongjun reached the 5th floor and was pumped to find himself surrounded by a pack of wolves. He dove into the fray and started slicing through the monsters, but he felt they were too weak. Suddenly, a wolf slammed into something massive, and it turned out to be giant wolves, 10 times the size of a normal one. The massive white wolf roared and devoured a smaller wolf, ripping it to shreds. That's when Han felt a rush of excitement, because this was what a true tower challenge was all about. Right as that happened, the white wolves lunged straight at him, and now that things had finally gotten interesting, he began slaughtering the monsters with insane precision. With his thunder sword in hand, he fought like a complete beast. Even he thought he was slowly losing his mind, with the sheer power he now possessed. After Han effortlessly wiped out the wolf pack, his hunter's dagger mastery and rapid recovery skills leveled up to ranks E and D. However, he felt that the dagger mastery he obtained on the 3rd floor was developing too slowly, so he considered learning a new sword skill instead. He then let the remaining wolves charge him, before finally finishing them all off. With that, Seongjun's 3rd hunt came to an end. He concluded that the sword's paralysis effect didn't trigger as often as he had hoped. He then began to absorb souls of the many fallen wolves, boosting his proficiency to 16%. He was surprised to see how much his necromancy skill proficiency had jumped. If he kept this up, he could truly master his unique trait. Moving forward, he felt he was nearing the heart of the wolf's den. As he ventured deeper, he witnessed white wolves that had been slaughtered in a brutal fashion. This made him wonder if there was some kind of turf war going on. But upon analyzing their wounds, Han realized they were made by a blade. That meant these monsters were taken down by someone incredibly powerful. He also noticed marks carved into the walls, and to uncover the truth, he activated his Eye of Truth skill. He learned these were the remnants of a D-rank aura produced by a highly skilled discharge that had left a clean cut right through the stone. Nevertheless, Han was still bewildered by how much he didn't know. Our protagonist felt a slight chill as a dark energy suddenly surged toward him. And suddenly, Seongjun felt that energy nearby, so he rushed after it. He dashed at full throttle to catch up, and what he witnessed there left him completely speechless. It seemed some mysterious figure was already fighting the werewolf. Eventually, that creature defeated the werewolf, so the trial's clear condition was technically met. That was when the system analyzed the cause, and Seongjun learned that an intruder had been detected within his trial. The objective of the trial was changed, and Seongjun received a new command: eliminate the interdimensional intruder. Now Han is facing an interloper, an armored knight from another dimension. Our guy took a moment to process this info and realized that the Tower of Trials also exists in other dimensions. Seongjun couldn't believe this bizarre turn of events and wondered what the hell was going on. Suddenly, that armored knight spoke to our player in a mocking tone, acting amused that a lowly barbaric challenger from another dimension was still breathing. The knight assumed it was because Han Seongjun was the owner of the trial and demanded our boy give him an answer. The knight called him a savage and figured he was paralyzed by the sheer terror of death. Hearing that, our protagonist smirked. He was anxious because he was a bit scared, knowing this armored dude was no joke. Seongjun hadn't even considered that an intruder might try to poach his trial objective, but he was relieved he didn't fail immediately. Meanwhile, the armored intruder thought total horror had made Han lose his mind and decided to let his sword do the talking. Our protagonist braces himself as the battle is about to pop off. When the armored player lunges at Seongjun, our boy hurls a wolf carcass to block his path. While the intruder is distracted slicing through the wolf, Han seizes the chance to ambush and goes in for the kill. However, our guy fails miserably when his thunder sword can't even dent the player's thick-ass armor. Our friend's desperate attempt to slash through the plate and split it in two was a total bust. As he realizes things won't be that easy, at that exact moment, the intruder's sword emits a dark aura, and the second it hits Seongjun, he gets sent flying by an overwhelming force. Our protagonist is slammed into the ground, so hard that he sprains his wrist. Han's arm is bleeding, and while the armored player is impressed that his aura blast was blocked, that arm is now essentially useless, worse than if it had been chopped clean off. That's when our guy loses his cool and frantically asks the intruder who he is since nobody ever told him about this. The armored player steps forward, not surprised that this primitive ape is clueless about trial invasions, just as he suspected of Songjun. With a broken arm, our guy is now completely helpless and demands to know from the intruder why he had to invade his trial in the first place. The intruder says whining is useless. This is simply the law of the tower. He decides to grant Han Seong a mercy kill to end his suffering. As the knight levels his sword at Han, our protagonist panics, stops him, and demands he spill the tea on what trial invasions are actually about. The intruder sees no harm in it, since Han is a dead man walking anyway. It was also inevitable. The armored knight revealed that trial invasion is one of the functions added to the system. From level 8 onwards, a player can buy a trial invasion ticket at the shop to interfere with others' trials. And that is how this armored guy invaded his trial. Seongjun seemed to have endless questions and asked the knight to clarify what he meant. When he said this dimension was more primitive than theirs, our guy speculated that the invading player came from a different world, and the armored guy agreed with that. Suddenly, our protagonist stood up and activated the Eye of Truth skill to see if this intruder was capping or not. And as it turned out, the armored guy's words were straight facts. After Han confirmed the truth, suddenly, the intruder leveled his sword and lashed out at Seongjun for daring to doubt his integrity. He was triggered by Han's disrespectful attitude, calling him a mere ape. While the intruder swung his sword in a rage, our guy actually got cocky and asked him what he thought he was doing. The armored guy flipped out and called Han a weak, primitive scrub for that smug behavior. That's when Han Seongjun dropped a bombshell. Since the intruder gave him some valuable intel, he decided to share something in return. Han confessed that his sprained wrist wasn't even that bad, thanks to his pain-resistant skill. What's even more shocking is that our boy wasn't clutching his arm because it hurt. Turns out the moment our guy let go, his rapid recovery skill automatically healed him. He figured the intruder would lower his guard if he looked injured. Our protagonist completely flipped the script and hyped things up, when his arm looked perfect, as if it had never been broken. The armored player was shook, learning that our boy is both a swordsman and a healer. The intruder says his inevitable death remains unchanged, provided he has nothing else up his sleeve. But our protagonist fires back that it's hard to tell, since he just keeps leveling up. And here comes the turning point. His true power has finally awakened. Han Seongjun begins to glow as he consumes every soul in his possession to juice up his stats. Overflowing with energy, his power level skyrockets. Han continues to intrigue the armored guy, who realizes that our protagonist can also buff himself. Right then, things get serious, when our boy activates the item skill from his assassin's cloak. Instant acceleration boosts his movement speed by 15%, leaving the intruder completely shook. He wonders how a damn level 5 player could possibly have so many skills, calling the whole situation absurd. Seongjun then engages the armored knight, their blades clashing repeatedly. The fight is getting intense, as neither side is willing to back down. However, the invader is struggling, because the dimensional difference is nerfing his actual stats. Our boy watches as the armored guy uses his dark aura again, and he narrowly dodges a slash that almost took his head off. The intruder counterattacks with massive force, charging at a breakneck speed, while our protagonist senses that this aura skill is a high-level ability capable of dealing lethal damage. But luckily, Seongjun's stats are definitely higher now, and he knows he can dodge any fatal blows. The only problem is that damn armor. Han figures it must be a rare item that he couldn't even pierce through at his current level. That being said, our guy plans to keep spamming attacks on the armor with his thunder sword to slowly wear it down. Suddenly, that dark aura vanishes as our boy cleverly clashes his blade against the armor to trigger a lightning strike. That's when the real game begins, and the invader's armor gets zapped by lightning. As the armored guy screams in agony, the system notifies Seongjun that when attacking an enemy, the user has a 10% chance to proc a lightning strike effect. Our guy smirks, because this effect procced at the perfect time. Hader lies motionless on the floor, and Han Seongjun is glad his gamble paid off, successfully paralyzing his opponent. The armored challenger groans, in pain unable to believe he lost, to a challenger who's only on the 5th floor, wondering how he could have so many skills. Our boy decides to finish him off, telling him he was the one being careless by over-relying on his armor and skills. He takes a step forward, but Kater tries to stop him from killing him, offering to answer everything Songjun wants to know. However, our guy refuses to listen and stabs him while he curses him out, calling him a barbarian. Even though Songjun is becoming desensitized to killing, he still feels uncomfortable every time he does it, and considers it a problem. The system congratulates him. He has cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower, and our boy absorbs the soul of the deceased, Kater with his mastery increasing by 15%. Seongjun feels relieved because he almost missed out on absorbing his soul, wondering why the reward notification hasn't popped up. Our boy is informed that the difficulty of this trial is disproportionate to the reward. The system reveals that all rewards are currently being recalculated. As for the skills he just acquired, it's the triple slash skill, along with 75,000 clear bonus points, and an extra 500 points. Songjun's C rank has now been replaced with an A rank, and our boy is stoked about that, since he now knows just how cracked that invading knight really was. Our protagonist is notified of his entry into the 6th floor lobby, where all his wounds and status ailments are fully restored, and his info is updated on the leaderboards. As Songjun opens his inventory, he decides not to lower his guard, due to the existence of multi-dimensional invasions. Considering whether to save his question ticket until reaching the 8th floor, Han decides to go ahead and use it anyway. Following the system's guide, our guy writes down his question, and an administrator will provide the answer. Seongjun, who is still confused about what floor invasion is, and whether he could be alerted the second an invasion takes place. The answer arrives instantly, after the query is sent, revealing that floor invasion is a system where you can invade a challenger's trial, as long as it's within the first 10 floors. However, you cannot interfere in special trials, such as the combined trial, and this system is only available from floor 8 onward, meaning he can't use it right now. Seongjun realizes this is a fundamental tower climbing rule, and understands why he shouldn't have known this at his current floor. Nonetheless, the question ticket will be consumed, since only the first part of his question received an answer. Seongjun is shocked to find that the question ticket isn't all that powerful after all, but he's glad it wasn't wasted. That said, our guy decides to utilize the items he brought from Earth and opens his inventory, using the Magic Tower recovery box. The channel to restore the Secret Hunter's shield performs way beyond his expectations, and Seongjun uses a purification stone, recalling how he once thought it was a total waste of money. But after actually using it, he feels pretty embarrassed about that. The time remaining until the 6th floor trial is 1:12, so Han decides to check out the trial rankings and the community board. On the 5th floor rankings, our guy is ranked 3rd, which leaves him absolutely shook, since he jumped all the way up from 16th place. Songjun wonders if he's getting closer to securing the Pioneer's perk consecutively and resolves to check what he gets. Once he hits the 8th floor, the system starts spamming notifications to our guy about a sale on a psychological skill that helps immensely with killing and looting. Additionally, if you possess a mind-resistant skill, you'll be able to earn achievements related to killing, looting, and betrayal, as well as receive massive rewards. Reading through the current chats, he sees a beef between two challengers regarding killing-related achievements. Our boy feels the situation is total chaos, as everything gets messy, wondering what on earth is going on. Reflecting on this mind-resistant skill that's being aggressively marketed, Songjun thinks it's like a double-edged sword. However, its ability to neutralize mental shock is everything. Our guy knows clearly that by using this skill to erase psychological pain, one would never have any issues. Someone reports that the scumbag, who leaked info on the 4th floor, has changed his name to Princess Sudi. Even though this is a competition between hunters, our guy, thinking that they were essentially saying he should be killed. Seongjun recalled the challenger, who killed the vibe in the 4th floor lobby. He felt like that guy did it on purpose, just to make everyone feel competitive. Our guy decided to keep that name in mind for now. Then the system asked if he would accept the 6th floor trial on high difficulty, with a goal to conquer it within 50 minutes. The clear conditions are to capture one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Conversely, failure occurs if the challenger dies or time runs out. Rewards for the trial include a B rank, random selection box, and the penalty for failure is death. Songjun was then transported to the 6th floor, which looked like a vast ocean, and was informed that teammate allocation was complete. The system suggested cooperating with teammates to complete the trial. Our guy was waiting, looking anxious when his teammate didn't show up, but then a spear suddenly lunged down from above. He immediately dodged to the side and grabbed it. a guy appeared along with the spear, and it seemed like he was intentionally attacking Han, making him wonder what the hell he was doing and why. The guy simply justified his actions by saying that killing teammates is the easiest way to earn achievements. While Seongjun didn't vibe with that idea, his teammate called our boy a self-righteous jerk, reminding him to look around before pretending to have a conscience. Flashbacks of people being betrayed by their teammates surfaced, and the guy mocked, Seongjun calling him a hypocrite. Two challengers greeted each other, and one of them pretended to team up with the other as they witnessed the hunters betraying one another. Just when the challenger thought he had found a loyal teammate, his teammate backstabbed him, knowing he couldn't hold his sword while shaking hands. By playing dirty like this, the challenger earned the achievement title Dirty Killer, increasing his stamina by 1. Back to Han, while listening to his teammate ramble on about him being a hypocrite and whatnot, our boy was suddenly attacked by that very same teammate, who saw this as a chance to boost his stats. Our protagonist easily dodged and countered his teammate, right when the guy least expected it. Seongjun received the achievement, The Traitor, and his strength increased by 1, even though he thought his teammate was a total weakling. Thinking about the terms used for this, special trial or combined trial, our boy felt it was no different from a limited event. Han believed he'd be lucky if he could snag a new skill from this awesome event. However, he decided not to go out of his way to kill other hunters. That said, he wasn't going to let anyone attacking him off the hook either. A challenger deployed an iron dome to protect himself, believing this trial was tailor-made for someone like him, a water attribute magic user. But he was immediately proven wrong when Han Seongjun appeared right above him and tried to smash the dome. The challenger seemed quite confident in his shield, revealing it was a form of bulletproof iron. While he was cursing at our boy, the tables turned in an instant, as Seongjun shattered the dome and kicked the hunter right in the face, sending him flying backward and hitting the ground with a thud. Even though our protagonist realized he was being a bit ruthless, he thought it was necessary to strike fear into the other challengers. Han Seongjun really wanted those achievements, but he didn't want to carry out any unnecessary killings. Then the system notified him that the tile occupation process was underway. The system instructed him that if another team stepped onto the tile, the occupation would be halted. Therefore, he had to prevent his enemies from taking over his tiles. Our guy had to hold out on this tile for 10 minutes, since he assumed the high-ranking challengers must have already finished the 6th floor, and since most of the challengers around him were low-ranked, this trial was a piece of cake for Seongjun. The 6th floor trial made Han Seongjun reflect on many things, like the lack of trust in others, the harsh reality of low-level challengers, and the grim nature of the tutorial tower. But our guy knew that misplaced compassion is the ultimate form of hypocrisy, and even if he didn't kill the challengers who attacked him, others would still end up dead. The system warned Seongjun that someone was trying to invade his tile. This immediately interrupted the occupation. Looking back at a group of 4 guys approaching, our guy looked visibly surprised, while one of the 4 tried to act all cocky. Seongjun thought it was pretty obvious that they had formed a murder squad just to farm achievements, and the blonde guy let him know that he was right. With that, 2 of the 4 guys attacked our hero as he activated Heart Solidarity, a trait that shares the pain of Kim Jin-jung with Han Seongjun. A bald guy lunged at Seongjun, using seawater to attack, and our guy ended up making contact with it, which nerfed his strength, agility, and stamina by 10 points. With a penalty duration of 0259, unfazed by this debuff, Han believed this would only be a worst-case scenario if he were just an ordinary challenger, and flashed a wicked smile. He thought this would be the worst-case scenario, only if he were just an ordinary challenger. That smirk showed that Han was ready to kick their asses. 2 players lunged at Seongjun with their weapons, while our guy stood his ground, actually appreciating their plan to strip away weapons to nerf their opponent's stats as much as possible. However, he made them realize their grave mistake. They had picked the wrong opponent. With that, our boy grabbed an enemy's face and slammed him into the ground with lethal force. The guy's head literally shattered into pieces, splattering blood everywhere and scaring the living daylight out of Han's other opponents. Seongjun gained the skills 1 hit, 1 kill, and Cull the Weak. The Cull the Weak skill, as the name suggests, is pretty interesting, because if any of the user's stats are higher than the opponent's, the user's power increases proportionally right after. A bald opponent attacked Han, calling him a son of a bitch. However, that player was basically inviting the Grim Reaper, as his stats were lower than Han's, thus triggering Han's new skill, Cull the Weak. the opponent struck, but terror set in, as our guy dodged the attack and landed a kick square in the fat guy's face, making his nose bleed. He then finished him off with a brutal kick to his bald head, crushing him. This move earned Seongjun the achievement, Merciless Killer. With only 2 opponents left, our guy started walking toward them. The other guy suggested to the blonde player that they should gang up on Seongjun. However, that blonde bastard ruthlessly chopped off the man's leg, leaving him collapsed in sheer agony. As the player screamed in pain, our guy could feel it too, since they were sharing the pain. But fortunately, it didn't cause any actual physical injury to him. The only problem was, this pain was hindering Seongjun's movements. In the meantime, the poor guy screamed in agony and called that blonde dude a total piece of trash, asking if he could even call himself a human being anymore. The blonde guy then brutally stabbed the guy in the stomach. Because they shared the pain, our boy could also feel it and struggled to move forward. The blonde bastard warned Seongjun to get lost, threatening him to leave, or he'd slit the throat of the fool with the severed leg. On the other hand, our guy still had the strength to move thanks to his pain-resistance skill, even though he still lacked full control. As predicted, Han was left with only one choice. He had to quickly kill the other challengers using heart solidarity. At that very moment, when the blonde scumbag saw our boy charging in, he didn't hesitate to slit the remaining player's throat, forcing Han to stop as a searing pain tore through his body. Our guy clutched his own neck, as if his own throat had been slashed. But he knew for sure that if he didn't strike now, there wouldn't be another chance. And so the blonde player lunged toward Seongjun to finish him off with his sword. That was when our boy turned the tables, grabbing the blade and snapping it like it was a toothpick. Since slitting throats is such a thrilling feeling, our guy decided to let that blonde bastard experience that same rush. In a flash, the blonde guy realized he had majorly screwed up. Using his own broken blade, Seongjun slit his throat and ended him. Afterwards, Han earned the achievement, Iron-Blooded Tower, Climber, and won 500 points. Finally, the limit was reached and they secured a slot. Han's team, Seongjun, survived after eliminating his own kind. The players celebrated their victory with joy for survival. On the other hand, our boy wondered if it was due to someone's instigation that so many people started farming kill achievements right from the start of the challenge. Anyway, in the end, the winners were those who held their formation. Of course, there were still exceptions, players who had killed others, convincing themselves they did nothing wrong. Instead, they felt the ones at fault were the bastards who got killed. Pretty ironic, isn't it? Our boy stared at his blood-stained hands and believed that in the eyes of others, he must look like a monster for killing so ruthlessly. With that, they completed the 6th floor challenge, and a random gacha box was sent to his inventory as a reward, along with 8,000 points. As the players moved to the lobby, Seongjun absorbed the souls of the dead players, allowing his unique trait Necromancy to reach 100% proficiency. Our guy's trait then leveled up to D rank. Just like that, Han moved to the 7th floor lobby and realized he could check his achievements in the control panel. He could see all the achievements he had earned across various ranks. Our boy realized that the S-rank achievement, First Returnee, wasn't just some ordinary feat after all. He then decided to look at the details, and under each achievement, he received different rewards. That was when Han learned that all those kills had helped him unlock a ton of achievements. And to top it off by claiming them, he also received various other rewards, such as skills, stats, and points. Right then, our guy happened to come across the random gacha box and was stunned. Thinking that the rewards from the 6th floor were pretty mid-off, he wasn't exactly hyped, assuming the item would only be rank F to B. Even so, Han decided to take whatever was in the box and continue absorbing souls, but what happened next was a total curveball. A light flashed from the box, and a tiny green creature hopped out. Our boy was confused and wondered if he was supposed to catch this little thing. Without thinking twice, Seongjun started the hunt, chasing down the little green monster. After a bit of a struggle, he managed to grab it, however. It bit into Han's hand with its sharp fangs. Our poor guy groaned in pain, letting out a shout. The little monster did a backflip like some kind of ninja demon and smirked, while our guy looked depressed for going easy on the little thing just because it was cute, but now he decided to go all out. Seongjun chased after that little brat like a madman. He kept failing, but finally, our guy jumped up and landed a critical hit, a devastating punch right to the monster's head. After the punch, the monster shattered, and our boy received a top-tier item from the gacha box. Since it was top-tier, Han believed it was a B-rank item. And yep, it was a wrought iron pendant, which boosted sword skill effects by 7%. And using mana, would activate the exclusive effect Iron Protection. The pendant appeared in his hand, and our guy decided to test it out. The item was activated, and his skin developed a property that absorbed 10% of all physical damage. Even Seongjun himself was amazed, because it was better than most A-rank items, as the pendant boosted sword skill effects by 7% and absorbed 10% of all physical damage. To put it simply, it was a cracked item, with both offensive and defensive stats. Our guy was on cloud 9, since it exceeded his expectations, scoring such an insane item. However, there was a catch. As soon as Han finished using the pendant, his entire mana pool was completely drained by it. It turned out the wrought iron pendant's exclusive skill. Iron Protection was disabled and sucked dry. Our guy's mana like crazy. He then decided to save his mana and only use the pendant in clutch moments. Han went back to checking his D-rank Necromancy trait when he was suddenly interrupted by a panel popping up in front of him, asking if he wanted to enter the 7th floor challenge. This left him confused, as they usually had to wait to take on the next trial. Regardless, Han was all for it. However, he wondered if it was the same for everyone else. He then opened the community, where players were discussing the sudden removal of the challenge cooldown. But surprisingly, instead of causing a panic, players were thinking about the doubled rewards if they climbed the tower faster, claiming prep time was useless anyway. Seongjun realized that everyone's waiting time had vanished, and no one was really complaining about it being gone. They didn't really care about the pioneer benefits, and just seemed to want to go home. Our guy figured that, since they were all low-rank challengers, it didn't change anything for them. Besides, what surprised him more was that the vibe had completely shifted. Compared to the 6th floor, Seongjun believed that the murderous maniacs were all laying low. Since the next challenge is solo, there's no point in standing out. Even so, Han decided to be more careful with these murderous psychos, as they had killed their own teammates without hesitation. It shows they're just heartless bastards. More importantly, Han was determined to level up his indomitable skill and took a look at his necromancy trait status. He noticed that the basic effects had become a bit more specific. Before, it seemed only Seongjun's base stats were buffed, but now he could also use souls to restore mana, or use them as a shield. Our guy was slightly let down, because he expected the skill absorption rate to increase, but that didn't happen. However, he did gain a defensive ability, exactly what he needed. Seongjun was curious, as he really wanted to see how cracked the soul shield actually was. He tossed his sword into the air and cut his own arm, taking advantage of the lobby's healing effect. As the blade sliced through his arm, at that very moment, the soul absorbed the user's injury. The soul of the late player. That idiot Sangu vanished, and our guy used up 3 of the souls he owned. Meanwhile, Han was completely blown away by the soul shield, thinking it was even better than he'd imagined. He realized he shouldn't absorb all the souls, as it's better to keep a few in reserve for the shield. Opening the 6th challenge leaderboard, our guy saw himself in 4th place, and thought it was a bummer to drop a rank. But he remembered he only needs to stay in the top 50 to remain a pioneer. That's what really matters. Everything in the lobby was getting a bit boring, and now that the waiting time is up, our guy is moving on to the next challenge. The 7th floor challenge begins with the theme of verification. The clear condition for players is that they must complete 3 trials before time runs out, which is 40 minutes. The reward for the challenge is a skill upon victory, and the penalty for failure is death. Next, Han Seongjun enters the 7th challenge area and is shocked to find a corridor, as it's completely different from the other challenges. Inside the corridor, Han feels uneasy because he can't sense a thing, but then he witnesses a blinding light at the end of the hallway. Suddenly, he is sucked into that light and enters the first trial zone. It's a desert. Players are required to prove that they have overcome their fears. Our guy then steps into the desert, where everything begins, and immediately, a massive sand golem emerges from the dunes. Han realizes his hunch was spot on. This area is a recreation of the tutorial trials, meaning this challenge is making him relive the 3 trials he already conquered. Confident that he can wreck the sand golem now, with his eyes closed, our guy predicts he'll hit the 8th floor in no time if he breezes through this. Meanwhile, the monster shows up, and our boy smirks. Since the challenge has been upgraded, the sand golem appears 3 times larger than before. The giant sand golem attacks Seongjun, who is actually hyped to fight this big fella. Our guy dances around the monster, but strangely, he can't find the stone core, the sand golem's weak point. He figures the stone core must be buried deeper in its body due to its size. But these thoughts distracted Han as the sand golem suddenly snatched him, trapping him in its grasp. Our guy, stronger than before, shattered that giant hand with his mana and realized he had no choice but to slice the monster to pieces. He then began swinging his lightning sword at the sand golem. But cutting sand with a blade didn't seem like a great plan. Still, our guy was determined to find that core and destroy it. However, he realized he'd accidentally made the sand golem even angrier, and things got a bit messy. The giant golem bastard went berserk, deciding to crush our guy into mush. The sand golem leaped up to finish Songjun off. While our guy was scared shitless, he started running for his life. He knew that dodging this big oaf wasn't the issue, but if it landed like that, our guy would be toast. Songjun panicked and ran like hell, knowing he couldn't escape the impact. The sand golem crashed down with immense force, while our guy luckily managed to survive by hiding behind a sand dune. Pissed off, our guy confronted the frenzied sand golem by activating the triple laceration skill, a skill that multiplies the sword's slashing power after every strike. With that skill, Songjun leveled up his game and sliced through the golem's arm in a single hit. Even our guy was shocked that he pulled it off in just one swing. He recalled how frustrated he was when that armored player invaded his trial, but now he felt he should be grateful that the knight invaded his floor, as it allowed him to gain an iconic skill. Even though the sand golem could regenerate its parts using the sand, but our guy still planned to keep hacking away at it to reach the stone core. Just like that, Han went full beast mode, relentlessly slashing his blade through the huffing monster. Our guy paused, since the monster was stubborn and kept regenerating. He was frustrated that he still hadn't found the stone core, despite his efforts. Right then, his eyes widened as he saw that the sand golem's size had shrunk by 2/3. Our guy wondered when this big oaf had become so cute. Even the golem blushed, since it was the first time it had ever been called cute. Then we learned that although sand is the main resource for the golem's body, it seemed it couldn't continuously use it in this environment. That's why it's so tiny now. A sinister smirk spread across Songjun's face, and our guy told the golem it was time for a diet. The challenge became a piece of cake, due to the golem's size, and Han lunged toward it, shredding the sand golem into pieces like a lightning bolt. Right after that, our guy spotted the stone core on the golem's back. Realizing it was tough to hack through its thick body, Han calculated he'd spent 10 minutes finding it. Since the total time for the Floor 7 challenge was 40 minutes, he had to hurry. Suddenly, the golem threw a punch at Han, but our guy dodged it smoothly, thinking the fella had gotten faster after the diet. Our guy found it entertaining and wanted to play with the golem a bit longer, but he didn't have much time. Han circled behind the monster and destroyed the stone core by thrusting his sword into it, and it shattered into pieces. Just like that player Han, Songjun proved that he had overcome his fear, and the first trial ended. As soon as the first trial concluded, our guy gets sucked right into the gate, teleporting, and he didn't even get a chance to grab the soul of the sand golem, which is a total bummer. After trying his best, Han Sun-woo couldn't absorb the dead golem's soul, and he's feeling incredibly salty about it. Just like that, he enters the second trial area, and once again, proves that he's been using his big brain energy. Our boy reaches the zone, and is shocked to see it's the orc village. From the level 2 trial, finally, he's convinced that this is a reenactment of the previous trials. Earlier, the orc village was engulfed in a sea of flames, and our guy spots the orc hunters. June guesses this is exactly what happened. After he torched the entire settlement, the orc hunters witnessed their own kind being destroyed, and that's when their eyes flared up with rage like a revenge-fueled storm. Our boy explains that it's a phenomenon that sometimes occurs with monsters consumed by pure fury. A berserk orc is no longer just some mid-E rank monster. Talk about his luck. The berserk orc hunters charge in to take revenge and rip Han Sun-woo to pieces. On the flip side, Han says something cold-blooded, that these filthy monsters have no right to feel bad about their losses, at least not while he's around. So he activates his haste skill. Instantly, in the ultimate trio, a one-sided massacre begins as our friend slashes through the berserk orc hunters, and as he lunges to finish off the last monster, that orc falls to its knees before our guy. It seems to be begging for its life, and Han walks up, knowing exactly that the orc is feeling terrible. Our boy senses a certain familiarity. The helpless orc realizes it's weak, while its entire family is being slaughtered. Hearing this, a berserk orc frantically lunges at Sung-woo, and while our guy dodges, he smoothly decapitates the monster with a single sword stroke. Just like that, our boy proved himself, conquering his fears flawlessly. and completing the second trial to avoid any regrets about not absorbing the soul of the dead golem in the first trial. Sung-woo realizes that this time, he can't waste even a single second and rushes to absorb the souls of the dead orcs this time around. Han managed to absorb all the dead souls of the orc hunters, and his skill mastery increased by 6%. Our guy reached 100% mastery in his skill, Hunter's Dagger. Therefore, it leveled up to rank D, and his instant haste skill did as well. A moment later, our guy steps into the third trial area. To prove he's left all hesitation behind, panting for air, Han thinks this level won't even give him a single second to breathe. But this time, the trial area leaves our guy totally confused. This zone turns out to be the occupation site. From the sixth trial, he tries to wrap his head around the fact that the two previous trials were reruns of the earlier challenges. So he assumes the third trial will be the same deal. Han notices the layout is a bit different, and considering the second trial had zero to do with using his brain, our boy calls himself a clown for expecting the tower to follow any common sense. Then he opens his inventory and chugs a life potion, restoring 20% of his HP and MP. Our boy downs the whole bottle and feels the power surging through him. Afterward, Sung-woo carelessly tosses it into the water, thinking that either way, nobody gives a damn about polluting this tower. Just as Han jumps across the rocks, water erupts violently, forcing our boy to come to a screeching halt. Our guy is shook witnessing all this chaos, just because of some littering, looking like he's totally fed up with this BS. He immediately activates haste, instantly, and bolts off at a breakneck speed. While running, Han guesses the remaining two recreations follow the rules, just like the real-life trials. Meaning to pass this third trial, he must find the red occupied tile. Until then, our guy assumes he just needs to dodge the water. And now that he's faster than the waves, he doubts they'll be able to catch him. But overconfidence becomes his downfall. As water roars and sprays from the tile Sang-jun is standing on, making him stumble, the system pops up and announces that our boy has been wet challenged by the water this time. Han Sang-jun is in deep trouble, since all his stats have dropped after getting splashed. And once again, he blames himself for assuming the tiles would fly up in the same order. As before, our guy tells himself that the tower doesn't follow common sense. And that's when Han keeps his cool using haste, instantly to leap across the floating tiles, suspended by the water jets. It's honestly incredible, because if our boy fails, he's gonna die right here. Our guy spots the red occupied tile in the distance, and just as he feels relieved that this BS challenge is about to end, the second he jumps on it, his hype is killed when a water jet blocks his path. And Han is convinced this water challenge is trying to kill him. Despite the obstacles, our boy keeps pushing forward. And right as he's almost there, suddenly a jet of water slams into him from behind, catching him off guard and soaking him instantly. Han's plan to clear this trial has gone up in smoke. Right at that moment, the unique effect, Blessing of Iron, from the pendant, wrought iron which absorbs 10% of the user's damage kicks in. A dark aura emerges from the pendant, and it looks like the damage inflicted on him has been absorbed by a deceased soul. That's when the souls of the dead orcs are used to save Sung-jun. While our guy witnesses the spirits protecting him, he realizes he felt the force of the water, but the protective shield absorbed the shock before it could cause any real damage. Han seizes the opening and leaps, escaping the torrent and bolting toward the red tile. But speaking of a streak of bad luck, his haste skill instantly deactivates as the timer runs out, causing Han's speed to tank. Our boy is in deep trouble now, because his entire mana pool is drained, and he's toast if that haste skill stays disabled. Just then, Sung-jun immediately absorbs an orc's soul to replenish his mana. Our guy can feel his strength returning, and he lunges for the red tile which is now just inches away. But fate has other plans. As a massive stream of water pours down, but this time, our man doesn't back down. He's totally done with this and slashes right through the torrent. Then he makes the jump, attempting to clear the water, but instead, he gets launched into the air and falls straight onto the red tile. Our guy screams at the top of his lungs during the terrifying freefall. Then he slams into the red tile, his life saved. Thanks to the spirit shield, our guy throws a death stare at the water, since he almost bit the dust. Finally, this hellish trial is over, and our boy clears the third trial. But it seems the water has a personal grudge against our friend, as it says goodbye with one last splash, leaving him soaking wet. Sung-jun looks like he's totally over it, cursing this ridiculous challenge. Not to mention it trolled him until the very last second. Just like that, our boy completes the 7th floor trial and receives the Wind of Grace skill along with 15,000 points. As Han heads toward the lobby, He looks quite disappointed. He reflects that this trial was an absolute fail. At this rate, he's nowhere near ready for the next challenge, plus there's no guarantee that he'll keep getting lucky, like he did in this trial. Suddenly, the ceiling shakes, cutting through Han's train of thought. Turns out the number of players who cleared the 7th floor has exceeded 1,000. Because of this, Section 8 is beginning a system expansion. Next up is unlocking the skill shop, allowing branch selection within trials, and granting permanent return. This means that Sungjun can now access the skill shop and even return to Earth for good. Our boy has been looking forward to these new options, but most importantly, he's relieved to be notified that he's been chosen as a pioneer at all previous levels. Therefore, he can choose a halo as a reward. At least something good is happening to our main character. We learn that a halo is a perk reserved for players selected as pioneers at all prior levels. Furthermore, Han, knowing that each aura can affect innate traits or a player's skills, they are instructed to choose carefully. This makes our boy realize that the decision to pick an aura is extremely important, since he's never seen the Tower of Trials give advice like this before. Shortly after, Sungjun is asked to choose one of the auras, ruler, hunter, or priest. He starts reading their descriptions, and the ruler aura is the best fit for him, because it links closely with the user's innate traits and significantly boosts the user's potential. Furthermore, the trials even tell our boy straight up that it is the most suitable aura for him. But out of curiosity, Han looks at the other two, and the hunter aura sounds pretty fire too, since it's closely related to increasing skills and stats. It's followed by effects that significantly accelerate the growth of stats and skill mastery. But the priest one sounds kind of useless, so Han respectfully skips this one. That leaves the choice between the hunter aura or the ruler aura. It seems like our boy has made up his mind by choosing the ruler aura. The evolution of his innate trait is aided by the unique effect of this aura. The options are based on the player's current abilities. There is the Million Necromancer, which allows the user to use the absorbed souls of the dead to create powerful undead warriors. The other two options are Spellblade and Artisan. Our boy simply picks Necromancer, since it suits him best, and it's added to his innate trait, Necromancy. Then a unique skill synergy power is created, and a new status window appears before him. Seongjun finally, our boy has finally obtained an aura and feels overwhelmed as the dark energy permeates Han. He then checks out what skill synthesis is all about and learns that he can combine two skills at will to create brand new ones. He finds it absolutely mind-blowing, but it doesn't stop there as our boy gets to pick two skills from the starter list, and Han thinks it over, believing he should combine the skills that he doesn't use very often. Our boy then selects Essence of Steel and Rapid Charge and synthesizes these two skills. Once it's done, a light flashes from the control panel, and our boy is stunned, his eyes widening. In shock, the Unbreakable Warrior skill has been created and granted to Han Sungjun. It allows the user to break invisible restraints, such as those imposed by a skill or an innate trait, on the condition that the user's mana is higher than the one who cast that invisible restraint. Our guy is amazed, exclaiming and realizing that this is the true power of skill synthesis. He thought he'd be lucky just to get an E-rank skill, but instead, he received a totally cracked D-rank skill. Seongjun finds this power very interesting, so he tries it again. This time he picks Archer's Talent and Burn Resistance. He synthesizes the two and wonders what he'll get this time. To his surprise, Han receives an E-rank skill, Enhanced Vision. It allows the user to see partially in dark environments and boosts the user's overall eyesight. This time, the skill rank only increased by 1 tier, and our guy figures this is how it works according to Seongjun's reasoning. Toughness and Flash Charge had pretty good synergy, so the synthesis was a huge success. Meanwhile, Archer's Talent and Burn Resistance weren't exactly compatible. Our guy feels some regret, having already had a hunch that it was a forced combination. After going through the complex process of choosing an aura, Han flopped onto his bed completely wiped out. He felt a bit surreal, being a back-to-back pioneer now, and an aura wielder at that. Our guy let pessimistic thoughts cloud his mind, tossing and turning, wondering if he truly deserved these feats, or if he just got lucky, thanks to his innate trait. Han shook off these doubts, since dwelling on them was a waste of time, and proceeded to check his rewards. The Grace of Wind skill he obtained boosts speed by 10% when the skill name is called. It can be stacked up to 7 times. While our guy was already stoked about the speed increase, he was even more hyped about it being stackable 7 times. To put it simply, Han can boost his speed by up to 70% all at once. Our guy felt like he was on top of the world, and his imagination began to soar, like he was in Cloud 9. He's vibing so hard with this skill, it doesn't even cost any mana. He felt like he'd won at life, because this Grace of Wind skill is purely all upside with no nerfs. Songjun then opened his inventory and equipped the agility boots, which increase the user's speed once they pass a certain threshold. Our guy was feeling Gucci, since all the rewards from the 7th floor trial were speed-related, making him feel like he had truly made it. Han then pulled up the skill shop and got tilted because everything was so pricey. Even so, he needed all the magic-related skills he could possibly afford, so he copped Magic Circuit and Magic Resistance. With the Magic Resistance skill, our guy can now hold his own against debuffs like that Heartbind from before, which forced him to share the pain with his teammates. On the other hand, the Magic Circuit skill gathers all the mana within the user's body to increase the efficiency of magic usage. As Han Seong-jun uses this skill, suddenly a red energy starts to appear and his body begins to heat up. A brilliant glow radiates from him, and surprisingly, Han's body feels light as a feather. He steps forward to test it out, and as he stomps his foot on the ground, a powerful roar echoes throughout the room. He figures that whereas before, he couldn't control the mana, now that his body has these magic circuits, the mana also seems to have enhanced his physical abilities. Our guy smirks at another big brain purchase of his. Afterward, Han's curious to learn more about undead summoning, the skill he just acquired, but then he decides to save it for the next trial. Our guy takes a deep breath and weighs whether he should jump into the next trial immediately or return to Earth. The next scene brings us to a guy named Cheon-won Lee, who's putting up a recruitment board for a party to clear a gate that suddenly appeared. However, it seems no hunters are stepping up to volunteer. Lee is getting anxious because no one's signing up, and shortly after he's approached by a group of hunters. They smirk at him for having no luck finding any teammates. A chubby hunter suggests that Cheon-won Lee should just hand over the gate entry permit. Unless he starts exploring the dungeon before the deadline, his entry rights will be automatically revoked. Lee is fed up with these jerks, but he stands his ground and refuses to give up the permit. The bully hunter tells him to stop being a fool and points out how many hunters are waiting to enter a dungeon, yet not a single one of them wants to join his party. The bully hunter gives Lee a harsh reality check, exposing that he's only an E rank. So nobody's going to team up with a nobody, low ranker like you. The other hunters also mock the kid, muttering that this was a total joke and siding with the bully hunter. Suddenly, someone asked the boy if he was still looking for party members. Well, that person turned out to be our guy, Han Seong-jun, a C rank hunter. Our guy asked Lee if he was qualified to join, and the kid happily nodded. Meanwhile, the chubby hunter didn't like Han's sudden interference and grabbed his shoulder. He asked our buddy if he was cutting the line, but our guy just smirked and bluntly told the bully to join Cheon-won Lee's party himself if he had a problem. The hunter was livid and told Han that he couldn't talk to him like that, calling him a piece of work. Our guy flashed a death stare and warned the hunter to get his hand off his shoulder before he snapped it. Suddenly, our guy released a dark aura that scared the living daylights out of the fat hunter. That pressure sent chills down his spine. As the fat hunter wondered what this aura really was, the bully's sidekick assumed it was his boss's energy and that he'd scared the kid into running away. But the bully hunter was sweating bullets and inwardly called his lackeys idiots because this aura definitely wasn't his. After being scared witless, the hunter decided to let it slide, since Hunter Association officials were watching them. The fat guy and his lackeys quietly walked away. Young Lee scratched his head, worried that things had already gone south. Our guy then called out to Lee and suggested they move on. Since it doesn't look like you're going to find anyone else to join, Lee asks back in disbelief, questioning if he's really suggesting just the two of them enter the dungeon. Shortly after, the two of them enter the dungeon together, and Cheon-won Lee becomes wary, glancing left and right. But our guy tells him not to worry too much, stating that he can handle most monsters up to D rank. Hunter Lee is surprised to hear this, recalling Seong-jun saying earlier that this was his first time in a dungeon. Our guy isn't exactly lying when he says it's his first time, considering the Tower of Trials technically isn't a dungeon. Hunter Lee is a bit nervous, and trying not to be rude, he informs Seong-jun that dungeon exploration means putting your life on the line, and there's something he wants to tell our guy before they go any further. Lee explains to Seong-jun that between E rank and C rank hunters, one might think the lower rank hunters are much weaker, and thus more likely to die. But in reality, the mortality rate of C rank hunters is much higher. E rank hunters are very cautious because they are aware of how weak they are, while C rank hunters have sky-high confidence and that's what leads them into fatal mistakes. Lee warns our guy that dungeons are more dangerous than they think, and frankly, seeing Seongjun's overconfidence makes him even more anxious. While our guy understands why he's worried, Hunter Lee takes on the leadership role. Even though he might be a low-rank hunter, he has plenty of experience. Our guy doesn't feel too sure about this, as he'd feel better if he were leading the way. However, Han agrees and lets Lee take point for both their safety. They begin to head inside, and our guy decided to see how Lee would handle himself. Right after that, they ran into a lizard man monster, and Lee got all worked up because lizard men are skilled weapon users, making this a tough fight. Cheon. One Lee planned to distract the beast and told Han to hit its weak spot. On his signal, our guy nodded, deciding to see how an experienced hunter like Lee handled the situation. Meanwhile, the lizard man lunged at Lee, and while we were all hoping this kid would fight back, this clown just started waving his sword, trying to shoo it away like it was a damn stray cat. Han stood at a distance, totally confused seeing this idiot, Lee trying to scare the monster away. Our guy didn't have any time to waste. Since he used a temporary return item, he only has 3 days on Earth, and he can't waste it on a lizard man at the start of the dungeon. That's when Han Seong-jun stepped in to end the BS and give Lee a hand. While Hunter Lee shouted that he'd get hurt charging in like that, our guy used instant acceleration and shot off like a rocket. In a pow flash, our guy sliced the lizard man to bits, sending blood spraying everywhere. This left Lee's jaw on the floor, while Han struck a cool pose, thinking he only helped because he was in a hurry, hoping Lee would get the point after seeing that fight. Cheon Lee nodded since he had no problem with it. Our guy then made another proposal, and Lee nodded immediately like Han was the boss. Our buddy then decided to take the lead from here on out. And just like that, a huge swarm of lizardmen began to appear, and our guy slices through them like an absolute beast, taking them out as easy as pie. Lee is speechless watching Han demolish the monsters, thinking this is nothing but a one-sided slaughter. He can't believe what he's seeing, predicting this could totally disrupt the entire hunter industry. Meanwhile, our guy is pulling crystals from the dead monsters. They're magic crystals, precious gems, that can be used in metallurgy or alchemy. Han grabs a bunch of crystals and stuffs them into Lee Cheonwon's backpack. Then he apologizes to our guy and wishes he could have done more than just carry the bags. The kid says he wouldn't complain even if Han kept most of the loot. While they're busy talking, suddenly a lizard man ambushes our guy. Just as it's about to stab him with its sword, our guy dodges that pathetic attempt smoothly and uses his strength to hurl the lizard man into the air. The monster gets crushed after hitting the wall, which even triggers a rock slide. Seongjun then suggests they discuss rewards once they get out, otherwise they could get into trouble if they lose focus. He promises to keep Lee as safe as possible. With that said, Han absorbs the dead souls of the lizard men, and while all the souls are being absorbed, our guy fakes a yawn to avoid suspicion. After all the souls are integrated, Seongjun isn't too happy to see mastery only up by 7%. Guess D-rank monsters won't really help his mastery levels at this point. Just then a gate appears, and Lee can't believe they've already reached the boss gate. He realizes he never even dreamed of taking this on. With the boss fight, honestly, he would have been over the moon just clearing half the dungeon, but as long as he's with Seongjun, Lee believes they can actually clear the whole thing. A moment later, our guy asks Lee if he's ready to head into the boss gate. The kid suggests Han take a break, but our guy is already good to go. Just like that, they step through the gate and come face to face with a lizard king just as expected. The lizard king stomps toward them, while Lee asks Han how they're supposed to take this thing down. The kid screams for him to come up with a plan or something, but our guy looks totally chill about it all, replying that he doesn't really have a plan. Well, this is exactly that cocky attitude Cheon was talking about. Seongjun is surprised by the Lizard King's insane speed, which definitely doesn't match its size. But our guy can easily keep up with that pace. The Lizard King strikes Seongjun, sending him flying back and slamming hard onto the ground. This makes his teammate freak out for a second, because he thought he was a goner. Our guy recovers from the damage, believing it obviously has to be this tough for him to properly test out his new skills. Touching the Lizard King's damaged throne, he senses something bad is about to go down. Right then, the Lizard King emits a purple glow, activating a slow-motion debuff. All of Seongjun's movements start slowing down by 25%. But before that can take effect, our guy triggers his skill, Powerful Breakthrough, which gives him over double the magic power of the one using the slow-motion skill. Every single slowdown effect on his movements is neutralized. but his teammate was hit by the skill the Lizard King used. As he begs Seongjun to save him, the Lizard King, instead of keeping up the fight with our guy, pounces toward his weak teammate. Han tries to intercept it, but then our guy realizes he's too far away and won't make it in time. He uses his undead summoning skill, and a bunch of skeletons rise up right in front of the Lizard King. They're pretty squishy, though, and get wrecked instantly. But in that split second, Han Seongjun uses his Grace of the Wind skill, boosting all his movement by 60%, saving Cheonwon while slashing the Lizard King's throat. This causes his stats to skyrocket, after absorbing the Lizard King's soul, increasing his strength, agility, stamina, and durability by levels of 1 and 5. Our guy also absorbs the Lizard King's skill. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association's gate management team captain, Shin Ujin, yawns while waiting outside. Since the gates appeared, he's been bored out of his mind. He checks in with his subordinate to see if anything important has happened, but gets a big fat no, leaving Ujin lost in thought. Knowing that, the association's raid team will arrive soon when the high-rank hunters come out, after partially raiding the gate, and they'll wrap it up by defeating the boss. Shin feels salty because he's part of the association too, but his team doesn't get any of that sweet commission. He's low-key jealous of the raid team. His eyes light up remembering that if a high-ranked team clears the gate in one go, then his management team gets a bonus. But he knows that would only happen if they had an A-rank hunter. Just as he's thinking about that, Seongjun and his teammate emerge from the gate, right as the announcement hits that the vanguard of the third gate has finished the raid and is coming out. Ujin finds it strange that the raid was finished so fast, but after seeing only 2 people step out from the gate, he assumes they probably bailed, after only clearing half of the raid. But when the captain sees the gate's color turn gray, showing the boss room raid is officially done, he rushes over to Seongjun in total disbelief. Shin Ujin introduces himself as the person in charge of the emergency gates that popped up in the park, and Lee Cheonwon cuts him off, asking if he's here to buy the gate ownership rights. Agreeing with Lee, Shin decides to make them an offer, but Cheonwon backs off, because he knows it's not his call to make, since our guy soloed the dungeon. This leaves the captain shook for a moment, as he's convinced that if he soloed the dungeon, he must be an A rank. But our guy cuts him off, letting him know he's actually C rank. Our guy believes that doesn't really matter, and decides to cut to the chase, asking Ujin how much he's willing to pay for the gate rights. The captain crunches the numbers in his head, and announces that the management team wants to buy it for 1.2 billion won, which leaves Seongjun absolutely floored. On the other hand, Captain Lee, Yejin tiredly sets a stack of books and papers on the ground, feeling burned out from the non-stop grind, right after returning from the tower. Suddenly the phone rings, while she wonders who could be calling at this hour, and when she looks at the phone, she's shocked. Lee Haijin, from the management team for the challengers of the Tower of Trials, is certain that this will bring a game-changing shift. She recalls how the higher-ups made a huge deal about it, since she didn't think recruiting challengers would be such a difficult task. Hyejin is well aware that she couldn't even get 10 people to choose the easy difficulty, which would have been enough to keep her bosses happy. This thought makes her anxious, but then she remembers the guy she met in the tower, the one so strong that saying he solo cleared the 4th floor is no exaggeration. She regrets not making Han Seongjun an offer sooner, but then her phone rings, and it turns out to be a text from Han Seongjun asking to meet up if she's back from the tower. Our guy is sitting in a restaurant, still in disbelief that he just made 1.3 billion won. It feels surreal and amazing at the same time. Lee Hee-jin walks into the restaurant panting, and upon seeing her, Seongjun calls her over, noticing her heavy breathing. Our guy wonders if she ran all the way here, and tells her she could have just taken it slow. Hee-jin sits across from him, looking a bit salty because Seongjun didn't reply to her texts. She asks if he has any idea how long she's been waiting for his answer. Feeling awkward, our guy apologizes while revealing that he wasn't really interested in that stuff. The girl in front of him demands he treat her to coffee and cheesecake to make it up to her. While Han nervously agrees, Hyejin wonders if he's done climbing the tower, but our guy reveals that he plans to keep going, and the reason he contacted her is because he has a favor to ask. Han Seongjun tells her he needs a guild, one that will let him enter towers at will and raid dungeons, but he has a few conditions. The first condition is the right to refuse any summons from the guild. The second condition is that the guild won't interfere with his activities inside the tower. And the third condition, and finally the right to use the guild's dungeons whenever he wants. After putting his conditions on the table, our guy asks her if there's any guild out there that would agree to these terms. While he senses the vibe in the room shift, which makes him wonder if he's asking for way too much. Hyejin says that the conditions our guy laid out are basically impossible, because from a guild's perspective, there's zero profit in it for them. Just as he's thinking he overplayed his hand, Hyejin grabs his hand and invites him to join her guild, Baekhyun, promising she'll turn those impossible conditions into a reality for him. Now we see Han Songjun lying on the moving truck, reflecting on how he raided a dungeon, sold items, and joined the guild all in a single day, feeling super productive. He thinks about the one final step to officially join, which is solo clearing a C-rank dungeon, to prove his skills so that Hyejin's bosses will accept him. She explained that the freedom to use guild dungeons isn't just handed out to anyone, which left our guy deep in thought. As he processed her words, he realized that only a select few people can reap the benefits of Baekhyun's dungeons, and to pull that off, they have to be a rising star, or a hunter that the guild has high expectations for. After thinking for a bit, Han asked Hyejin to prep a C-rank dungeon for him to clear. At Mount Cheonbo in Uijeongbu District, we see our guy lying on a moving vehicle, pondering whether he should run from there just to warm up. And just like that, Seongjun sprints off at lightning speed, leading to intense air resistance. Meanwhile, Hyejin is busy prepping a C-rank dungeon as she goes to book a raid gate for an hour from now. The guy in front of her recognizes her from her badge and suggests she take a seat under the tent since there's plenty of time left. But before she can even sit down, Han Songjun has already pulled up in a flash, catching Hyejin off guard because he's way early. Just as Songjun is about to answer, a violent gust of wind blows everywhere, and our guy worriedly apologizes, explaining that it must have caused a shockwave because he ran here so fast. Lee Hyejin, along with the other guy, tries to process the shock. She wonders who the heck this guy is. And with that, she lets Han know that the paperwork is all set, so he should just let her know when he's ready to go. Han Songjun is ready to drop in right now, and both of them step through the gate, only to be greeted by open fields. Looking back at her, our guy tells her to give him a signal, if she thinks he's in any danger. But Hyejin is rocking an artifact the guild gave her, the Queen's Necklace, an item capable of generating a shield. And while it's not super powerful, it has stealth capabilities. Plus, the necklace also draws monster aggro, making it look as though she's actually backing him up. Therefore, she decides to keep her distance. Seongjun is now relieved that he doesn't have to worry about her during the fight. And just like that, he activates Mind's Eye, allowing him to sense invisible enemies. Then some deadly demons suddenly ambush from the fields. Seeing lethal poison demons in a C-rank dungeon, Hyejin warns our guy that this dungeon is straight up abnormal. Meanwhile, Songjun slaughters all three demons, leaving Lee Hyejin completely speechless. She knows this isn't normal, and is hyped that she made the right call. Han wields his blade, and its lightning effect is so rare, when triggered, that he actually forgot he even had it. Just like that, he clears the surrounding area by killing off the last demon, and gives Hyejin the heads up. Lee Hyejin can't believe her eyes, seeing our guy clear the boss room in less than an hour, and doing it solo on top of that. What's even more mind-blowing to her is that this is an abnormal dungeon. Plus, those lethal poison demons are no joke. They're not monsters to be trifled with, and they're exactly the kind of mobs that C-rank hunters are advised to steer clear of, based on her potential assessment. Hyejin believes Han Songjun will grow so much more, to the point where he'll be on a whole different level from now. Since all the captured souls were used, Songjun's stats shot up his strength. Agility, stamina, mana, and durability all increased. Our guy figures the dungeon boss won't be too much of a threat, and decides to head into the boss room with Hyejin. She finds it a bit weird that they can't sense the monster's presence at all, but her train of thought is cut short when the beast appears right above them. It lunges straight for her. It all happens in the blink of an eye, but Han Songjun saves Lee Hyejin by sweeping her up in his arms. As she warns him to watch his back, the monster breathes out blue flames, wrecking the place. But our guy dashes to a safer spot and tells Hyejin he moved her out of there, without asking since it was too dangerous, hoping she'll understand. Hyejin reassures him, and our guy decides to finish it off. The team leader offers to buff him, but Songjun declines and jumps down. Our guy activates the instant acceleration skill, and thanks to the exclusive effect of fast dash, his movement speed is temporarily boosted along with it. He uses the Wind's Grace skill, which boosts his movement speed by 70%. With 3 slashes, Seongjun takes down the dungeon boss, a demon of destructive blue flames, while it was still dazed, not even knowing what hit it. The two of them walk out of the boss room as Hyejin admits she never expected him to clear a dungeon of this caliber so quickly. Along with that, she announces that he's officially passed the test and can now use the Baek Yun Guild's dungeons. Our guy is stoked to hear that, but then she shifts the subject and tells him that when they were first summoned to the tower, the difficulty they chose didn't seem to matter much at first. For those who scored high on easy mode, their future challenges would gradually get tougher. Same goes for those who picked high difficulty. If their performance was lacking, they could drop the difficulty back down to easy. The thing is, looking at these rules, based on what Songjun has done, he's been incredibly successful, even though his rank in the trial tower is only in the top 50. That means his difficulty setting is likely hell mode. She explains her view and tells him to be careful, because she wants to stay by his side and watch him grow over the coming years. And this confession leaves our guy totally floored. Seongjun is then seen sitting on top of a tall tower busy munching on an apple. When he gets a system alert that he's heading back to the trial tower in 5 minutes, thinking about how busy he's been over the last 3 days, our guy is feeling good because his stats have gone up significantly, and so has his confidence. Upon returning to the trial tower, Songjun is welcomed by the system and asked if he wants to accept the 8th floor trial. When he hits yes, the system asks him to choose the type of trial, presenting him with 3 options. Our guy picks combat to grind his proficiency levels, necromancy, while the system informs him that he cannot change his choice once it has been made. Seongjun is certain that he won't ever need to change it, and the system announces that he has attained pioneer status. Because of this, a direct consultation with an administrator will begin. After searching for an administrator specializing in combat, the system lets him know that a conversation with the administrator, iron-blooded monarch, who specializes in combat, is about to start. With that, Han Sungjun enters the iron-blooded world. The consultation begins with the combat-type administrator, the iron-blooded monarch. Right after our guy is teleported to a new place and realizes he has entered the world of iron and blood. To get a handle on the situation, Han activates the Eyes of Truth and finds out that the world of iron and blood is the secret residence of the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch. He smirks because this skill is just too damn useful. However, the administrator isn't exactly pleased with this nosy challenger. He then realizes that the administrator is communicating with him directly through these system messages. At that moment, a sword rises from the snow. The administrator tells player Seongjun to stop those useless efforts and instead follow the sword. The sword leads the way, and after a long trek, it stops in front of a house. Our guy opens the door, and the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, is staring right at him. To everyone's surprise, the administrator turns out to be a white-haired woman, leaving Han wide-eyed. The administrator greets the pioneer and informs Seongjun that she's been assigned to be his consultant. At first glance, our guy almost mistook her for some foreign influencer. She's cute, but then he remembers she's an administrator, ruling over the trial tower. Songjun gets a bit nervous when the administrator suddenly pops up right in his face, locking eyes with him. Our guy is low-key panicking, because the administrator is way too close. It happened in a heartbeat, even though he never even blinked. The administrator then grabs a bottle, wondering what kind of savage would show up, but she's surprised to see our guy. Looks totally normal, just like anyone else. While Han asks if she knows who he is, the woman reveals that she does indeed know him and praises his feats in the 4th floor trial. As she pours a drink into a glass, Han curiously asks if she's been watching his trials this whole time. But the administrator confesses she only checks the leaderboards, since they have no way to directly observe trials for challengers below the 8th floor. Hearing this, our guy looks totally shocked, and seeing the look on his face, the administrator assumes Songjun is having some kind of misunderstanding. She clarifies that the tower's administrators aren't gods with the power to do whatever they want, nor are they the absolute rulers of the tower. It's more accurate to describe them as servants of the tower, so Songjun has nothing to fear from her. Since she serves the tower, he can't harm him in any way. Now, putting the small talk aside, the administrator tells him that this consultation is a privilege for his own benefit, and he can ask about anything he's curious about. Han realizes it's the truth, as he doesn't feel any hostile intent from the administrator. In that case, he asks her exactly what this consultation is all about. The administrator answers that it's a privilege granted to pioneers to satisfy their curiosity directly with an administrator. Han then asks about the 5th floor trial, where he was almost killed by an invader from another world. He expresses his curiosity and asks why the guy targeted him specifically, instead of invading someone from his own world. The administrator feels the answer might let him down, but proceeds to reveal that when invading a trial happening in another world, a challenger can steal the trial rewards and receive an even higher tier bonus. These invaders might come from worlds where a tower has already existed for decades, so they understand the massive rewards that come with crushing challengers from other worlds. What's more, one day, the tower will merge with the tower of another world. The guy asks her to explain further, and the woman says it's exactly as she stated. Starting from the 20th floor, trials are usually group-based rather than individual. In short, before long, our guy will have to face off against challengers from other worlds. Seongjun then realizes that explains why those invaders might want to take out future rivals in advance. Then the administrator figures. Han has satisfied his thirst for knowledge, but our buddy has one last question, and it's the simplest one. He asks what the trial tower really is. This question even makes the administrator pause for a moment, and she says she'd love to know the answer herself. Han is baffled that even a tower administrator doesn't know the answer to such a simple question. That's when the truth comes out, and the administrator confesses that all administrators were once challengers who died after the 40th floor. Beyond the 40th floor, given the chance to be resurrected as an administrator. She expresses that she once dreamed of climbing to the very top of the tower, but in the end she failed miserably. In reality, all administrators, including herself, are just challengers who lost their lives before reaching the summit. Eventually, they were left with no choice but to serve the tower. After hearing all of this, Han clenches his fists in frustration and resentment. The administrator was just an ordinary challenger. This whole time, while he had high hopes that he would finally get some answers about what lies at the end of the tower. This pisses the administrator off. She frowns and slams Han against the wall with a terrifying gaze. She warns our guy that not just anyone can talk about the end of the tower so lightly. She looks at Seongjun's expressionless face, and he doesn't seem fazed at all. The administrator asks our guy if he's feeling any fear deep down. He replies that this consultation is his personal reward, plus he doesn't sense even a hint of bloodlust from her. Right then, Seongjun uses his strength to crack the wall, breaking a path out of the residence, making it crystal clear that he won't let her kill him that easily. The administrator is stunned, then bursts into laughter. In all her time here, she's never met a challenger who dared to trash her place. However, she admits that Han's guts have given her faith in him and offers him a mentorship contract. Our guy is blindsided by the sudden offer. Shortly after, Han returns to the 8th floor lobby and immediately opens the contractor's shop. He looks at the contract and realizes it wasn't a dream. He really has an administrator as his mentor. The guy recalls what the administrator talked about, how she doesn't just ditch challengers who have both the skills and the guts. After that, he is asked to sign the mentorship contract, and Han clicks yes. Our guy now has the right to access the contractor's shop and use special points. All of his stats increase by 1 point as a special contractor's bonus. The administrator was delighted and looks forward to seeing the pioneer again. Han then opens the power category in the shop and sees a list of 3 powers. Our guy wonders if these powers are different from the unique power he received from the 8th floor. But first, he decides to check the other pages, only to be denied access. He will be granted access starting from the 10th floor lobby. This means that Seongjun can currently only see 3 powers: Iron Mental Strength, an A-rank skill, which boosts mastery growth rate to 232% for all weapon skills, the Lord of Winter Power, which temporarily buffs stats in cold environments. And finally, the Clear Mind Power, which allows the user to make rational decisions under any circumstances. Our guy doesn't see anything special and thinks he should grind for more SP for the time being. Either way, he decides to buy the Clear Mind Power, as this power will help him think clearly, even during the absolute worst times. He hopes this power lives up to its name, and it's probably best to increase his chances of survival, even by a little bit, instead of just waiting for an opportunity. After all, who knows? He might have to face another invasion trial later. Han then proceeds to the 8th trial, and its theme is extermination. The goal of the trial is to defeat the lich, who is responsible for summoning the skeleton horde. Just like that, our guy enters the trial, and is completely stunned to find himself standing on a cliff with countless skeletons as far as the eye can see. Han tries to keep his cool, and it's obvious the skeletons have him outnumbered. But this doesn't really faze him, since he's ready to wipe them all out. So our guy dives into the sea of skeletons, and even feels a bit relieved when he finds out these skeletons can't even put a dent in his armor. Then the slaughter begins, as Seongjun starts lopping off heads and bones fly everywhere, while our guy is hacking through these annoying bastards. He thinks they're gonna need something way stronger than bone to take him down. But Han sighs in disappointment at the fact that his skill mastery only goes up by 0.1% for every skeleton killed. The carnage continues, and our guy realizes he won't be able to level up his skills much in this trial, so he just wants to get it over with. Suddenly a voice booms out, asking who dares to desecrate his sanctuary. Han senses it coming from a distance, and summons the immortal skeleton soldiers in his possession to sweep the remaining fodder. Even our guy is impressed, concluding that skeleton soldiers might be a nightmare as enemies, but they're definitely handy to have on your side. Then, he leaves them to it and heads off to handle the boss. Han leaps up and activates the skill, Graceful Wind, boosting his speed by 60%, and even utilizes the speed of his magic boots. With multiple speed buffs, our guy blazes forward at incredible speeds, and as the castle comes into view, he pinpoints exactly where the skeleton boss is hiding. Han faces off against the Skeleton King, who is glaring right at him, deadly, and pretty pissed off at the audacity of a mere mortal daring to trespass into his sacred sanctuary. The Skeleton King opens his book to cast a spell, intent on making Seongjun pay a heavy price for his insolence. That's when the Titans appear, and our guy notices these monsters are just as tough as sand golems. The Skeleton King expects our guy to be scared to death by his own stupidity. However, Han chooses to be cocky and taunts the Skeleton King, asking him if he has anything stronger to throw at him. Our guy says he'll be let down if this is all the Skeleton King's got. He smirks like a villain and draws his dagger. The Skeleton King seethes with rage at the insult and calls Seongjun a foolish mortal, vowing that his loyal guardians will rip his smart mouth to pieces. The frenzied Titans stomp forward to crush our boy. Our guy triggers instant acceleration and decapitates the monsters in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Han slashes through them, gets close to the Skeleton King, and rips his legs off. A subtle sense of joy wells up inside him, as his skill mastery jumps by 1.2% after absorbing the Titan's souls. At least these high-tier undead give him plenty of mastery points. The Skeleton King, who was talking smack just a second ago, now lies helplessly on the ground and asks Han what kind of savage monster he is. In the Skeleton King's imagination, our guy laughs demonically and mocks how arrogant the lich was. Han then moves in to finish off the Skeleton King, but then his eyes stop at the book. Recalling how the lich seemed to control the monsters at will, a wicked thought flashes through his mind. As our guy starts to cook up a plan, using the lich's skills to grind mastery, then Seongjun asks the lich if it can summon more of these guards. The Bone King wonders why this mortal needs to know, while our guy thinks they are finished here since the lich can't summon anymore. However, the lich warns him not to get close and confesses that it can summon them. Han asks how long it takes to summon those guards again, and the Bone King replies that it can summon them in a few minutes after they have been wiped out. Han realizes that it can summon even more right now and orders the lich to summon the monsters. Once again, the Bone King is confused because its guards couldn't even lay a single scratch on a warrior of Seongjun's level. Our guy is fed up with the yapping as he points his sword at the Bone King. The Bone King immediately opens the book to save its skin and summons all of its guards. At the same time, the pages flip and the monsters spawn. Our boy takes them out instantly, and the Bone King has to submit. However, Han tells the lich they've only just begun and demands it resummon the skeletons still standing, and use that energy to summon the guards. Our guy tortures the Bone King by swinging his sword at it to force it to keep working. Then the non-stop monster slaughter continues, and the poor lich is worked to the bone, wondering how much longer it must suffer this torment, while the lich is regretting its life choices. Our guy, with his savage beast-like nature, makes it clear they're only done when he says they're done. Han relentlessly slaughters the monsters, and with every takedown, your mastery points have increased again. A moment later, your innate trait, Necromancy, has reached 100% mastery and leveled up. That means that now, your Necromancy trait is now rank C. Our guy smirks at this, while the lich declares that Seongjun is the real monster here, and even the devil would look at him with disgust. The Bone King curses our guy's name forever, even in death. As the poor lich is slowly fading away, Han realizes that the Bone King's bones are cracking every time it summons a guard. Therefore, it's on the brink of death, and so our guy strides even closer, hoping the lich can hold on a bit longer. But unfortunately, it's time for him to end this. The Bone King calls him a repulsive human, and Han lops off its head, killing it instantly. Afterwards, he earns the achievement Even Devil's Cry, and absorbs the lich's dead soul. Just like that, Seongjun completes the 8th floor trial and receives 30,000 points, along with 700 special points. Our player enters the 9th floor lobby and is informed that the trials now can be observed by administrators. Furthermore, they can now purchase rank C skills from the skill shop. Then Han opens up his status window and learns that absorbing skills isn't everything. Instead, he can now even absorb skill mastery. On top of the skills themselves, when absorbing a dead soul, our guy learns that the exact rate for absorbing a skill from a soul is 20%. Regarding the 8th floor trial, Han feels it was pretty underwhelming, but there's no telling what the 9th floor will be like, so he decides to be ready for whatever comes next. Han then looks at his dagger. It'll be usable for a while longer. But the issue is with your dagger and weapon skills. It turns out our guy has hit a ceiling with hunter-style dagger and needs a new swordsmanship skill to move up. Because of that, he hits up the skill shop, but can't find any decent swordsmanship skills. Well, if he can't buy one, Seong-jun decides to cook up one himself. He buys the basic swordsmanship skills, which help enhance the ability to handle all types of blades. Shortly after, he thinks about upgrading hunter-style dagger through skill synthesis. But first, he needs to check which skills are compatible with it. Out of all the skills he currently has, basic swordsmanship is probably the best fit. Han uses 2 skills, hunter-style dagger and basic swordsmanship, to synthesize. And since these 2 skills are not the same level, the rank D skill, hunter-style dagger, will become the focal point. Plus, there's a 75% chance of synthesizing a high-rank skill. A moment later, a miracle happens, and our guy hits the jackpot when the demon-slaying sword skill is created. Not to mention, it's rank C. The demon-slaying sword skill triples the slashing effectiveness when using a sword and doubles the attack speed when facing non-human enemies. Our guy understands that he'll be faster when fighting non-human enemies, and it's obvious. This skill was designed by a hunter for killing monsters. Han then decides to try synthesizing his remaining skills, but the tension starts creeping in. But our bro tries to tell himself that gambling is a bad habit and checks the compatibility and skill rates first. After testing out the skills, Seong-jun stumbles upon Ash and Blood and is amazed that it boosts his recovery rate by 3 times. It feels like he's cheating, and on top of that, it also reduces pain by 40% every time you take damage. But unfortunately, you can't test this skill in the lobby, since the lobby heals all wounds anyway. Our boy then reflects on how far he's come, from when 100 points was a huge amount to spend. Just like that, he disables the lobby's auto-heal function by spending 50 points. Now that he's used up all the dead souls from the 8th trial, Han assumes the soul shield won't trigger. He raises his sword and stabs his own arm repeatedly. Thanks to the Ash and Blood skill, Han's arm heals up instantly. And our guy is blown away because basically, he now has a way to recover from physical damage without needing to head back to the lobby. Besides his new healing ability, he still has the dead soul shield. That means he doesn't even need a shield anymore. But our guy keeps the shield anyway, out of sentimental value. Then he opens the community, but it looks like there's nothing worth reading right now. Han doesn't even have a time to wait around. He figures there's no time to dilly-dally and moves on to the next trial. The 9th floor trial theme is the arena, and the goal is to eliminate all the monsters inside the arena within the time limit. The reward for the trial is the Call of the Wild skill. Suddenly, a notification warns Han Seong-jun that the 9th floor is currently unsafe, and reveals that this trial has been invaded by a challenger from the Murim world. The invader has taken over the trial's objective. Our guy arrives at the 9th floor trial and encounters the Murim invader, who seems to have wiped out all the monsters. The old man introduces himself as Sehun Baek, a high-ranking elder of the Great Murim Alliance, and demands Han introduce himself. In the meantime, the tutorial tower changes the trial's objective to defeat Sehun Baek from the Murim world. Han asks the invader Baek why he wants to know his name. He replies that it's simply basic etiquette to reveal one's name and title before a match. Our boy frowns and bluntly mumbles that he doubts this old man invaded this floor with good intentions, so there's no reason to introduce himself. Sehun Baek thinks this kid is so narrow-minded, knowing nothing about the honor between martial artists. In his head, Seong-jun is fed up with this BS and wonders why the hell no normal people ever invade from other worlds. However, the martial artist Baek tells Han to have it his way. Since he refused to follow etiquette, it leaves him with no other choice. The invader swings his sword, and the old man charges toward his opponent. Our guy activates the skill, wins grace, and cranks it up to 30%. Han then clashes with Baek with incredible speed, as if there are 3 Hans on the battlefield. When the old man is pushed back by the force, he's quite surprised, thinking that such martial prowess is rare in this dimension. Beck apologizes to Han for underestimating his skills, but our guy isn't having it and tells him to cut the gentleman act. After all, he came here to kill Song Jun and steal his rewards. He doesn't mince words, telling Beck this isn't an etiquette class, but a damn trial. Anger flashes in Han's eyes as he tells the invader to stop pretending that there are rules for what they're doing. He concludes that hypocrites make him sick. After hearing those words, the old man feels insulted and realizes that warriors in Han's world have no rules or reason at all. With those words, a surge of power flows through Sehun. Beck and the old man says his final goodbye. Our boy, he calls an anonymous warrior. A dark energy envelops the area and explodes like a force of pure rage. Right then, a notification warns Seongjun that the enemy's innate trait, sword light, has blinded him for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough to tear someone to shreds when they're completely defenseless. Our boy panics, since he can't see a thing. Han Seongjun activates the magic resistance skill, reducing the duration of the skill, obstructing the invader's vision. Then he activates the third eye skill to detect an incoming attack. Within the visible range, that's when Han spots the sword, about to pierce right through him from the front. Luckily, our boy manages to dodge that strike, as the blade grazes his shoulder and hair. As the 5 seconds pass, Beck's vision-impairing skill ends, and Seongjun can finally see his opponent. Our boy activates the Ash, and Blood's skill feeling a wave of relief wash over him since the old man almost took him out. On the other hand, the invader Beck is stunned and asks the anonymous warrior how he could possibly sense his movements. Our boy then uses the Wind's Grace skill, boosting it to 50% and launching an even more powerful counterattack. Tension hangs thick in the air as their swords clash. The battle turns fierce as they exchange blows. Han spins around and throws a kick, but the invader dodges and strikes back with his sword. However, our guy pivots, and in that split second, Sehun Bayek grabs Han's arm and uses his blade to lock down his leg movement. The old man calls our boy is someone who uses weird gimmicks. While Seongjun pauses, considering that Beck is tougher than he looks, his curiosity reaches a breaking point. He wonders how their stats can be on the same level, when clearly, our boy is way stronger. Seongjun strikes back and Beck warns him, saying he won't go easy on him anymore. The old man resorts to his cheap tricks again, and uses his innate trait, sword light, to obstruct his vision for 5 seconds. Our guy is in a bind once more, and activates the same skill as before, to see through the haze. But Han struggles to keep up with Beck's onslaught, because the old man's attack speed suddenly gets a lot faster. Then he activates the Blessing of Iron skill, by using the wrought iron pendant, making his skin absorb 10% of all physical damage. But these skills don't seem to do much, and Han is caught tight by the opponent's magic skill. Soon after the invader's skill expires and the haze vanishes, at that exact moment, our boy retreats just as Beck swings his sword, only getting a cut on his arm, taking minimal damage. Han Seongjun leaps back with terrifying force and bites his own hand to activate his healing skill. He heals his arm, and the invader calls this just another petty trick. Beck says he initially saw Han as a talented fighter, but now he sees that those little gimmicks are nothing but a borrowed grace. Han clenches his fists, telling the old man to check himself, and making it clear that he also received his innate trait from the tower. Our guy strikes back like a lightning bolt after the silence, and activates the Wind's Grace skill. Crank it up to 70%. Seongjun tells the invader to stop being such a hypocrite, while that invader, scumbag, thinks the nameless warrior is just clinging to his cheap tricks while rambling about what a true swordsman should be, someone who doesn't rely on stolen abilities. I mean, this old bastard is bragging about his tower-given innate trait as if he were born with it, yet he has the nerve to criticize our main character for using stolen power. What a total clown. Our boy seems to be completely over this nonsense as he lunges forward with his dagger, but the old man blocks it with his sword, asking Han if he has any honor left. Seongjun retorts that he obviously doesn't, and asks the old man how it feels to die by a petty trick. Even Beck struggles to fend off the attack because of Han's sheer power. The scene then shifts to Beck's perspective, where he recounts invading dozens of trials, across dozens of worlds. With this very sword, he has cut down countless players from other worlds. Those from planet Earth were usually so lacking in every way that they were compared to an unguarded pot of honey, like a treasure free for the taking. The fact that Earth's players couldn't even lay a finger on him showed just how useless they were. Not only that, his innate trait, sword light, would blind his enemies, allowing him to finish them in a single blow, at least until now. He thought this trial invasion would be the same, but things seem to be going south. Beck's momentary distraction gives our guy a chance to strike, and he manages to slice a lock of his hair with the dagger. The old man's long hair is set free, flowing over his shoulders. Our guy, finally, he manages to land a few cuts on Beck's face as blood begins to drip. Right at that moment, several administrators appear on the notification board, impressed by the player Han Songjun, and start showing their interest. However, the martial artist invader can't stand this, with jealousy written all over his face, and he furiously uses the two birds one stone skill to double his speed. The old geezer is literally spamming every skill he has, out of pure spite. The invader exudes a ferocious aura, but a smirk escapes Han's lips as he throws that invader's words back at him, mocking how skills are just petty tricks. It's ironic that he's now using all of them at once. Both opponents are losing control, and the system announces that trial invasion penalties are now in effect, reducing their stats by 8 points. Some skills are currently unavailable. Beck is cooked, as 2 of his skills are forcibly disabled right after. The old man activates his sword light trait, while our boy, now used to Beck's attack patterns, shouts and calls Han, a cunning follower of the dark arts, determined to slice him in half on the spot. Rage consumes Beck as flames erupt, while Seongjun ducks to save himself from the sparks. Our boy activates the ultimate trio skill, which will buff his next 3 attacks. Following that, Han uses his immense strength to close in on the invader and kick his ass. This time, our warrior's vicious attack shatters the fighter's precious sword and plunges the dagger straight through him, while our guy stumbles after exhausting his power, completely out of control. The invader walks away stunned into silence. He trembles, calling his defeat unbelievable, when suddenly his body is split in half. The old man kept complaining about petty tricks, but he turned out to be the most selfish hypocrite of all. The guy got exactly what he deserved after one hell of a long battle. The invader is eliminated and Han smirks as he clears the 9th floor trial. Then Han absorbs the dead soul of the martial artist, and his skill level jumps by an impressive 27%. He then receives the rewards for completing the challenge. But for some reason, the reward he got wasn't proportional to the difficulty level. As a result, the rewards are adjusted. Our boy almost forgot that rewards could be variable. Wondering what he'll get this time, turns out it's a C-rank skill. 6th Sense is the reward for clearing the trial, and he even bags 35,000 points. Han ponders over the 6th Sense skill. It's a skill tier, slightly higher than the original reward, Call of the Wild. Our boy then moves toward the 10th floor lobby to find out more about it, but his path is blocked by multiple notification windows popping up in front of him. The tower's administrators are clapping, praising his performance. Han then happens to spot the notices, saying his trials are being watched by the administrators. In short, he impressed a bunch of administrators during his last fight. Since that's some serious clout, our guy feels like he's earned a little bragging rights at least. Right then, the iron-blooded monarch administrator is unhappy with the excessive attention shown to their contractor, Han Seongjun. She also warns her contractor to stay humble and avoid arrogance. Suddenly, the administrator, White Crane, appears wanting to add a new power to the shop, specifically for her contractor. Han's eyes widen in complete shock, unable to believe that White Crane is just handing him power for free. That's when the iron-blooded monarch administrator, his primary contractor, reluctantly allows our boy to accept the gift. Han hopes there are no strings attached, but his administrator explains that other administrators might gift powers to contractors just to get on their good side. This definitely raises some red flags. Come to think of it, why would another administrator want to flirt and win his favor when he's already signed a contract? Han then asks if he'll be running into other administrators often. White Crane smiles coyly and says he'll be seeing plenty of them. The iron-blooded monarch, Songjun's patron, remarks that the other administrators' gifts are just mid and not even worth his time. Upon hearing this, our guy is even more confused about administrators giving out gifts just to suck up to him. It definitely means they want something in return. Still, a freebie is a freebie. He takes what he can get. Administrator White Crane adds the power, Enhanced Sword Chi, to Han's contract shop. The administrator smiles and tells the player to remember this favor. Our boy promises to put it to good use. Han then heads to the 10th floor lobby, the new hub area, and wonders if the administrators can they see him while he's in the lobby. To confirm, he calls out to ask if anyone is watching, but no one answers at that moment. Our boy feels pretty flattered, unable to keep his cool, and opens the contract shop. He checks out White Crane's skill and realizes he can channel mana into his blade to create sword ki. Our guy originally thought it was just some mid-tier power, but now he's actually blown away by it. Sungjun also mentions that he now has access to a list of brand new skills. This time Han gets some seriously OP skills. Total body reconstruction can reinforce the user's bone structure directly into raw combat power. The iron-blooded sword power allows the user to summon a magical sword made of iron and blood without consuming any of the user's mana. Finally, the touch of death power doubles the effectiveness of necromancy and dark magic while slightly decaying the enemy's body. Even our guy has to admit that these skills are absolute game changers. But sadly, since he's low on SP, the only powers he can afford right now are body reconstruction or enhanced sword chi. Our boy thinks long and hard about whether to buy one or save up more SP. He reflects on how that old man, Beck from the 9th floor, was a straight-up beast in combat. So if he wants to survive enemies like him, he needs all the power he can get. With that in mind, our boy buys the enhanced sword chi skill and activates it as a test. Han immediately swings his sword, and even though his ultimate trio also channels mana into the blade, this feeling is completely different. Our kid guesses that ultimate trio forces a burst of magic through the sword, whereas sword ki lets the mana flow smoothly through the blade like a river. He uses the skill for a while and realizes that this enhancement significantly increases his mana consumption rate at a rate of 2% per minute. This leads him to conclude that his mana will be completely tapped out in about 50 minutes. He immediately deactivates the skill and decides to be much more careful with his mana consumption from now on. Right after that, Han remembers the skill he received as a reward from the 9th floor. Sixth sense tends to make his instincts much sharper. Having a keen intuition to make reliable split-second decisions is incredibly useful for him. However, our boy is curious about the community, wondering if players are talking about the new neutral zone. Checking the forums, everyone is buzzing about how the neutral zone is packed with foreign players and the interactions with them. But what really catches Sungjun's eye is learning that players can trade powers with the administrators. Since there are so many players there, our boy sees this as a golden opportunity. So, he decides to head to the neutral zone to check it out himself. A moment later, Han is teleported to the neutral zone, which looks like a pretty nice place. Just another hunter arriving at the hub. Meanwhile, some Korean hunters are sneaking a look at that guy, guessing the dude looks like a fellow Korean hunter. One of them realizes he's an A-rank hunter from Korea. Suddenly, a murderous aura creeps in as that guy mutters that he's sick and tired of Korean hunters, acting all high and mighty, asking if they're allowed to kill other players outside the neutral zone. The A-rank hunter walking along is suddenly struck by a blast of mana, pinning him down. The hunters from before emerge from the bushes, and one of them draws his sword, leaving the poor guy with no way out. The vicious hunter, thinking these Korean hunters know everything about the hunter world. The guy gets a bad vibe, and since they aren't inside a trial, he didn't expect to find player killers lurking here. As the peeker points his sword at the guy, a female hunter nun suddenly intervenes and warns the psychos to stop. Otherwise, she'll use the community chat room to expose them to everyone. The scumbag stands up and agrees on one condition. He demands the female hunter strip, ending with a sinister smirk. The murderous trash tells them to drop every item they have and do exactly as he says, so he might let one of them live. The psycho's delusional intentions are crystal clear. While the female hunter is terrified by their vulgar demands, the guy decides to take what he wants by force. And just as he reaches out to undress her, someone approaches from behind. It turns out to be our boy, who couldn't care less about what's going on around him. As he's walking by, the murderous creep gets curious seeing Han in a cloak and calls him over. Our boy pulls back his hood, and the killer guesses that Sungjun is also Korean. Right then, pure malice flashes across their faces, and they've just made the biggest mistake of their lives. They jump Han all at once. Han had hoped to pass through quietly, but now he's got no choice. With that said, our boy pops his berserk skill, and surprisingly, he uses his new skill-enhanced sword, Chi, as a magic sword manifests out of thin air. Sungjun then tells the killers to bear in mind that they were the ones who started this mess, as he gets ready to wreck them. Our boy loses his patience and triggers instant acceleration. He lunges forward at light speed, and in the next second, he slices the throats of the killer's lackeys with his dagger, like it's child's play. Han smirks, grinning like a total villain, and charges at the psycho killer hiding behind an ice shield. Our boy slams into the ice shield to break it, shattering it into pieces. Immediately, a wave of terror washes over that cowardly killer. He begs for mercy and asks Han to spare his life. But our guy doesn't spare a useless life and drives the dagger straight through his throat. After killing the 3 scumbags, Han absorbs their dead souls and increases his mastery to 64. The female hunter apologizes to Seongjun because she wanted to help, but the battle was over before she even realized it. As she heads back, the guy asks Han if he's a high ranker, and he nods. At the very least, he's always in the top 10 on the leaderboards. The guy is thrilled to meet Han, and expresses his gratitude, knowing he'd be dead meat if Han hadn't shown up. Our boy says it's no big deal, and warns him to stay safe on the road. But he isn't exactly a good guy. Han, help this guy out just in case those thugs decided to come after him next. As he's about to head out, the guy stops him and makes a strange request. He asks Seongjun to let him keep the bodies of these thugs. The guy explains that if Han lets him have them, on top of Han saving his life earlier, he agrees to give our boy a free power-up, as a way of saying thanks. Of course our guy can't pass up a free power. Then, the guy uses his corpse-eater skill and consumes the bodies, just as promised. He transfers one of his powers to Seongjun, and that power is Steel Wings, which is added to the shop. With our boy's covenant, Han couldn't be happier to have another power in his hands. The guy then mentions that the skill he sent to Han allows him to summon wings that attach to his back and help him fly. Our boy assures him that he'll put it to good use, and man, he can't wait to test out this new power in the lobby. Meanwhile, the administrators are fighting over Han Seongjun, since everyone is trying to win his favor. The iron-blooded monarch expresses his displeasure with those coveting his covenanter. Our boy is confused, seeing all this fuss over him. But judging by how eagerly the administrators are fighting for players, Han believes there's definitely something they want from them. He knows he'll find out sooner or later. Our friend continues toward the neutral zone with the hunter. On the way, the guy explains to Han how the neutral zone is divided into an arena, an auction house, and a casino. He even reveals that so far, 3 other worlds have invaded the trials. In their world, Azur, Mujum, and Kalion. The challengers from Azur seem to follow some kind of knightly code. The challengers from Mujum are similar, but they're a bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, Kaleon is home to various species like goblins, fairies, and beastmen. Hearing this, Han suddenly remembers the 2 invaders he met, the Dark Knight from Azur and the White Crane from Mujum. While our boy is surprised by how much he knows about other worlds, the guy smiles and reveals that he used all his questions to learn as much as possible. They then reach the neutral zone, and the guy hands Han his business card just in case. But our boy is completely shook when he finds out this guy is the captain of the association's challenger management team. Then they head into the neutral zone, which seems pretty bustling, and the guy looks hyped. He tells Seongjun that he's heading to the auction house, while our boy smirks, revealing that he's bound for the arena. A moment later, our boy enters the arena, which looks more like an arcade, and there's a real sense of thrill in the air. The administrators fondly reminisce about the past upon seeing the arena and get super hyped. A frantic energy fills the whole place. Seongjun then finds a seat for himself, and the arena system is activated. Our boy is asked to choose between betting or dueling, so he hits the help button. Turns out the arena is divided into a betting menu and a dueling menu. When choosing betting, players can wager points on duels between other players. They can win or lose points, depending on the outcome of each match. Our guy then puts 2 and 2 together, realizing the people from before were watching. Their bets go down. On the flip side, by choosing dueling, they can jump into the fight against other challengers to win prizes. Each player is notified of their opponent's ranking and real name after they agree to the duel. Finally, a duel can be organized, with the reward being a power or a skill. It's also revealed that players will be teleported to a Roman arena to battle each other once the match is confirmed. To put it simply, the arena system is all about the match prizes. In that case, our boy scans the players to see if anyone catches his eye. Naturally, the hunters in the arena are thirsting over Hunter Catherine, the Witch of Hell, who happens to be right there. The players are all hyped to see such a hottie from America in real life. In the meantime, Catherine Bennett is struggling to find a decent player with the guts to duel her, wondering if her track record is scaring everyone away. She bets there would be way more challengers if her win count were hidden. Bennett seems to be at rank 6 on the leaderboard, with 17 wins in total. Even the Firemaster administrator mocks this cowardice, and Catherine totally agrees that this place is full of pussies. The boredom is practically killing her, and just as she's done wasting time at the arena, a notification makes her turn around. Turns out it's a duel request from our boy Seongjun, who has 0 wins to his name. Catherine is impressed by this rookie's ballsy move, challenging her for his very first match, and she smirks. She then accepts the challenge and enters the Roman Colosseum. The two opponents face off, and Catherine digs Songjun's bravery in picking her as his first opponent. Nevertheless, the match begins, and the girl gets cocky, advising our boy to treat this match as a learning experience. Fire magic erupts from her, and Bennett activates the Flame Birth skill, creating a massive fireball that chases after Songjun. Our boy dodges the fiery attack, and while Catherine acts all high and mighty, thinking it's already GG, Seongjun completely flips the script by activating his Sword Chi Master skill. And catch this, he slices that giant fireball in half in a heartbeat. Catherine is shook by the sight, while our boy claps back at her words about this match being a learning experience. Now Han is showing her who the real boss is, and is the one schooling her instead. The next scene takes us to a serene place, where we see an administrator watching Han Songjun's match through her water mirror. She's thrilled to see that our boy has already mastered Sword Ki. She smiles, thinking that granting Songjun such an efficient power was a total pro move, and from now on, she needs to build a rapport with him faster than the other admins. She hopes that perhaps player Han is the one who can fix her past failures and finally make her dreams come true. Back in the arena, Catherine bombards our boy with multiple fireballs, flying right at him, while Han dodges using instant acceleration, soaring up and slicing through the fireballs. As our boy takes flight, his assassin's cloak gets caught in the flames and is almost entirely burnt to a crisp. With that, Han drops to the ground, realizing that without his wind glide skill, the special effect from the cloak was barely enough to keep him airborne. But the trouble doesn't stop there, as Catherine is all locked and loaded with her flame power, determined to see how long he can hold out. Meanwhile, the Lord of Iron and Blood is enjoying watching Catherine's spreading flames. The other admins are also mesmerized by her fiery strength. On the flip side, our boy swings his daggers to slash through the flames, using the power of high-intensity sword chi. With every passing minute, the mana drain keeps mounting. As Han uses this skill, he feels that this battle will only get tougher if it keeps dragging on. Right then, our boy absorbs the dead soul of Sehun Haksba X, boosting all of his stats. He absorbs the electric sword chi skill from the old geezer. This skill infuses electrical charges and lightning damage into the user's sword chi, while also allowing them to attack with sword waves. Our boy is a bit confused, not knowing what a sword wave actually is, figuring it just means he can use long-range attacks with his sword chi. While our boy is losing focus, Catherine cuts through his thoughts and tells him to stop daydreaming. Seongjun snaps out of it and witnesses the flaming arrows above waiting for the signal to strike him. The fire arrows close in, stalking Han like a shadow. While our boy is constantly on the run to evade them, they strike him from all directions a moment later. Our guy activates the Ash Blood skill, risking it all to pull it off on his very first attempt. Even so, Han decides to go for it, since it'll be good practice. He raises his sword to face the flames and activates two sword chi powers simultaneously. The dagger erupts in a powerful aura, and as Han swings his weapon, a brilliant yet violent force is unleashed, majestically tearing the fireball apart, while Catherine is still way too busy, staring slack-jawed at the terrifying yet spectacular sight. She realizes the magic surge is about to hit her. She immediately creates a flame shield for protection and plans to counter, but our boy just ruined her sweet little plan. As he appeared from behind and pointed his sword at her throat, Catherine Bennett was scared to death and accepted her defeat. Just like that player, Catherine conceded, and Han won the match, along with a C-rank skill. Hurricane, our boy, then returned to the arena feeling hyped, because he had fought Catherine like a light warm-up session to use his sword intent. But she turned out to be better than he expected. Not to mention she burnt his cloak to ashes, then decided to remember her name, and checked out the new skill he had acquired. But it looks like our boy got played. Since the Hurricane skill is only for piercing, our guy looked at his score and secured a victory. But he was only getting started. Han Songjun continued to the next match against Yusa Ugaki, the 11th ranked player on the Japan server. When the match began, Yusa said he was looking forward to facing the third best player in Korea, but he mocked our boy for being trash, calling him a weakling who dressed like a hobo. But Han scoffed at his nonsense, and Yusa looked pissed off. Our boy found it hilarious, since they were both thinking the same thing. Then the Japanese player twitched and suddenly lunged at Han with his spear, calling him a bastard. Songjun was almost killed by the surprise attack and realized that this was the norm on the Japan server. Han Songjun chuckled while flexing that he had become quite OP. He low-key mocked Yusa Ugaki for being the 11th best player in Japan, boasting admitting that this was a piece of cake for him, and to our surprise, his condescending aura took over, and Han went savage, as he intentionally stabbed his dagger through Yusa, making blood splatter everywhere. That guy had to take an amount of damage that was impossible to defend against. Just like that, our boy wins the match as easy as a walk in the park. That smirk says it all, and Han welcomes his rivals to the skill flex buffet. One by one, our boy relentlessly crushes his opponents like flies. This even earns him the title Master Duelist. The scene then shifts to Murim, the Central Plains, the world of martial artists. There the servant informs his young master about the death of the Great Elder, Sion Hop Beck. According to the last update from the Great Elder, he had discovered a new connection to a dimension called Earth, where he planned to launch a trial invasion. Suddenly they are interrupted by something rushing toward them like crazy, and the sound of stomping echoes closer and closer. That's when a dragon-like creature appears. The meditating young master confesses that it has been 5 years since he took a break from climbing the tower. The sword moves into its master's hand like a beast that has been tamed, and the young master flips with total steeze. With just a single move, he stabs his sword into the monster's head, killing the giant beast on the spot. The servant is shook, seeing his master easily clap a divine beast with that kind of power. He concludes that the young master's martial arts are low-key terrifying. The swordmaster pulls his blade out and finds the world of Earth quite intriguing. He then orders his servant to use any means necessary to find the one he must avenge. The death of Elder Beck for all looks like another victim will soon fall for the skill flex of our main character. Han then returns to the lobby feeling relieved. After the exhaustion wears off, he feels overwhelmed by the power he unexpectedly gained. Steel Wings, a power that allows him to soar through the skies. Even just thinking about it makes Han feel lightheaded. Unfortunately, this skill costs 500 special points, and it's a real bummer that our boy is currently fresh out of SP. So he moves on to the next task, synthesizing some skills. This time, Seong-jun synthesized skills after an hour of careful planning. The skills he created include defensive shield, movement speed punishment, footwork, silent shadow, and attack speed sword dance hurricane. Besides gaining 2 C-rank skills, our boy managed to snag a B-rank skill, punishment shield. Our boy activates the B-rank skill, only to realize how remarkable it actually is. Shortly after Seong-jun enters the 10th floor challenge, and the objective of the trial is to prevent the resurrection of the Abyss Lord within a 3-hour time limit. The completion reward is a skill mastery potion, and the penalty for failure is death. This challenge turns out to be a team quest, and the system assigns teammates based on the rankings. It turns out that the top 4 players on the leaderboard are grouped into one team, including the first-rank player Kim Seong-hoon, the second-rank player Oh Chun-seok, the third-rank player and Senzo, and the fourth-rank player Suda Princess SS. The 30-minute pre-challenge prep time begins. The Tower of Trials provides this preparation time to encourage teamwork and coordination to defeat the boss monster. The top-ranked player, Sung-hoon, feels apprehensive about a group challenge, while Chun-seok, the rank 2 player, is hyped to see him since he's back in the challenge again. Meanwhile, our boy now recognizes the faces of the top 2 players, assuming they must have crossed paths before in a different challenge. While Kim and Oh Chun-seok were chatting, suddenly the blonde rank 4 player frantically pointed at our guy, revealing that he had seen him on the 4th floor. Kim Sung-hoon realized that the rank 3 and rank 4 players had met before, and based on the blonde guy's reaction, he guessed that it wasn't exactly a pleasant encounter. Strangely enough, the blonde player trembled with fear and confessed that Han Seong-jun was the very hunter they encountered during the 4th floor group trial. He even went on to claim that our boy is a cold-blooded killer who farms player kills just to snatch power. Then it's revealed that Kim Seong-jun, also known as Pseudo Prince SS, is a total pathological liar, so gaslighting others is basically second nature to him. This guy has been instigating drama every way he can, just to reap the rewards amidst the chaos. So essentially, he's been stealing the loot by manipulating everyone into a fight. That was the survival strategy he chose. Even in the alien world of the tower, he found his deceptive tendencies were just as effective. However, the administrator lying clown smirked and burst out laughing at the smugness of his contractor. Kim Seong-jun, the administrator's vibe, is definitely a match for the wicked and arrogant Pseudo-Prince SS. While our boy could sense the devilish intent from that guy, Pseudo-Prince SS thought he had caught Han with his guard down, based on his reaction, and planned to push things even further. The blonde guy used his shady tricks to accuse Han Seong-jun of slaughtering his teammates in cold blood. Our guy found this absolutely cap, and as he tried to speak up for himself, Kim Seong-hoon summoned his weapon and insisted that a united team of 3 is better than a divided group of 4. The rank 1 player made it clear that this challenge is no joke, and asked which of them was telling the truth. Kim concluded that the liar would be eliminated. A tense atmosphere filled the room, and our guy guessed that if things went south, in the worst-case scenario, he'd have to fight all 3 of them at once. At that moment, Oh Chun-seok stepped in as a total game-changer. Honestly, he acted like the only player with a brain. And since Pseudo had met the rank 3 hunter on the 4th floor, Chun-seok flipped the script and deduced that Seong-jun should know the real name of that hunter. The rank 2 guy was a straight-up genius for trapping Pseudo-Prince SS in his own game of lies, reminding him that the nickname system only works in the 5th floor lobby. In that case, as long as Seong-jun knew the hunter's real name, they could be certain they had met before. But Pseudo-Prince SS's arrogance kicked in. He confidently revealed the hunter's name as Lee Cheon-won. This guy is deviously insane, and was dead sure there was no way to prove anyone's identity in here. Oh Chun-seok called our guy Cheon-man, asking if he had anything to say. That's when the tables turned, as Han Song-jun pulled out his hunter's license, thinking the whole situation was just plain goofy. A wave of relief washed over Song-jun. He was glad he'd accidentally kept it on him. After returning to Earth, our guy revealed his real name, while Pseudo-Prince SS stood there absolutely shook. Now that everything was clear, Kim Seong-hoon knew exactly who to eliminate. Even the administrators mocked his weak-sauce deception and enjoyed the fallout of his pathetic nature. It's ironic that the administrator, the messiah of lies himself, called him pathetic. It's hilarious Seong-jun is cooked this time. But our guy intervened and appreciated the rank 1 player's offer. Sung-hoon tried to help, but our guy insisted on handling this himself. Han said straight up that he was pissed off, so Sung-hoon stepped back to let him cook. On the other hand, Pseudo-Prince SS wondered if he really intended to go one-on-one. But a wicked plan started brewing in his head. Even though he'd already made a bad impression on those other 2, he figured he could still take out this Seonjo idiot. By doing this, they would have no other choice but to let him live, since they wouldn't risk facing a 4-man challenge with just the 2 of them. Pseudo-Prince SS gave a sinister smirk, while our guy found it hilarious how he just pulled that story out of his ass thinking Seonjo would actually take responsibility for his words. The cocky blonde guy wasn't having any of this BS and stated flatly that all he needed to do was survive. Pseudo-Prince SS opened his grimoire to unleash his power, making it clear that Seonjo wasn't the only one here who knew how to throw down. The blonde guy used the tentacles of a swamp spirit to wrap around Han's legs and started slithering up. However, our guy broke free instantly with his magic resistance skill. As our boy charged at that piece of work, the rank 4 player got annoyed that Han had magic resistance. Pseudo-Prince SS activated a shield, and when it clashed with Seonjo's sword intent, the ground shook and cracked. The fight looked pretty intense, and the rank 1 player thought it was best to keep some distance, while Chun-seok was just vibing with the epic spectacle of the match. But Seong-hoon was done with his whining and dragged poor Chun-seok away from the fray, leaving him crying like a baby on the sidelines. The rank 4 player fired several magic orbs, swarming his opponent. Our guy dodged every single one perfectly and lands a well-deserved punch right into the blonde's gut. The guy gets sent flying back, but he smirks craftily, trying to turn the hunter into his prey. Our guy then looks back and witnesses the magic orbs fully charged up, making him wonder if these were the same orbs Seong-jun had fired at him earlier. Right at that moment, those magic orbs rain down like lightning strikes directly onto Han, while the rank 4 guy gets his hopes up, thinking the bastard got what he deserved. However, his eyes widen in shock as Han emerges, unscathed, and activates a red shield. A new skill, the Karma Shield, a shield that absorbs damage. Our guy looks at Pseudo-Prince SS and asks, "What's wrong?" "We're just getting started, aren't we?" Our man is literally pulling an Uno reverse card on him, reversing the situation. Seong-jun panics as he sees his magic blocked so effortlessly. Our guy chases after the deceptive prick who's hiding and scurrying away like a total coward. But Han frantically slashes through the rocks just to hunt him down. Meanwhile, as the fight continues, the rank 2 player, Oh Chun-seok, asks Seong-hoon if he's ever heard of a player named Han Seong-jun. Kim Sung-hoon notes that he doesn't recognize Han from the hunter rankings, while Chun-seok speculates that if he hasn't heard of Seong-jun, it means he might not even be a hunter in the outside world. The rank 2 player wonders if a mere civilian could really become this powerful. Sung-hoon realizes it's practically impossible for anyone else, besides top-tier hunters like them. But what shocks him even more is that this isn't even Seongjun's full power yet. The rank 1 player even pondered the possibility that player Han Seongjun might be on the same level as him. This left Chun Seok pretty shook that Seong-hoon would rate Han so highly. Even so, Chun Seok noted that the Han guy was 2 spots below him in the rankings. That's when Seong-hoon revealed it was just a hunch, but there was a chance. Seongjun had been unlucky with the teammates assigned to him in group trials, which would mean this guy's abilities have been massively underrated. Back to the fight, our beastly protagonist found Pseudo-Prince SS hiding in a hole and drove a dagger right through his arm. The blonde guy screamed in agony as blood poured down his arm, while Seong-hoon, watching their duel play out, was amazed at how Seongjun dismantled his opponent without killing him, and did it all while making it look easy. Pseudo-Prince SS was quickly schooled and got a taste of his own deceptive medicine. He begged for mercy and tried to manipulate our guy, claiming they couldn't finish the trial without him. His lie sounded pretty convincing, as he tried to persuade his teammates that the tower wouldn't let them pass the trial if they were short one person. Seongjun turned to his 2 teammates for advice, but they told him to do whatever he wanted. Right then, that bastard Seongjun seized the chance and swung his sword at Han, but our guy somehow dodged it, as if he'd seen it coming, and that's when he finally lost his cool. Han lunged forward to strike with his dagger, but only slashed through Seongjun's magic illusion. The blonde guy bolted back and activated his unique skill, Last Surprise, which boosts all of his stats by 10. The rank 4 player regrets it, as he wanted to save it as his final trump card, and goes berserk, calling Han a bastard and screaming that he'll kill him. The magic summons chains, attempting to shatter Han's karma shield. Right after that, our guy uses the Grace of the Wind skill, boosting all speed attributes by 40. While the chains cause total chaos as they strike, our guy remains completely unharmed. He makes it clear that it's much safer to face the trial with just the 3 of them than with a piece of trash like him. The only thing Han wanted to hear from Pseudo-Prince SS was just that, especially after that lying prick had the nerve to attack him. The scene gets intense as Seong-jun unleashes all the accumulated damage from the karma shield. A blinding flash of light erupts, marking the end for Kim Seong-jun. After all, this is exactly what a liar like him deserves. Then our guy loots his gear, an old tailcoat from the vampire count. Well, he needs it since his own cloak got scorched. It's a special tailcoat that creates a blood-red protective barrier by consuming the user's stamina or HP. Secondly, our guy also gets the blood magic sword, whose blade carries a bloody aura. It facilitates the circulation of demonic energy through the veins. At least Han thanks Seongjun for the sword. Immediately after, Kim and Chun Seok jump down to meet him. Chun Seok is totally geeking out over how awesome our guy was. Seong-hoon concludes that it's all over. Then, they are notified to prepare for the upcoming trial, as the prep time is almost up. The 3 of them start moving, and as they walk, they pass by a giant knight statue. Oh, Chun Seok voices his intrusive thoughts, hoping the statue won't come to life or anything. But Kim Seong-hoon says that's totally possible, since this is the Tower of Trials, not Night at the Museum. Right then, our guy shoots a skeptical look at the statue, feeling an eerie aura rushing toward them. Afterward, they reach the trial grounds lit by blue crystals where they witness 3 more creepy statues bound by heavy chains. They find themselves standing before a headless suit of armor, believing it to be the Lord of the Abyss. That's when the 10th trial begins, and the system announces that the Abyss Guardians will emerge. The players must prevent the resurrection of the Lord of the Abyss. Suddenly, the place starts to shake, and the Abyss Guardians awaken, breaking their chains and surrounding the 3 of them. Seong-hoon is ready for a little warm-up, while our guy advises them to aim for the Guardians' heads. Han explains his logic: they need to stop the Guardians from bringing the heads on their backs to the Lord. Since it sounds easy and straightforward, the top-ranked player suggests they each take down 1 Guardian, and just like that, the 3 strongest hunters face off against the statue Guardians. The Guardians stomp forward, wielding massive swords. Seongjun plans to take down his Guardian in a single strike with his sword Ki, swinging his blade at the enemy. However, the Guardian forces our guy to step back as it counterswings. Our guy warily glares at the Abyss Guardian, realizing they aren't exactly pushovers. He then wonders how the others are holding up. Kim Seong-hoon is battling a Guardian that seems to have weapons similar to his. This guy is also getting wrecked by the statue's brute force as the Guardian charges toward the Lord of the Abyss. A massive explosion rings out, and the rank 1 player is back in action. He lunges out from the rubble with his magic weapon. Kim Sung-hoon realizes all these guardians are mid-tier monsters and warns his teammates not to let their guard down. Oh Chun-seok talks through his helmet and mocks Kim for getting caught by a guardian just a moment ago. Chun-seok puts that helmet on his head, and he's not about to take it off, since it totally kills his style. This guy is finally getting serious for the first time, and now that the guardian made him wear this ridiculous thing, it's basically dead meat. The rank 2 player conjures an iconic magic bow and arrow. He fires 3 explosive arrows that go off like bath bombs, but the guardian dodges and leaps toward him. Oh Chun-seok figures that rushing a long-range mage while they're charging up is a textbook play, at least if he were just some average mage. Watching the top 2 players go all out, Han Seong-jun knows they're just as much of hardcore challengers, which only makes his own fighting spirit burn even brighter. Finally, our boy can focus on his own battle. Just like that, Han dodges the guardian's swing as it slams into the ground. Rocks fly into the air, and our guy does a classic spin to kick those boulders straight back at the guardian. Seong-jun activates his Grace of the Wind skill, boosting his overall speed by 50%. Surprisingly, he dashes right past the guardian, and it turns out he's stepped on its shadow. He uses the Shadowless Step skill to increase the attack speed of bladed weapons by another 10%. With that, Seong-jun leaps high and slashes with his lightning-charged dagger, tearing through the guardian's mask. Meanwhile, player Kim Sung-hoon uses lightning strikes to shatter the mask of his guardian, and the beastly Oh Chun-seok thrusts his weapon, splitting the guardian's head in 2. Suddenly, those 3 statues bolt, and Seong-hoon deduces that it's because the Lord's head was smashed into smithereens, so they won't be able to revive it anytime soon. They seize the moment to strike while the iron is hot, and charge toward the statues. As they are chasing down those guardians, suddenly a rumbling sound distracts our guy. Turns out those cunning Abyss Guardians are running toward the knight statue, mounted on a horse at the entrance. Beyond anyone's imagination, that statue has come to life, and with the Guardian's help, it makes a leap to reach the Lord of the Abyss. That Knight Guardian flips the script as it jumps off the horse, carrying a mask to place on the Lord's head. While Seong-jun sprints as fast as he can, our boy is already too late, because he can't make it there on foot in time. At that clutch moment, our guy uses his final trump card, and putting all his strength into it, Han throws the dagger with terrifying force, striking the mask and shattering it into pieces. Chun-seok praises it as a beautiful throw, while the mounted knight screams in disbelief and catches the crown falling from the mask. Livid, the knight puts on the crown. Its next move leaves everyone in total chaos. The knight slits its own throat. The players rush forward to prevent this disaster, but they're too late as the knight rips off its own head and places it on the Lord's. As the hunters jump in to attack, a violent surge of energy blasts them back, and the conditions are met. As the Lord of the Abyss is resurrected, our guy is left speechless. And now the special objective of the trial is to defeat the Lord of the Abyss. The system negates all damage with an impenetrable power. They also learn that this boss monster can only be damaged by a challenger, whose average stats are higher than its own. Han Seong-jun wonders what kind of power this boss monster possesses. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Abyss summons a sword and emits a dangerous aura as it grips the blade. The Lord's sword slams into the ground, capable of tearing a person to shreds. As the ground cracks open, all 3 of them leap back to escape the lethal force. Our guy is completely stunned and is genuinely curious to know what kind of OP ability that is. The fact that they can't even scratch it makes Han wonder, how the hell are they supposed to take it down? In the meantime, the boss monster leans in close to Seong-jun, while our guy tries to run for his life. The Lord swings its sword, nearly skewering him, but our boy escapes with minimal damage. Han blames himself for hesitating, and as he glances at the Abyss Guardians, something clicks in his head. Then Kim and Chun-seok rush over to Han, asking if he's okay. The rank 1 player summarizes that they need to find a way to drop the boss monster, and plans to wipe out the Guardians first. Suddenly, Han asks for a favor, asking his teammates if they can hold off the boss for a bit. But Seok thinks that's absurd, since the boss is immune to damage, so it'd definitely be more efficient to use that time to clear the Guardians. That's when our guy reveals that he has an idea to kill that abomination for good. Kim looks into Seong-jun's determined eyes and trusts him, but he makes it clear that they won't be able to hold back the boss for long. It's been too long advising Han not to drag this out. Just like that, Kim and Chun-seok head out to distract the boss monster. Our guy is left behind to handle the incoming Guardians. On the flip side, Sung-hoon uses his powerful lightning strikes, but they don't even scratch the Lord of the Abyss. The boss monster goes wild as it activates its power, the Lord's authority, forcing them to bow before the Lord and forbidding them from moving without permission. It looks like the two top players are cooked, since they aren't allowed to move until the Lord permits it, collapsing to the ground to bow before him. The Lord slashes his sword with a resounding power, a terrifying force writhing in pure rage and surging toward them, while Chun-Sok and Kim are helpless, unable to dodge the attack. Kim uses magic resistance to partially break the movement restriction and stands in front of Chun-Sok to protect him. The rank 1 player takes the brunt of the damage as the energy blast hits him square on. He coughs up blood and falls into Chun-Sok's arms. Neither player has the strength left to survive the Lord's crushing power. Seok holds his companion who is on the brink of death, while the Lord points his sword at them to finish them off. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and just as the blade is about to crush them to death, our guy shows up just in time and saves his teammates. With his vengeance shield, Han apologizes for making them wait and absorbs the souls of the guardians he's defeated. All of his stats increase permanently, and Han unleashes all the accumulated damage using Vengeance Shield. Our guy activates his sword chi skill, causing his sword to glow with incredible power. He then leaps up and slashes like a madman, and his aura slams into the boss monster, cracking his body. The boss monster screams and activates the Lord's authority to keep everyone from moving without permission. Our guy surrenders to the Lord's power as he bows his head. He gnashes his teeth in rage and activates 2 skills, Jack Gleason and Magic Resistance. His skills completely nullify all movement restrictions. Our guy breaks through the Lord's power impressively, and this alone causes his 3 skills, Jack Gleason and Mana Circulation, to level up to a higher rank. The Lord counters with his sword, and our guy grins, smirks like a madman while saving himself with his shield. Even he thinks that this time, he's in real danger, but he can't stop laughing. Actually, Han knows why. It's because he wants to win that badly. Our guy jumps into the lion's den with a terrifying resolve, relishing the challenge to become stronger. It's a primal hunger burning in his soul. Meanwhile, Chun-Sok is talking to Mr. Kim, asking if he's watching Song-Jun fight, because that guy might be the real deal. Kim Sung-hoon, as the top ranker, feels weird about being on the sidelines, watching a battle for the first time, but they should still congratulate Han. Kim admits that our guy definitely deserves his spot at the top of the leaderboard. On the battlefield, the air is heavy with tension, as the Lord's lethal power tries to shatter the Vengeance Shield, but it's all part of Han's plan. When Vengeance Shield hits its maximum damage accumulation, he risks his life as he intends, narrowing the radius of the shield's blast so that the damage output is as concentrated as possible. That's when he unleashes all the damage accumulated by his shield. Han Seong-jun smirks wickedly as he uses the skill Grace of the Wind, boosting his overall speed by 70%, completing the stack status, total skill overlap. With that, Han increases his sword attack speed by another 10% using the skill Hurricane Sword Dance. Just like a true beast, he swings his blade across the boss monster's neck, decapitating it in a split second. Finally, Han has taken down the Lord of the Abyss, the target of the challenge. It seems the administrator, the Iron and Blood Sovereign, is absolutely mesmerized after witnessing her player's potential and believes it might be limitless. Afterward, we learn that ordinary players who dare to climb the tower prepare themselves so strictly as if to eliminate even the slightest hint of danger, laboring through each floor one by one while wasting their precious time. On the other hand, player Han Seong-jun is the total opposite. He is the embodiment of an extraordinary talent, rare in any dimension. It's as if he's obsessed by some phenomenal will to become stronger. Well, exactly according to the Iron and Blood Sovereign, the dilemma is that as time passes and Han climbs higher, other administrators will definitely start taking an interest in him. So the admin makes sure that her bond with Seong-jun cannot be surpassed by her rivals, so she can achieve her long-held ambition. Well, her burning desire to reach her goal is just like our main characters. Han Seong-gun defeats the Black Emperor, thereby clearing the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. A skill proficiency potion is sent to his inventory as a reward. Along with that completion, he receives 60,000 points, 1,000 SP, and an extra 1,000 SP as a clearance bonus. Since Seong-jun contributed the most in the special mission, he earns a massive amount of points and SP as rewards for the special mission, and he's stoked about all the extra loot. Chun-Seok is totally floored, wondering how Seong-jun pulled this off, and he reveals to him that he has a skill he could use and just got lucky with it. Seung-hoon admits that he really surprised him in many ways, and decides to talk about the details later, after he sends a friend request and heals his injuries. Top rankers Kim Seung-hoon and Chun-sook send him friend requests, and then they part ways. Since over 1,000 people have cleared the 10th trial, the system expansion will begin, and the dimensional travel category is added to the shop. Thanks to this, Han Seong-jun can now travel to other dimensions. He assumes the system means he can travel to places like Azer or Muzum via dimensional travel, but he believes that would be suicide. The system notifies him that the administrator's observation and interference domains have expanded to Earth's dimension. This means that now he can chat with the administrator in the lobby and even visit the administrator's domain to sign additional corresponding contracts. However, the system warns him that he can only sign one more contract, and it will be restricted once the contract is formed, though he is able to terminate it at any time. He ponders over it deeply for a while, but then decides to sort through the things he got from the 10th floor. First is a skill proficiency potion, and when consumed, it can boost skill proficiency by 20%. As he drinks the potion, the system asks which skill he wants to boost. He doesn't hesitate to pick Grace of the Wind. The system confirms his choice, and the proficiency of Grace of the Wind hits 100% after the 20% jump. Consequently, its rank goes up a tier right after Seong-jun absorbs the Black Emperor's soul, permanently increasing his stats, including strength, agility, vitality, mana, and endurance. He also acquires a new skill, mana management and incredible ability. Han Seong-jun is interrupted when two administrators, the White Crane Swordmaster and the Iron and Blood Sovereign, invite him to their domains at the same time. This leaves him in a real bind. It almost sounds like a double date. Seong-jun accepts the invite and goes to the Iron and Blood domain, where he meets the administrator, the Iron and Blood Sovereign, who is smirking confidently knowing he'd choose her. She reveals she won a bet because of him, and he realizes the reason he was invited by both at once was just because of some bet. Noticing her outfit, Seong-jun asks if she's cold. He decides to ask her about the mana management skill that he just received, wondering if she could tell him anything about it. The admin believes it's a top-tier skill and decides to give him a brief rundown on it. Before they enter the living quarters, she instructs him to try to circulate all the mana in his body as intensely as possible with the new mana management skill. When Seong-jun does so, his mana circuits are heavily impacted by the activation of the skill, and they are forcibly enhanced by it. An insanely powerful amount of mana envelops his body, and he tests it out. As a result, a strong gust of wind blows away the thin fabric, covering the administrator's body, and Han Seong-jun catches the whole show. Later, while they are both eating, the white-haired woman expresses her disbelief that Seong-jun could be such a player. He gets flustered and tries to explain she's got it all wrong, but she laughs and tells him to try activating each of his magic skills with mana management whenever he has some free time. As his mastery of the skill grows, it will help level up each of his magic skills. Han is confused as to why she called him and asks if she knew about the system expansion when he entered the 11th floor lobby. The administrator reveals that she can come here without needing the tower. Furthermore, she reveals that wasn't the reason why the interference domain was added. The real motive is so that administrators can actively nurture their challengers. When he doesn't quite catch her drift, the Iron and Blood Sovereign decides to show him and uses her interference domain, granting the challenger a power. A new power of the Iron and Blood blade has been etched into his soul. Feeling overwhelmed, he asks her if such power can really just be handed out, and the administrator flat out says no, which leaves Han confused. The white-haired sovereign believes she has put in enough work for the tower to pull this off, but Han doesn't get why she is helping and picking him to such a huge extent. That's when the administrator confesses that she sees potential in him and explains that administrators are rewarded for raising their challengers. But the motive isn't purely selfless. In fact, they are only investing in their challengers because of their own desperate wishes. Seong-jun wonders what that desperate wish could be. But before they can continue, the administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, invites him to her domain again, not just once, but repeatedly. The Iron and Blood Sovereign decides to wrap up the talk, after seeing how thirsty the other one is, and says her goodbyes to him. Seong-jun accepts the invitation, and is warped to the administrator's domain. In the forest, he looks around, and thinks this place is absolutely goated for his training sessions. Curious about the training method that the Iron and Blood Sovereign mentioned, he decides to test it out right now, and activates mana management. His proficiency in the triple cut skill increases by 8%. Instant acceleration. is forcibly boosted and reaches B rank. And finally, Counter Shield's proficiency also jumps up 7% thanks to mana management. Along with that, Han tries to use Sword Key, but it doesn't trigger through mana management. This leaves him confused because it's super weird. The system reminds him that White Crane Swordmaster is eagerly waiting, so he decides to follow the prompt and head forward. On the way Han Song, Jun assumes the administrator is some old geezer, based on the alias they're using. But once he arrives, a stunning white-haired girl is waiting for him. She introduces herself as the Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. He's left speechless with shock, and White Crane wonders if there's a problem, but Han reassures her that he's just flexed on by the fact he's meeting the administrator he's only ever messaged before. White Crane invites him to sit down as they talk, and Songjun feels totally vibing after taking a seat, finally getting why she's sitting there instead of on a chair. The administrator reveals she's been watching him from here ever since his hardcore showdown with Beck's son, Hawk, on the 9th floor. Seong-jun asks why she'd give her power to a challenger she's only met once, thinking it's a total waste of resources. But the beautiful girl completely disagrees with him and believes he needs to properly understand his own worth. Furthermore, she reveals that the High Elder, Bai, could never achieve Lightning Sword Ki, even though he was once a legendary swordsman in Murim, and he lost part of his power upon entering the tower. Therefore, she believes that defeating a challenger like him is a massive flex. Along with that, she also discloses that she was the one who signed a contract with Beth. So there's no need for him to deny it. This leaves Han Songjun speechless, as he thought she might hold a grudge against him. But the White Crane Swordmaster cuts his thoughts short by telling him not to kill the vibe, stating that he was just a challenger used for farming points. The administrator lets him know that she has signed contracts with many challengers before, but she has never invited anyone here except for Songjun. Along with that, she bluntly proposes that he sign an additional contract with her. He is curious about the perks he'll get if he goes along with it, and she tells him that if he agrees, she will take him as the disciple of Administrator White Crane, Swordmaster. When Seong-jun asks for a further explanation, he explains that an administrator can only designate one disciple in their lifetime, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract. Additionally, challengers who are disciples can purchase all the powers of that administrator. Hearing this, Han Songjun is shocked to realize the importance of the disciple contract, and thinks about the Iron and Blood Sovereign, who didn't even explain this to him, even though he is her disciple. Seong-jun tells her that the additional contract can be terminated at any time, and asks why she would make this once-in-a-lifetime contract when it is so disadvantageous for her. The administrator tells him that she is doing this to fulfill her desperate wish, just like the Iron and Blood Sovereign, and it's because she needs the sharpest blade, the best sword that will neither bend nor dull. She believes Han Songjun has the potential to become the sharpest blade of all. On the flip side, he's puzzled by the term desperate wish, since the Iron and Blood Sovereign said the same thing. He couldn't help but ask the administrator exactly what this desperate wish is. White Crane Swordmaster breaks it down in detail. Regarding the desperate wish, she reveals that an administrator's desperate wish stems from their past regrets. It's rooted in their memories, and at the same time, it's a power granted by the tower to the administrators. Much like the Tower of Trials itself, it's a quest that can only be assigned to challengers who have signed a contract with an administrator, and when it's fulfilled, the challenger receives a reward. She tells him that if her desperate wish comes true, Seong-jun will be able to change the past. This completely blows his mind. He can't believe it, wondering if something so impossible is actually doable. But the administrator is sure he'll realize her words are legit just by climbing the tower. This answer satisfies Seong-jun, and he has one more question that he's a bit hesitant to ask at first, but he goes for it anyway. He asks her how many floors he has to clear to make her desperate wish come true. A shy White Crane Swordmaster tells him it'll be the hall on the very top floor of the tower, the ultimate trial. The contract is officially sealed, and the administrator is beyond stoked about his amazing decision, assuring him he won't regret it. Han Seong-jun is now recognized as the true successor of Administrator White Crane Swordmaster, and thanks to his disciple perks, the effectiveness of powers and skills in the Murim dimension will increase by 10%. Plus, his mana has increased by 3 thanks to the disciple perks. On top of that, he is now recognized as the disciple of 2 administrators. And with these kinds of disciple benefits, he feels like he can't pass up the chance to level up his strength right away. But his train of thought is interrupted when the beautiful administrator asks if he's heard anything from the Iron and Blood Sovereign about the person who's looking for him. Seongjun says no, leaving the administrator puzzled, wondering what Iron and Blood is thinking, since it seems she trusts him completely. White Crane Swordmaster says she trusts him too. However, there's something she needs to tell him, but it will use up all of Han Seongjun's question tickets, and she asks if he's cool with that. Seongjun has no problem with it, since he was just hoarding them anyway, without really using them. As a challenger, Han has exhausted his question tickets, and the administrator reveals that in the Murim dimension, there's a major power called the Murim Alliance, and Baek Sun-hak, the guy our boy killed on the 9th floor, held a high-ranking position as a High Elder of the Murim Alliance. That's why someone is looking for our boy in the Murim dimension, and this intel has our hero in total denial, because he definitely doesn't want someone from the Murim Alliance hunting him down. But the administrator reassures him that instead, the Murim Alliance is currently in total chaos due to the power struggle for the vacant High Elder seat. While our boy wonders who exactly wants him dead, the beautiful white-haired girl lets him know it's the sword dragon from the Namgung clan in Tokyo, Shinjuku's Azure Sky Sword Dragon Namgung Hwyuk. He's a guy who has made a name for himself among the martial arts champions, living in the Murim dimension for centuries, and is hailed as a total prodigy. Although the ultimate reason he's looking for our boy is for cold-blooded revenge. But the real reason is that he's simply curious. The administrator warns Seongjun because she doesn't know when it'll go down. But if our boy has to face Namgung Hwyuk, he needs to be ready to put his life on the line. With that, Seongjun is transported to the 11th floor lobby. While he processes the intel, he just received that some Murim psycho killer is hunting him. Our boy buys the Steel Wing C+ power and the Return Stone F+, and decides to go on a crazy power-leveling grind before crossing paths with Namgung Hwyuk, his bloodthirsty enemy. Seongjun uses the Return Stone to get back to Earth and is confused after seeing tons of messages and missed calls from Hee-jin, making him wonder if something went south. Our boy activates his steel wings and heads to the Hunter Association, where we see everyone buzzing about some incident that happened in Japan. Han Seongjun arrives there, leaving people shook, and wondering if that guy just literally flew in. Inside the building, Hee-jin, along with her senior, greets our hero, apologizing for bothering him while he was in the tower. After some small talk, Seongjun asks if something's wrong, since they called him in so urgently. Hee-jin tells him about a major incident that just went down in Japan, and because she was worried our boy might fly over there solo after hearing the news, she called him here first. Instead of just telling Seongjun, the senior decides to show him the body cam footage, since the situation is pretty grim. This footage is from a Japanese hunter and was shared with them by Japan. The location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The senior reports that the Japan Hunter Association detected a massive energy surge from a gate and dispatched a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. And the outcome, the person who stepped out of that gate slaughtered 6 A-rank hunters in a matter of seconds. Although there's a theory that he's a challenger from another world who has invaded the Earth dimension, Seongjun suggests that all hunters should step up and support Japan. But the senior cuts him off, explaining that in such an unprecedented situation, most nations are trying to protect their own hunters first. Therefore, they're blocking their hunter resources from being sent to Japan. Their country is doing the same, so no hunters can be dispatched to assist Japan. Then the senior shows body cam footage from the lone survivor of the 7-man team, where we see the Azure Sky Sword Dragon, Namgung Hwyuk, announcing to the world that he's back to take revenge for Baek Sun-hak. Hearing that name, a wave of unease washes over Han Seongjun, as he didn't expect to run into him so soon. Seeing our boy's dead serious reaction, Lee Hye-jin tells him that going isn't mandatory. With that in mind, she suggests they go grab a bite first, since it's been a minute since they last met up. Han Seongjun tries to say something, but the black-haired girl looks visibly anxious. Our boy then announces that, as per Japan's request, he will be heading to Shinjuku, Tokyo. Lee Hee-jin loses her cool and asks why he keeps doing such reckless things without giving a single thought to other people's feelings. Our hero pats her head reassuringly and tells her that this is something he must settle. The scene flashes back to Hwyuk's past, where a young Hwyuk is holding a blade while the children in front of him stare at him in terror, thinking that was way overkill for a simple sparring match. Sun-hak appears and praises Hwyuk for manifesting sword chi at just 13, believing he's already surpassed what Baek had achieved at that age. The old man pats young Hwyuk's head and warns him that martial arts aren't meant for hurting people, but are a path toward transcendence. and so he shouldn't harm anyone without a reason. The Tower of Trials picked a challenger from the dimension of Murim, and as time ticked by, Namgung Hwayak grew increasingly powerful. While everyone was rooting for him, he wasn't satisfied. His lust for battle wasn't fulfilled just by climbing the tower. He apologized to his grandfather while using a dimension invasion ticket because he finds the most joy in slaughtering humans. Hwayak no longer felt a thrill from killing villains, and going on a rampage across Murim wasn't allowed. But he thought a guy named Han Seong-jun could make things very interesting for him as he let out an evil laugh. Han Seong-jun arrived in Japan, and a woman showed him to the room, escorting him along the way. As he entered the room, our boy saw Oh Chun-guk and Seon-hoon were already there, and they were stoked to see him again after the 10th floor. Our boy had expected to see them, since he'd heard from the association, and wondered if this was the full squad assembled to answer Japan's call for backup. Seon-hoon revealed that another challenger from the States would be arriving soon, while our boy calculated in his head that the otherworld challenger appearing in Shinjuku was an absolute beast, who could solo all of them. So it'd be great if the U.S. challenger was actually cracked. Turns out the U.S. challenger was Catherine, and Seong-jun was left speechless for a moment when he saw her, while the lady wondered if the two of them had already met. Han Seong-jun revealed that they had crossed paths in the tower for a while, but Catherine was salty about meeting him like this. After our boy wondered if there was some other way she wanted to see him, Catherine argued that she wanted a more normal first impression, and Seong-jun believed that if they hadn't met normally to begin with, then how on earth could they have a normal encounter now? As the two of them bicker, Seon-hoon mistakes it for a lover's quarrel, but our boy flat out denies it, firmly using the words hell no. This makes Catherine catch a major attitude. The woman who showed Seong-jun the way earlier introduces herself as the president of the Hunter Association in Japan, Ajichika. Our boy is shook to find out she's the president because she personally went to the airport. Therefore, Seong-jun thought she was just a regular employee. Seong-jun believes this shows how down bad Japan is, but he's cut off when Aji says that no further support for Japan is expected, since the situation is much worse than she thought. She figures they are gatekeeping hunter support. Chunguk is absolutely floored, saying that, even if they are holding back their hunters, the fact that only 4 people applied worldwide is straight up insane. Catherine also sees the situation is more chaotic than she anticipated. Ajichika says that no country is actively willing to help Japan. With her body trembling, she bows to everyone to show her gratitude, sincerely thanking all those who came here when everyone else has turned their backs on them. Han Seong-jun helps her up because he believes that now is not the time for bowing, and this leaves an impression on Catherine, who starts to think our boy is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. But our hero finishes his sentence by saying that instead of bowing, the president should just double their rewards right now. Seong-jun asks her to double the promised payout, and he'll go all out with his support to take care of this problem. The redhead, upon hearing this, instantly takes back what she said, realizing she just had the wrong impression of him, while Han Seong-jun gives a smug smirk. Since he didn't come here to play the hero, instead he's here for the bag, and the growth he'll gain from taking down Namgung. Hyuk Aji regains her composure, and believes that the entity appearing in Shinjuku is an abnormal monster. And since they're all putting their lives on the line, she promises to double the reward. Along with that, she points at Catherine Bennett and asserts that they have a chance to win, because the ability the redhead challenger possesses can flip the script of the battle. One of the powers that Catherine possesses is called fire suppression. If an opponent stronger than her touches the flame, triggering this power, all of their stats will drop by 10%, and some of their random skills will be sealed. By using this power, they can clutch the win if the enemy touches it. Han Seong-jun thinks they need to set up a situation where Catherine can activate her fire suppression. News reveals that the Chinese S-rank hunter is Ren, who has arrived in Shinjuku for support and has just encountered the challenger from another world. Though it looks like they're just chatting, Namgung Hyuk asks the S-rank hunter if he is Han, but this person reveals that he is the Chinese Ren. Before the two can continue their talk, Ren punches Hyuk right in the face, and the fierce martial arts fanatic realizes that his opponent is also a martial artist. Their fight begins while Han, Seong-jun, and the others witness this from the plane and complain. Why is that Chinese hunter acting solo? Han asks Catherine if she can land safely, even if they jump out mid-air. While she wonders what he means, our boy says that he has a good idea, and the redhead does indeed have a skill to nullify all fall damage. Songjun believes that if this works out, they're going to deal a ton of damage to him, all at once. And in that split second, he instructs Catherine to activate her power. Without further explanation, Han Seong-jun apologizes in advance and grabs Catherine as they jump off the plane and use the steel wings. Chung-guk is hyped to see our boy hasn't changed one bit, and with that, the two of them also leap from the plane. Catherine bickers with Seong-jun mid-air, but our boy doesn't even hear her out, because he's vibing with the fact that the Chinese hunter is drawing Namgung-hyuk's attention. Our boy instructs the redhead to use her power if she sees an opening, and with that, he decides to go in first. Meanwhile, Ren and Hyuk are busy clashing. As Namgung wonders what kind of martial arts this is, he repels the Chinese hunter, sending him flying away. Before Hyuk can even catch his breath, something slams into him with full force, and then we see Han Seong-jun standing right in front of him. Namgung-hyuk gives our boy a sharp glare and asks who he is. Seong-jun smirks at Hyuk and says he's been looking for him a lot, and now here he is. The guy doesn't even know who Seong-jun is. On the flip side, young Master Hyuk's hand is swollen and throbbing, while our boy makes a devastating entrance. He admits that diving down at terminal velocity from the sky wasn't exactly the brightest idea. While Hyuk keeps asking Han who he is, our boy activates Blood Scent to nerf all incoming pain by 40%. Now Han is ready. He's surprised this dude can't recognize him, even though he's been desperately searching for him. That's when it clicks for Hyuk. This is the notorious guy he's been hunting down. Our boy introduces himself and charges his blade with sword chi. Hyuk clenches his fists, eagerly anticipating the fight, finally coming face to face with his prey. But the young master now realizes that Han is just a fraud, using fake sword chi. The young master slams his hands together, popping the blisters on his palms. As his hands bleed, Hyuk grows furious, declaring his annoyance has reached its limit. But he doesn't give a damn, and lunges at the enemy. Since the opponent is unarmed, Han decides to strike first, but Hyuk summons his sword in the blink of an eye. The duel kicks off as their blades clash, and he narrowly cheats death, because a direct hit would have been lights out. Han then uses ash blood to mitigate the damage, and temporarily hunkers down behind his shield. He had hoped that UK would take significant damage from his flying strike, but it's no use, he gets nerfed a bit. As another counter, attack from the opponent pierces his retribution skill. At this rate, the reflect effect of the shield will be totally useless. Seong-jun then witnesses the power of true sword chi as Hyuk's blade begins to glow. On the flip side, the swordmaster mocks Han for using a self-heal skill, calling him a total coward who has to resort to cheap tricks given by the tower. He then unleashes an electric sword chi at Hyuk, but the guy is completely unfazed, as if it was nothing. Right at that moment, the young master gets jumped as Kim Seong-hun and Chung-guk ambush him, but he dodges like a pro, and while Hyuk is distracted, Catherine appears from the shadows and blasts him with a flame curse. However, she is shocked when her powers fail to activate, as the young master leaps onto a streetlight, pointing his sword straight toward the sky. Everything shakes as his blade unleashes a massive surge of aura. With a terrifying presence, he makes it clear he won't let these useless pests ruin his fun. We all know that after countless life and death encounters, all hunters develop a gut instinct. There's absolutely no way to defend against this attack. Yeah, that's Hyuk's sword chi, and it's scary strong, enough to wipe out everything in its path. The young master goes ballistic as he drops a lethal blow, while the three of them run for their lives. That energy literally consumes the entire horizon. The scene shifts to Han's flashback, where the White Crane administrator asks Han Seong-jun to accept these humble teachings as a gift, showing her appreciation. She takes his hand and passes a stream of mana into him, explaining this is how to truly connect with energy, instead of just limiting it to a single transfer. As the energy flows into Han, White Crane asks if he feels the difference. The first time, he only felt a surge of mana pouring in, but the second time, it felt as if the administrator herself existed within him. White Crane gives a quick smile and suggests Han apply that energy to a sword, but warns him to try it only after leaving this place, as he could be penalized for taking an unfair advantage from an administrator. Back to the present scene. Hyuk's explosive power echoes through the sky, covering the entire horizon. On the flip side, he becomes the first person to attain sword ki on his own, without anyone teaching him. In the Earth dimension, the Tower of Trials applauds Han for his achievement. He gains the achievement, Unity of Body and Sword, and with that, Seong-jun's sword chi is finally perfected. Han asks if everyone is okay, and Catherine reassures him they're all fine thanks to him. Deep down, Catherine wonders how Han managed to parry Hyuk's sword strike by going head-to-head with his own blade. In a heartbeat, she realizes these two players are in a league of their own, far beyond them. The young master grins wickedly, as he expected nothing less from Seong Jun, remarking that the guy almost let him down. Hyuk muses that the more complex and carefully built a sandcastle is, the more satisfying it feels to tear it down. He swings his sword, and when their blades clash, Han gets absolutely wrecked. Han thinks most of the dimensional invaders he's faced so far have been pretty cocky, but this Japanese bastard is straight up mental, and it's really starting to tick him off. He backs off and tells Catherine and the others to fall back to a safe spot. Han can't seem to focus, because he's too busy worrying about protecting them, like before. While Catherine refuses to leave, Seong-hun agrees it's a tough pill to swallow, but Seong-jun is 100% right. The top-tier player feels ashamed that this is just another challenge, where he's totally useless. However, Kim tells Han that they'll initiate the play the second they see a good opening. With that, Kim, Catherine, and Oh Chung-guk leave. Meanwhile, Hyuk and Seong-jun finally have the entire stage to go all out. Their energy flashes across the city, booming with massive explosions. And as the three of them watch the intensity, Chung-guk understands why Han wanted them to go. While Bennett feels relieved that our guy can stand his ground against that monster, the masked player figures out that's not quite the case. It's subtle, but the enemy has already read Seong-jun's moves, and if this keeps up, our teammate is going to get countered and dropped. Our hero is struggling against all odds. He had hoped that mastering Sword Ki would put him on a slightly more level playing field with him. Han recalls what Bai He told him about Hyuk Nam-gung's swordsmanship being rank A, while his own skill rank is only C. Even though that creates a massive gap in power between them, he figures this isn't even a matter of skill or anything like that. To be honest, the guy's strength is just too overwhelming, almost inhuman. Right after that, he collapses to the ground, from exhausting himself just to self-heal. He approaches and asks if Han has given up yet. Han knows full well that he can't keep fighting like this. However, in the heat of battle, Han catches a break when Catherine tosses him a potion. He tries to drink it, but a savage kick slams into him. Man, this kid is a total clown for thinking he could pop a potion in front of a stronger enemy. Instead, that bastard Hayek chugs the whole thing. Catherine can't believe her eyes, while Chung-guk calls that Japanese guy a total prick and regrets not putting poison in the bottle. Then Nam-gung smirks, believing that clinging to hope is just part of human nature, thinking Seong-jun is no different. That potion restores a decent amount of stamina for Hayek. He mocks humans for feeding themselves false hope of winning, thinking they can just give it their all and escape safely. And then when that optimism is crushed and every shred of hope turns into the pale face of despair, only then does this guy plan to get his kicks from those shattered souls. At that moment, he becomes even more monstrous, with a hellish light flickering in his eyes. The battle rages on, leaving total devastation in its wake. With an unforgiving force, they fall to the ground as Hayek's gaze meets Han's. A sudden sense of resentment rushes through him. He feels as if there's still a shred of hope in Seong-jun's eyes. A wave of frustration surges within him, and Hayek attacks him even more violently, sending our boy slamming into the ground trembling. Right after that, Nam-gung approaches him, assuming Han barely has enough energy left to move. But what really bugs him is that his eyes are still staring straight through him. This feeling of disbelief makes Hyuk slash his sword right across Han's eyes, and blood splatters everywhere. He screams in pain and desperately needs stamina to heal, but he has hit his absolute limit. Even so, he still intends to squeeze out the last drop of strength he has left. Maybe then he can land one final blow. The freakish Chinese guy leans down to deliver another strike. While Han's injured eyes are a major obstacle, so there's no way he can finish his opponent with a single hit. He feels miserable about his powerlessness and tries to think about what the next step could be. Meanwhile, Han's friends come to the rescue and rush toward him, but he yells at them to back off because he knows if they join the fight, they'll be slaughtered instantly. That's when the evil swordsman learns the reason behind Han's obnoxious, hopeful look. It's his companions, his little insects. Nonetheless, Catherine jumps in with her fire powers, but she can't keep up with Hayek's unpredictable speed and gets slashed from behind by his sword. The masked player calls out to Catherine and fights Hayek with his lightning powers. But the inevitable happens, and Nam-gung attacks Kim with lethal force, slamming him into the ground so hard it cracks. Blood drips from Han's eyes, while the young master grabs Catherine by the hair and points his sword at her. The freak gently grazes his blade across her neck, and while she screams in agony, he asks Jun if he can smell his teammate's burning flesh. He furiously demands that Hayek let her go, calling him a total psycho. The young master's face lights up with a grin as he looks at Han's horrified expression. This is exactly what he wanted. Right after that, Chunguk takes the chance to move stealthily and attacks Hyuk with his ice powers. The guy successfully freezes Hayek's hand, along with his sword, and makes a break for it. After rescuing Catherine, he immediately heals her as much as he can. While on the run, seconds later that evil bastard breaks out of the ice and flies into a rage at that annoying pest. At that moment, Hayek catches up to them with a single leap. Meanwhile, Jun-Sok opens an energy sphere to encase the girl, to send her as far away as possible. This is the best he can do right now. As the energy sphere departs, and as Jun-Sok looks for cover, Hayek grabs him by the head and swings his sword to slash him, but his ice armor managed to tank the damage. Witnessing his teammates getting beaten to a pulp, Anne is overwhelmed by guilt. He reflects that even after 7 years, nothing has changed. He thought he had become stronger, that his growth was limitless. Yet he's still helpless, unable to protect anyone. As the guilt intensifies in his heart, suddenly a swarm of rats rushes toward him. It turns out those rats are running for one thing: survival. Mistaking the battle for a natural disaster, thousands of rats have poured out to flee, looking for a way to stay alive. As for the survival of our hero, thanks to these rats, he has finally found the perfect way to unleash his ultimate attack. That's when the gears in Seongjun's head start spinning brilliantly, and after killing thousands of those rats, absorption of all dead souls to restore stamina. On the other hand, the sword hunter has severed one of Seonghun's arms, and is holding it right then. Our boy tells Hayek that he has crossed the line, calling him a disgusting Mudong monster. The sword hunter smirks, unaware of the danger that's about to hit him, and waves Kim's severed arm around as he enjoys Han's desperate struggle. In a split second, a massive fiery punch lands square in Hayek's gut. The use of firepower on Hyuk has sealed his sword energy for 10 minutes, along with nerfing his stats. That person turns out to be Juan Bing, China's hero. You said that this Hayek bastard was unable to take his life. It seems Juan received Catherine's flame and only showed up to attack Hyuk. Now your part in this battle is done. You leave Namgung critically injured and without any defenses, since his sword energy has been sealed by the curse of the flames. Suddenly, the area is surrounded by floating swords, and it's a forced duel. That's when a dueling zone is set, up within a 100-foot radius. By using the innate trait, Forced Duel, all other players except Hyuk and Songjun are banned from entering this zone. Even without sword energy, Hyuk still smirks like a psycho because he can still use fist energy. His smug ass is pretty sure that since Seongjun has lost his sight, he has no way to defend against him. While it looks like it's game over for our protagonist, a plot twist has emerged. In that tense moment, our hero can't remember exactly when he first acquired the third eye skill, which lets him detect attacks from his blind spots. He used to think that was the third eye's limit, but it goes way beyond that. Now Han can clearly see the barrier erected around the area down to every single stone and pebble. Finally, inside the dueling zone, the irony of it all is that our guy can now see much more even though his physical eyesight has been taken away. He then realizes he hasn't been using the full potential of the skill, Third Eye. It definitely lives up to its name. That's when the third eye manifests on Han's forehead, allowing him to see much more than he ever imagined. That's how our guy discovered the true nature of the third eye, and the skill rank jumped from D to B. And now, having survived a life-or-death battle relying only on his instincts, his instinct skill also leveled up to rank B. With this upgrade, his senses have become sharper than any other player's. On surviving the fight with the swordmaster, has also upgraded his Demon Slayer skill. On top of that, his body is undergoing a recovery that breaks past limits. Due to the severe trauma it sustained, now the tables have turned. Hyuk starts getting rattled when our guy manages to dodge all of his attacks. At that moment, Seongjun's eyes widen and a sinister light from hell flickers within them, because finally, he can fight toe-to-toe with Namgung in his weakened state. Man, the vibe shifts completely as the master, Murim, struggles while fighting our boy, wondering what kind of sorcery this is. Namgung feels Seongjun's movements getting sharper with every turn, and so is his blade. Man, that's because our boy has activated the Silent Shadow skill, allowing him to move through the darkness, and goes all out as he maxes out all of his speed skills, including Wind's Grace and Haste. Instantly, he moves at light speed and boosts his blade's attack speed with the Hurricane Sword Dance skill. Our guy unleashes a barrage of sword strikes, but Namgung dodges them perfectly. In that moment, Han realizes that he's burning through his last bit of strength, yet it's only enough to barely stay even. He feels like he can't keep this up, and the problem is, his stamina will tank once Hyuk's stat debuffs wear off after 10 minutes. Simply put, Seong-hun has to end this, while the master, Murim, is still weakened by the flame's curse. Therefore, only one thing can break this deadlock, a trump card. Our hero raises his sword and chucks it with insane force. Namgung smirks, grinning like a demon, and dodges the blade as easily as the wind. He calls Han's effort brainless and a scrub move born out of desperation. The swordmaster's cockiness is what screws him over. As he lunges forward to land a fiery punch, a cold gaze flashes in Han's eyes as he calls upon the iron-blooded sword. Right at that moment, the sword suddenly appears and, following Han's command, pierces straight through Hyuk. He staggers from the sudden shock, blood spilling from his mouth. With the blade embedded in him, Hyuk realizes that Seong-hun has struck his energy core, and so he has to move fast to make a full recovery. Looks like 10 minutes have already passed. The flame's curse has ended, and the forced duel has been lifted. The dueling barrier begins to fade away. Meanwhile, the sword master regrets getting sidetracked by this child's play. He rips the sword out and tells Han that they should finish this duel another time. He holds a red stone as a portal appears, leaving everyone speechless. The Chinese guy, Juyin, realizes he's trying to return to the Muslim dimension at that very moment. They all have a strong gut feeling that if they don't finish off Hyuk Namgung right now, he'll return to Earth one day to cause an even bigger catastrophe. But they can't let him escape and bite the dust later. Catherine Lim and Juyin charge at the swordmaster. The words running away ring in Hyuk's ears, and his pride takes a massive hit. A massive inferno erupts from his blade, shaking the entire Shinjuku district and swallowing the horizon in blinding light. Buildings crumble, and the flames shatter Seong-jun's shield of vengeance. That sheer power incinerates our guy's arm, making it wither away like dust, while Catherine sobs at the sight of his missing arm. She screams, but Han tells her to stay cool, reminding them that the enemy is still standing right there. The swordmaster then calls out Han's name, making it clear that since their very first meeting, he could have killed him in a heartbeat if he wanted to, and asks if he really dares to keep going. These words make our guy's blood boil, but he has no comeback for that. Master Murim turns back and tells Han not to worry, because he'll be coming back for him soon. After the guy leaves, Seong-jun collapses to the ground as everyone rushes to his side. Back in the Muslim dimension, servants welcome back their young master, but Hyuk is in bad shape, coughing up blood. He is absolutely seething with rage, determined to drag Han Song-jun down into the depths of despair, even if it's the last thing he ever does. The scene shifts us to a hospital near Tokyo, where Chairman IG rushes to Han's side, who has finally regained consciousness. His body is covered in bandages due to his severe injuries. Looking at his arm, the chairman laments that he has sacrificed too much and expresses deep gratitude to our boy. Suddenly, he activates the blood and ash skill, and his arm regenerates in a split second, leaving IG totally stunned. After that, our guy goes to find the other members, checking on Catherine first. Han pulls back the curtain only to find Catherine, sitting there completely naked. Our guy is promptly greeted with a slap to the face. Outside, Woo Chung-guk is walking on crutches when he spots our guy in the hallway with a fresh slap mark on his face. Our guy mentions he was just in Catherine's room, who seems full of energy. However, Han asks him about Kim Seong-hun, since he's nowhere to be found. Chung-guk replies that he saw him this morning, adding that he seems to have a lot on his mind. The guy further explains that Seong-hun lost his right arm in the recent battle. Later on the hospital rooftop, Han finds Kim there, who greets him as the Sword Demon. Our boy is puzzled by the nickname, while Seong-hun glances at Han's arm, which is now completely healed. The masked man asks Seong-jun if he used a skill to heal it, staring in awe at our guy's incredible power. The masked guy admits that Han really has a knack for surprising him and reveals his own half-healed arm, saying he wasn't quite as lucky. At that point, Han apologizes and blames himself, saying things wouldn't have gone south if only he had been stronger. But Seong-hun replies that there's no reason to say sorry, because he has a skill that allows him to function normally. Han speaks his mind and confesses that he's been rushing through the tower like a man possessed. For the sake of getting stronger, he admits he's been totally obsessed, not giving a damn about anything else. He's turned into a cold, heartless monster. Well, Kim doesn't see anything wrong with being driven by the greed to become more powerful, but he also believes that the strong protecting the weak is just as important. At least that's the belief he fights for. Han seems to have learned a lot from this quest, one crucial thing he shouldn't forget. Hearing this makes Kim feel relieved knowing that someone as strong as Han isn't just a bloodthirsty freak. But to be honest, when they first met in the tower, Seong-hun wasn't so sure about his intentions. At that moment, Kim takes off his mask to have a smoke, and as our guy catches a glimpse of his face, his eyes go wide with shock. Our guy realizes exactly who he is, while Kim just grins, apologizing for not introducing himself sooner. Afterwards, all the hunters, returning from the mission, have their photos taken, and Han does an interview. Later, our guy hands Catherine a necklace that she had lost. All the hunters change out of their tower gear and head out. As our guy is the only one left, he puts on his red tailcoat and notices something feels different. He smiles, thinking those folks at the association must have buffed it up during the repairs. In fact, all of his gear is in mint condition. But it's the least they could do after the hunters stopped a national disaster. He flops onto the bed and thinks about how the last 3 days with the return stone went by in a flash. Han never expected to get this famous. And by chance, he sees that an image from the battle has gone viral. He figures the Japanese association must have filmed them from a helicopter. And as he reads the comments dubbing him Sword Demon, he finally realizes why. Seong-hun called him by that name earlier. However, our guy is shocked, because he had no idea the Thunder Lord was under that mask the whole time. Afterward, we learn that the Thunder Lord stands head and shoulders above everyone else, even among the 30 great S-rank hunters in South Korea. He has been conquering gate after gate at a speed no other S-rank hunter can match. He is worshipped as a national hero in Korea. The scene then takes us to Seong-jun's flashback, where the Thunder Lord Kim Seong-hun hands him a card and tells him to check it out. It's a recruitment invitation. Kim tells our boy to get in touch whenever he's ready. Back to the present. Han's time on Earth is running out, and he decides to put that recruitment offer on ice for now. He needs to focus on training and live up to the name Sword Demon. With that, our boy heads back into the Tower of Trials. He enters the 11th floor lobby and reflects on the lessons he learned during the fight with Hyuk. Han realizes his stamina is severely lacking. Even though his blood ash skill heals most wounds better than any other skill, the recovery effect won't kick in when his stamina is low. This is why our guy thinks it's high time. He finds a new way to boost his endurance. Seong-jun keeps browsing the skill shop, not seeing anything that catches his eye. But then he decides to stop overthinking and just buy everything he can. With that, our guy buys up every skill that looks useful. He grabs automatic stamina recovery, restoring a total of 0.7 stamina every 180 seconds. He also buys the Sun and Moon synthesis skill, which provides a 100% boost to base stamina. When exposed to light, our guy then activates skill synthesis and combines the most compatible skills. By merging Sun and Moon, it forms a C-rank skill called photosynthesis, which boosts base stamina by 200% and allows the user to absorb mana from light sources. Combining the advantages of both skills, Han is satisfied with this new skill and thinks that if he merges the vampire skill, Call of Blood, with photosynthesis, he'll definitely hit the jackpot. However, much to his disappointment, the new skill Blood Oath is created instead. It doesn't upgrade the skill and completely wipes out the effects of photosynthesis. Seong-jun concludes this skill is a total bust. And since that's the case, he buys another vampire skill and tries combining Blood Oath. It channels the power of the fire spirit into Han's eyes and allows him to see things invisible to the naked eye. On top of that, this skill has a side effect. It allows him to gather detailed info on objects, and the user can tell when someone is lying through dragon vision. Our guy activates this skill and reads the stats of every item he's wearing, like the Vampire Count's old tailcoat and the express boots. When he reads the description of the Blood Demon Sword, it reveals that its true potential is unlocked only when the user reaches the Fire Seal level, maxing out the unique Blood Chi effect. That's when Han realizes that Fire Seal is the same power level Hyuknamgum used to lay waste to the entire district. Seong-jun deduces that only someone at that level can unlock the Blood Sword's true potential. Our boy used to think this sword was just mid, but now he's dying to see what its full power actually looks like. Soon after, Han enters the 11th floor trial, a mental test. And this time, the goal is to clear the way to the 7th gate within a 7-day time limit. Damn! The completion reward is an ancient trial mirror, and the penalty for failure is death. As soon as our guy steps onto the floor, he meets Priest Johan, who welcomes him to the Temple of Trials. The guy tells the player, Han Seong-jun, that he will undergo the challenges bestowed by the God of Trials. His trials will last until his very last breath. Since a mediocre adventurer like him dared to face these divine trials, he must face the consequences of his choices. Our boy accepts the challenge and asks what he needs to do to pass. The priest asks Han if he's really clueless about the rules of the trials, led by the 7 gods of Azer. That's when our guy realizes, and he guesses that if this is the Azer dimension, then this must be the place the Dark Knight invaded. His 5th challenge comes from Johan, who's surprised that a self-proclaimed noob adventurer like him managed to set foot in this dimension. But he goes ahead and explains how the trial works anyway. He reveals that the trials take place at the temple, testing the body, the mind, and faith. Once the player, Han, passes the first trial of the body, he'll move on to the final challenge, which is also the most brutal, the trial of the mind. Now, regarding the gates, there will be a high priest in every trial room, whom you must either convince or kill to proceed to the next room. To put it bluntly, Johan says, you need to do whatever it takes to get through those gates. The priest smirks, thanking he's revealed enough, so now the rest is up to Songjun to figure out. With that, the first trial begins, and the priest, Johan, turns out to be our boy's opponent. He immediately lunges at our guy, and his power seems terrifyingly strong. At first, Han blocks the punch with his hand, and a split second later, his own punch clashes with his opponent's hand. As their hands meet, our hero determines that this big guy is on par with a challenger who has reached pioneer status on hard mode. Instantly, Seongjun activates his blood benefit skill and discreetly forces blood out of his fingertip. He then shapes it into a bullet and fires it straight into his opponent's forehead, killing him on the spot. Easy as pie. Our boy takes out the priest, impressed by the OP power of the blood benefit skill. In any case, Han thanks the dead guy for the explanation and absorbs his departed soul. Then the priest, administrator of the 7 gods, is shook by Han's wild behavior and calls him an interesting player to keep an eye on, nodding at his cold-blooded ruthlessness. Judging by the names of the administrators, our boy figures that the divine portion of this trial has already triggered a bunch of them. Meanwhile, the White Crane and iron-blooded administrators are salty when they see Han taking on the trial without a heads up. Our guy claps back, saying he had no way to hit them up. Later, he loots the priest's clothes and finds an item. While the administrators, Asura is impressed by his greed, and the Godslayer nods, confirming they get why he did it. However, to scan the mirror's info, our boy activates the fire spirit's eye and discovers it's the priest's divine mirror. Then he switches to the item's true data using dragon vision, finding that the holy energy of the god of trials is infused into this divine mirror. It can also help the user decide their own fate. Han is totally lost in thought about what deciding his own fate really means, guessing the item is at least good for a one-time shield of protection. Shortly after, our boy continues to the next gate, hoping it's also a trial of the body. The moment he opens the gate, he meets a beautiful priestess, who's surprised he got to the room so fast. She assumes that priest, Johan, is no longer qualified to pass judgment. The girl reveals she is Ryan, the priestess of the 2nd trial. Out of nowhere, she goes ballistic and hurls a chair at him, and Han is not exactly vibing with such a violent welcome. Our boy believes that this is another trial of the body. While Ryan agrees and aggressively flies toward him, she swings her sword at him, but Han dodges it impressively. While evading the attack, our guy realizes Ryan's sword intent is very similar to the kind he once used. Han activates his weapon with dual streams of sword chi and slashes Ryan's arm. She gets slammed into the wall, completely shook to see someone using sword ki. The priestess can't believe a mere adventurer could have such total mastery over sword ki. Han replies that he uses sword chi just like she does, and asks why she's so surprised. That's when Ryan reveals that their holy power is granted by the god of trials, a blessing that allows them to wield his immense strength. So it's only natural she's stunned that someone like Han, who has 0 holy power, can use sword ki with such overwhelming force. It's just unheard of. While Ryan uses holy power to heal her arm, Seongjun thinks to himself that it should have been a fatal wound. However, the priestess charges again while our guy realizes this holy power is going to be a real pain in the neck. Their blades clash, and Han starts questioning things right in the heat of battle. He mutters that the first priest said he could pass through the gate without killing the priest. So he asks Ryan if there's actually any way to convince her to let him through. Ryan scoffed, saying his silver tongue would have to be smooth enough to impress a god. Ignoring her BS, Seongjun asks her how many gates there are in the trial of the body. But his attitude really gets under Ryan's skin, and she gives him a death stare, seeing him acting all high and mighty. She bluntly tells Han to save his hollow questions until after the fight is over. Our guy stands still and activates haste. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he snatches the priestess's sword and slams her against the wall. He grabs her hand and cockily declares that the battle is over. As promised, our guy wants to hear more about the trial process. The priestess nervously asks Han if he plans on doing something to her, while the administrators anticipate the guy's reaction, and some are giving him the side-eye. Song-Jun makes it clear he won't do a thing. Similarly, Ryan laughs, thinking she's lucky, while the iron-blooded monarch enthusiastically agrees with the priestess, and the white crane swordmaster breathes a sigh of relief. Our guy doubts that anyone capable of doing such a thing could even make it this far, and Ryan, in disbelief, asks if he truly believes his own words. If so, she calls him an incredibly naive hunter. Either way, Han lets her know that she has to tell him everything. As promised, and quite submissively, Ryan reveals that there are 2 more gates in the body trial, and the trial of faith starts at the 5th gate and ends at the 6th. This means the trial of spirit takes place at the 7th gate. Before he reaches the 7th gate, Ryan advises our hero to consider giving up on this challenge entirely. She discloses that the 7th gate of the temple has never been cleared by any soul. Everyone who steps through that gate either goes insane or dies, with blood gushing from every orifice of their body. Seong-Jun uses his dragon vision skill and realizes she's not capping about this. Now that the priestess is done talking, Ryan says her final words, and thanks Han for a good fight. At that moment, our guy asks her one last thing, wondering if there's any way to pass this gate without killing her. But Ryan believes such a miracle is way beyond his current pay grade. This leaves our boy wondering, aren't you afraid of your own death? Ryan laughs like a maniac, without a hint of fear on her face, believing that death is just another trial to bring them closer to God. Just like that, Han kills her on the spot, since dragging it out would just be cruel. Afterward, he absorbs Ryan's soul and convinces himself that he did what had to be done. However, he can't help but feel like total scum. With that, Han enters another room and encounters Jocelyn, a sword used by the gods of trials. Jocelyn then tests Han's talent as a warrior and raises his blade to unleash sword ki. A shimmering flow of fire chi radiates from the sword, making our guy's eyes go wide. It wasn't as stable as it should be, but Song-Jun realizes this guy is a fire seal user. Our boy is nervous about facing a fire seal user after only 3 gates. This means Han will have to put his life on the line. He confronts his opponent, and when their swords clash, Jocelyn immediately backs off. Right then, Han feels something is off. This old man's physical stats are lower than his. Not only that, the impact he feels from the old man's attacks is also weaker. But even so, the old man keeps breaking through his sword ki. Our guy recalls seeing Namgung Hwayak using the fire seal, and naturally assumed it was superior to sword ki. He considers the possibility that the mad killer Hwayak was just freakishly strong. In reality, maybe the fire seal skill isn't just a buffed-up version of sword ki. To test his theory, our boy lets his sword clash with his opponent's and realizes that every single time, only his sword ki was shattered. Meanwhile, the swordsman steps forward and makes it clear to Han that his sword ki will never be able to break his blade. Strangely, the old man reveals that the only way to break his blade is to control what cannot be seen. That's when our guy concludes that this swordsman is a fire seal user, even though the old man is weaker than him. It's almost like when a kid who's bad at school ends up with a higher test score than you. A sinister grin spreads across Han's face. He calls the old man's rambling total BS and focuses solely on breaking that guy's sword. Song-Jun puts all his strength into shattering that blade, but the swordsman insists that only those capable of manipulating the invisible can wield a sword that cuts through everything in the universe. At that moment, one would create an aura of overwhelming power. As Han continues clashing swords with his opponent, all of a sudden, his sword radiates an even more powerful aura. Right at that instant, our hero's blade shatters Jocelyn's sword ki and slashes across his face. Our guy then understands the difference between sword ki and the sword fire of the fire seal. He learns that activating sword fire requires cultivating an intense resolute will, pure willpower in other words. The priest Jocelyn coughs up blood and smiles, expressing joy that Song-Jun was able to surpass his sword fire. He seems strangely delighted for our guy for finally mastering the true fire seal, and praises him. Our guy is confused, wondering why the old man is so happy about it. Oddly enough, the priest cares more about someone else's growth than his own death. The priest trembles, overwhelmed with pure joy, thinking about how our guy managed to learn it so fast. Along with that, our boy has proven his worth as a true warrior. And in that split second, Han mercilessly beheads the priest with a single slash. He then absorbs the fallen priest's soul, and his innate trait mastery for necromancy reaches 100%. At that very moment, the necromancy trait upgrades to B rank, and he's curious to see what new abilities he's unlocked this time. He unlocks a skill sub-effect, allowing the user to extract a specific power from the target when absorbing an enemy's soul. It's like our guy hit the jackpot, because every time necromancy levels up, it never lets him down. Plus, it's already this cracked at only B rank. He's looking forward to the perks he'll get at A or S rank. After that, Han opens his status window and notices his stats have almost reached triple digits. Our guy thinks back to his trainee days, when he used to think that was something only a prodigy could achieve. Meanwhile, Han Seongjun absorbs all the souls of the fallen priests, including Ryan Johan and Jocelyn. What's more, with his new skill, he has extracted the indomitable will skill from Jocelyn's soul. This skill is the hallmark of challengers, who never give up until the very last second and refuse to back down, along with boosting physical stats and user concentration when facing stronger foes. Han then moves on to the next room and sees an angel in the air. Thinking that the priest, Jocelyn, had finally kicked the bucket, the result comes as a total surprise. That's when our guy pauses for a second, and the god-slaying admin warns Han to be extra careful. From there, Admin White Crane informs him that the priest is using genuine sword ki, not some fake version. After the iron-blooded monarch is impressed by the powerful aura from the priest of the trial god, our guy suddenly swings his sword instinctively, and the priest flies down to the ground. Noticing that Han isn't much of a talker, the priest gives a cold stare, and without hesitation, begins the fourth trial. The priest reveals that he is an apprentice disciple serving the trial god. Our guy receives a notification that he is facing a high-level enemy, activating his indomitable will skill. At that moment, Han senses Zhang's aura, feeling that it's far stronger than any other priest he's faced so far. Zhang summons a mirror shard that emits a blinding light. As Seongjun dodges that lightning bolt, the aura from his own weapon reflects back and targets him. Han is stunned and immediately activates Dragon Eyes, helping him counter with his own sword ki. Seongjun finds that light beam to be a real pain, as it keeps bouncing off the mirrors, and feels the need to attack the priest before getting overwhelmed by those beams. As they prepare to clash, the wings flap, creating a merciless force, knocking our guy back and sending him tumbling. Han struggles to survive while blocking those beams with his sword. When it collides with the glass, our boy is shocked to see another sword user. He then watches Zhang fly away, and is intrigued by his winning strategy. Han figures that from a distance, Zhang will use those light beams to attack. Even if he dodges the initial strike, it'll be amplified by the mirror walls to hit him from blind spots. But whenever Han tries to close the gap, the priest uses the wind from his wings to throw the enemy off balance, perfectly countering his sword flame. It sounds pretty complicated, but even so, our guy is still amazed, because the light beams and sword fire are a sick combo. Han realizes he can't just go around smashing those mirrors randomly. If the shards from a broken mirror split the light into countless tiny beams, there's no way he could dodge them all at once. The admins are starting to panic and questioning the difficulty of this trial, while the other admin, Sabo Demon, is just curious to see exactly how player Han is gonna die. Reading this, our guy feels a bit salty, while the admins on Han's side are eagerly waiting for his next move. Han feels relieved that they at least don't seem to be losing their minds. Another time, Priest Kaizen appears with another mirror and makes it clear that this time, he won't be pulling any punches, wondering if Seongjun can survive this one. Just then, the apostle goes berserk. Light flashes and reflects from 4 different spots, making it impossible for our guy to dodge so many beams. Eventually, the light beams hit him and an explosion erupts. But thanks to Han's punishment shield skill, it soaked up all the damage. And now our boy can release all that stored damage. It's basically a reverse card from Uno. That's when our hero unleashes the damage and a light beam bursts through the shield. An intense beam pierces right through Karen, leaving him reeling in absolute shock. The apostle is completely stunned, faced with the sudden turn of the tide, and while coughing up blood, he is certain that Han is not a trained mage, assuming instead that he has been blessed by God. But our guy shoots back that he doesn't know the first thing about God's blessings. With a hole blown through his body, Priest Fan concludes that Han did not run away from his testimony, nor was he defeated by it. By doing this, he has proven himself worthy. The priest then collapses, and Han absorbs the body of the fallen apostle. He also extracts a power from Kaizen's dead soul, which is surprisingly stronger than the user. Our guy's soul is now imbued with the divine power he received from the priest, and he realizes that must be the energy the priests here were using. Just as hunters use mana, our boy feels a certain energy in his chest, but he finds it hard to move, sensing that it is completely different from mana. Admin White Crane wonders why Han's central energy core is being imbued with divine power, and the iron-blooded monarch is baffled to see that his heart bears no trace of any deity. A moment later, Han heads to the next room and meets an old man who calls Han someone driven by battle frenzy. Our guy looks confused and asks the old man what he means by that. The old man mentions Han's ultimate calling, which is to keep pushing forward, from one victory to another, until he achieves infinite growth, to reach the pinnacle of power. It was as if the old man read Han's mind, but our guy thinks that wanting to become the absolute peak of power is a bit of a stretch. Suddenly, a woman passes by and tells Han that it's not an exaggeration at all, but rather a conclusion that you will eventually reach on your own. Right then, a chill ran down Han's spine about how she could read his mind, and he immediately spun around swinging his sword, but the old woman told him to chill out, revealing that this wasn't a testimony of the body, but a testimony of faith. Han panicked as the woman swapped positions in a split second, wondering how the hell someone could move like that. That's when our boy realized, and he was overwhelmed by pure dread. Thinking his mind had been compromised, he found himself trapped in a void where multiple hands grabbed him, and a woman was gnawing at him. The old lady seemed interested in the test, and to everyone's surprise, she announced to Han that he had passed. While our guy was completely shook, the old woman told him that he was worthy of passing through the fifth gate. Han asked her how that was even possible, and the old woman revealed that the fifth gate begins by observing the player's mind. Only those with an unshakable will are granted a glimpse into their true selves. She confessed that she felt a power and a will like that inside Han, the will to use violence, the readiness to strike down anyone standing in his way on his quest for power. The woman sensed Han's hunger to become stronger, even if it meant mindless killing. It was buried deep in his subconscious. Lady Henny told Han to act quickly if he ever succumbed to his ambition, whether by his own sword or by the ups and downs of faith. But our guy made it clear that he had no intention of killing her. Since he had already passed the test, the woman found this to be a surprise, rare and provocative. Our boy said that maybe she should unleash the full power of the testimony of faith. Sung-Jun prepared to slash her for being so cocky, but the woman changed her tune and let him pass. After that, she let Han pass safely and gave him a pat. Along with that, our guy proceeded to the next testimony and found himself engulfed in darkness. As he went deeper, shortly after, he noticed the mirrors turning black and found himself sinking into total darkness. Just then a woman whispered in his ear, scaring him to death as he swung his sword. He hoped it wasn't that same old trick again, but the scientist disappointedly informed Sung-Jun that he was lost in the prison of his own mind. The woman revealed to Sung-Jun that Lady Hania had planted a clever little seed to lead him deeper into his own mind. Our guy realized Eileen was talking about the old lady who patted his back, but she had actually planted a seed. It seemed the saintess was inside Han's mind. Our guy seemed to be trapped by strange threads, and she assured him that she was keeping a close eye on his body in the real world. That was what worried Han the most. And Eileen told him he was definitely stuck in the mud. She was offended by our guy's cocky attitude. Suddenly, the saintess pointed a dagger at his throat and warned Sung-Jun that she could slit his throat with just a flick of her wrist. Our boy quickly learned to mind his manners and apologized to her, justifying that all he wanted to know was how to prove his faith. Eileen laughed and found it cute how our boy quickly got his act together. Then she continued to explain that this world is nothing but a reflection of your own emptiness. Right here, player Han must learn to look deep inside the darkest corners of his mind. Only then can he reach the end of the sixth gate. Aelin further explained that the mind of a sentient being is shaped by one's core beliefs, and very few people are aware of an unconstrained view of their own mind. She clarified that this world isn't easy to grasp, just like how you see pitch black, impenetrable darkness when you close your eyes. In other words, she meant Han has to train himself to see his true self in this world of darkness. Saintess Eileen then began his sixth testimony. Suddenly, the water beneath Sung-Jun rippled violently until our boy was finally submerged in it. On the contrary, Aelin gave him some poor thing comfort as our boy sank into the hallucinations of his own mind. She assured him the pain was as real as it gets. The saintess hoped Han would find a way out soon. because otherwise he'd have the rare experience of drowning on dry land. While she was testing Han, our boy activated his clear mind skill, weakening the effects of the mind control and allowing him to stay calm. Our guy felt much better and realized he needed to stay composed and breathe as long as necessary. As Sung-Jun managed to survive underwater, suddenly he felt something at his fingertips. Aylin praised his grit, since she didn't expect him to be able to move, while his consciousness was still in the mind realm. Turns out our boy had used his sword to cut his own neck. The flustered Saintess. Aline couldn't believe that a hunter could actually defend himself in the deep recesses of his own subconscious. That was the exact moment she realized she had lured a total monster into her hands as the mental realm began to collapse underwater. Han flexed his muscles and felt a wave of relief as his senses returned. Aylin was in a total panic, because Han should have been completely numb within the mental realm. She wondered to herself, how the hell did he get his senses back in just 2 hours? She questioned if he was even human anymore. Our guy couldn't believe the Saintess's words when she said 2 hours had already passed, since it felt like he'd only been there for a minute. That was when Aline revealed that time moves much faster inside the mental realm. Han realized something just as he thought he was cooked, while thinking deeply about it. If he wasted most of the remaining 7 days, at the 6th gate, he might fail the entire trial and end up facing a death sentence. The pressure started to set in, and our guy felt a sudden urge to learn how to see through the mental realm as fast as possible because time was running out. He acted quickly and assumed he was able to regain his senses thanks to his clear-mindedness power. This made him think that he could also activate his skills. Han tried to activate the Eye of the Fire Salamander, which allowed him to see the unseeable. At that moment, our guy witnessed something unbelievable. He stared into the falling sea of blood. The Saintess freaked out and asked Han how the hell he saw through the mental realm so quickly. Well, it was all thanks to his skill set. Suddenly, Aylin was startled and asked our guy if he was even human, because according to her knowledge, an ordinary person doesn't usually sprout iron wings from their back. It seems like Sung-Jun has activated the power of steel wings and soared across the ocean. Our guy narrates that, when the Eye of the Fire Salamander exposed his mental world, he could hardly guess the meaning of the vision he had to face. Not to mention, he felt it was ominously twisted and dark. Then, Han blazed through his mental realm in an instant and made a devastating entrance. As he gripped his sword, he asked the Saintess if he had caused a total mess. Aline flinched while looking at Han, her literal worst nightmare. She made excuses that she wasn't the one who did it, while the admins breathed a sigh of relief at seeing our boy regain consciousness. Our guy then curiously asked the Saintess if this was truly the testimony of faith, and Aylin responded that the testimony of faith is to face and accept one's deepest self. She explained that people live with very little conviction in their core beliefs, unaware of what they are striving for or what they truly believe in. What a person thinks, believes in, and their actions create their mental realm. And this is what Han had to face in this trial. Aylin then revealed what she had seen. Within Han's mental realm, he seeks to overcome a tragic past and gain even greater power, but not at the cost of his humanity. Afterward, she bid farewell to that inhuman power with one final message, saying that sometimes staying true to one's own desires, as he does, is actually the most honest path. With that, Sung-Jun entered the 7th gate, where he encountered a light that struck pure terror into his heart. The light flashed, and it turned out to be an eye. Our guy starts to panic as the god of trials stares him down. At that moment, he recalled what Lin said about the 7th soul, that no soul could ever violate it. Han understood her true meaning, and suddenly a blinding light radiated outward, and the entire place began to shake, making our guy stumble. That intense, terrifying aura left him feeling incredibly uneasy. Sung-Jun felt as if he had encountered an absolute entity that he couldn't possibly resist, and his body began to give up on the will to live. Even though our boy had only just caught its gaze, he seemed unable to recover, and realized that this was indeed a god. But Sung-Jun refused to be trampled so helplessly, and with that he activated the Ashes and Blood skill, a rare skill that helps reduce all types of incoming pain by 17%. Sung-Jun believed there was always a way out, because the Tower of Trials was built that way. Although he wasn't sure if he could even land a strike on that eye, he wanted to try even if there was only the slightest chance. Our guy looked up at the god, and with every passing second, he was losing consciousness as the god of validation told him that he was impressed by his courage. The system announced that the god of validation was pleased to see a challenger with such a strong spirit after such a long time. Seeing Han's infinitely confident gaze, he asked him to validate himself. With that, the god informed our boy about the start of the 7th gate and disappeared. Meanwhile, Han Sung-joon was still in shock, unable to believe that things like gods actually existed. He found himself standing before a mirror, as the system instructed him to link with himself in the future and begins to synchronize. The mental validation starts, and the rate of assimilation with our guy in the mirror slowly ticks up. The system believes this validation trial is the perfect fit for the player, Han Seong-jun, and wants him to confirm that his convictions won't waver even in the future. We see Han Seong-jun transported to a place where he finds Johan from the first gate, sobbing while searching for his mirror. Our guy realizes his surroundings are Korea, where he spots his future self, making him wonder what the hell that guy is up to. His future self is slaughtering innocent people, while Han Sung-jun tries to intervene, and the assimilation rate between his mirror image and his real self is forced up to 10%. Seong-jun feels like his chest is being ripped to shreds as he's hit with a chaotic mix of guilt, confusion, and rage. Suddenly, Johan appears behind him and asks if he was the one who took his mirror, and with that, he does something to our boy, sealing all his skills and interfering with the challenger's mind. Han! Our boy tries to fight back, knowing that mental defense is crucial during a mental validation. He wonders what to do now that his clear mind skill is blocked. The assimilation rate between our boy and his mirror self is forced up to 20%, and from the unbearable mental shock, Han Seong-jun falls into a state of chi deviation. Han, with his mind trapped, wonders why his future self would do something so heartless, even if he were obsessed with power. But there's no way he'd ever do that. With the abnormal status of our guy being chi deviation, if he can't handle this proficiency level, the system warns that his mana circuit skill could drop by up to 10%. Mana circuit proficiency drops by 3, then 7, and then 4, and Sung-jun feels like his mana circuits are redlining. Our guy sees the Murim world, where he finds his future self, hunting for the alliance leader of the Murim alliance, as he threatens everyone, claiming he'll spare their lives, only if they give up the alliance leader's location. The Murim alliance leader appears, mentioning rumors of a madman known as the Sword Demon in Murim, and upon seeing Han Sung-jun, the leader feels he truly lives up to that title. Before he can say another word, future Sung-jun lashes out at him, and their battle kicks off. In the end, future Han Sung-jun slaughters every alliance member he promised to spare, leaving Lee Jin-won speechless. The alliance leader asks the lunatic before him if he has no shame, but Sung-jun's future self just brushes it off, because he believes the weak are just resources for him, tools to keep him from getting tired or hurt. And from his perspective, they have no value beyond that. The assimilation rate between our guy and his mirror self is forced, up to 30%, making him cough up blood. The narrator recounts that dozens of times. The mirror's location changed after his future self murdered thousands and became infinitely powerful. Our boy has fallen into a state, just like a monster, consumed by madness, and seeking only to grow stronger. A frenzied beast that never loses. The assimilation between Han and his future self forced up to 40, then 50%. If the assimilation rate keeps climbing like this, it's gonna be bad, but our guy wonders what this feeling is and why he's actually getting a kick out of it. We see the challenger, Seong-hun, storm in furiously while asking Han Seong-jun if he really thinks he can get away with it after doing something so messed up. Aji-chika still can't believe the scene before her eyes, where future Seong-jun is holding a dead Ji-won after killing him without mercy. The association president questions our guy and why he's so willing to kill innocents just to get stronger. But our guy finds that question pretty stupid, claiming he simply kills others to power himself up. Kim Seong-hun reminds our guy that he can control thunder and lightning, warning him to get ready to die as he attacks him. Seong-jun thinks Seong-hun isn't an opponent. That should be underestimated, and smirks as he kills Seong-hun by splitting him right down the middle. Aji is shocked witnessing this, shouting at Han Seong-jun to snap out of it. Meanwhile, the real Seong-jun is struggling to find a way out, knowing that one tiny slip-up will get him swallowed whole by this bastard's mind. Even at 50% synchronization, it feels like his mind is shattering. And with that, our guy decides he's got to find an exit before it's too late. Synchronization hits 60%, and mana circuit proficiency drops by 1 while. Then 5, and finally another 2%. As assimilation reaches 70%, our guy starts to give up because he just can't take it anymore. The mental shock is just too much for him, and he can no longer tell the difference between pain and pleasure. Seong-jun slowly sinks deeper, But then he remembers the mirror of High Priest Johann, which is filled with divinity. A mirror that High Priest Johann infused with divine power every single day. Ike activates the High Priest's mirror, and a divine barrier protects him, wiping away all mental corruption, to a certain extent. With the abnormal status and deviant energy now neutralized, Han Seong-jun successfully snaps out of the trance he was stuck in and has now achieved an iron will, along with a boost in physical stats. In short, Ike proves his convictions remain unshaken, and the mental validation trial is finally over. The administrators, the iron-blooded monarch, the White Crane swordmaster, and the fallen soldier breathe a sigh of relief seeing their challenger is doing okay. The god of validation, satisfied with Han Seong-jun's performance and wanting to meet Ike, forcibly summons him to the Holy Lands. Ike is totally confused, but is informed that the god of validation is using divine power on the Tower of Trials to gain temporary authority, and the administrators can no longer keep an eye on their challenger. The Tower of Trials permits summoning, as long as the player remains safe, and with that, Ike enters the Holy Land of Validation. The god of validation manifests and interrogates Ike, asking who he is, and why he senses divine energy coming from him. Seong-jun stares intensely at the deity, but the god tells him not to look at him like that, claiming the challenger can only see him as a mass of light anyway. The deity feels it's strange to see our guy in the flesh and asks if he is a divine clone created by the tower, but our guy seems to have no idea what he's talking about. When the god mentions the administrator he is referring to, the deity asks if our boy is a being who obtained divinity through a contract within the tower, and Seong-jun lets him know that he's not an administrator, but just a challenger. The god of validations informs our guy that he possesses a divine power that is entirely his own, finding the tower more interesting than during his absence. He rambles about the tower system, realizing they can't create the real deal just by using divine clones. But to make it authentic, they must use an apostle from a divine clone. The god knows that challenger Han Seong-jun is no ordinary creature. On the flip side, Seong-jun is baffled, thinking about how the deity speaks as if he's done something legendary when all he did was kill and accidentally luck into some divine power. Our boy asks the god if this divine power is really that big of a deal, but the god of validation is shook to discover that Seong-jun actually has zero clue about it, even though he extracted the divine power all by himself. Seeing how clueless Seong-jun is, as he reveals he just happened to stumble upon divine power, the deity mocks him for how he completely erased the god's trace from the divine power he bestows upon his followers. The god reveals that Seong-jun's divine extraction was no fluke, and he can sense a clear cause and effect behind it. This makes him certain, considering just how high the Tower of Trials expectations are for our guy. Our boy is shocked to hear that, and the god of validation regrets telling him since he wasn't supposed to, and the tower has now intervened. The god of validation bids farewell to Han Seong-jun, letting him know he'll be watching him. But our guy still has a few more questions, as he asks what exactly happened to his future self, what that divine power was, and what the effect the god mentioned is all about. Suddenly our guy feels a sharp stabbing pain in his head, and the deity realizes he peered too deep into his future self. Because when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you, always looking for a chance to creep into your mind. With that, the god of validation warns Seong-jun to be careful with that, telling him that he'll be sent back to where he came from soon. Seong-jun wants to talk more, but the god has no choice. Since the tower is an entity, that's a handful for any god to deal with, revealing that if our guy ever visits the Temple of Validation, later on, he might answer some of those questions he has. One last piece of advice. The god of validation tells Seong-jun not to trust any gods, because they're all going to see him as an enemy now. Floor 11 is cleared, and the old mirror of validation is sent to Han's inventory, along with 70,000 points and 30,000 SP as a reward, plus an additional bonus reward. With that, Han returns to the lobby, and realizes the god told him that the divine power he extracted from Kaijan wasn't just some random fluke, and that he could see a clear cause and effect behind it. This means the Tower of Trials actually wanted our guy to extract that divinity and make it his own. Seong-jun thinks over everything he just learned, and is totally mind blown because he just doesn't get it. And that makes him frustrated. At the very least, our guy feels relieved that the gods can't touch him, even if they consider him their enemy. Thanks to the tower, the system announces that it's expanding to Earth, which is now registered as a climbing dimension, an official tower within the Tower of Trials. and as a benefit of registration, there will be extra protection from dimensional invasions. Now, challengers from other dimensions will face penalties when coming to Earth, and as another perk of registration, non-pioneer challengers can now receive an aura. Challenger Han Songjun can now be seen by the administrators again, and the iron-blooded monarch along with the white crane swordmaster sigh in relief when they see him. Our guy initially smiles, but then remembers the god of validation's words about how the administrators are also a type of divinity. This makes him skeptical about whether they can be trusted or not. Songjun realizes that he can't trust anyone right now, and sees that the situation is absolute garbage. And with that, he enters the world of the iron-blooded administrator, the iron-blooded monarch. While trying to show her concern, is suddenly attacked by Seongjun, who asks her if all these administrators are working with the tower to take advantage of him. This makes the iron-blooded monarch realize that our guy is still affected by the mental validation trial. Han Songjun blindly attacks the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, while she tries to calm him down. She tells him to snap out of it, but our guy isn't willing to listen, as he reminds her of their relationship between the administrators and the tower to exploit the challengers. The administrator defends herself, while explaining that such a thing is illogical and reminds Han to get a grip. Seongjun wonders why she keeps telling him that, since he believes he's perfectly sane, and launches an all-out attack. The iron-blooded monarch tries to stop him, because her house is in the line of fire, but it's already too late. This makes the administrator lose her cool, and now it's her turn to flex her power, as she strikes Seongjun. A moment later we see Han hanging upside down, all tied up in ropes, while he's apologizing, and telling her he's finally come to his senses, asking her to untie him. The manager assures him she'll let him go, but she's worried that the next time our guy drops by, her house is going to go up in smoke. She believes that the Seongjun she witnessed earlier when he claimed to be sane showed that the remnants of the abyss weren't fully purged, and have instead become an inherent part of his personality. Even if our guy has become warped, that is still another version of himself. Therefore, she thinks that his suspicion towards the administrators isn't entirely misplaced. So she decides to make it clear that no one can read the tower's intentions, and that goes for the administrators too. Seongjun questions if the tower actually expects something from him, but iron-blooded is certain there's no way that's the case. And after cutting Han loose, she tells him what she knows, which is that the tower has never shown its will to any challenger. Therefore, the idea of the tower expecting something from a challenger is just ridiculous to her. But seeing the guy's doubt, it occurs to her that surely that you heard something from someone. Seongjun tells her about what the god of validation told him regarding the tower expecting something from him. And the iron-blooded monarch consequently realizes why our guy had those doubts in the first place. The administrator repeats what she said before about being a subordinate of the tower, and is pleased that Seongjun is enjoying the tea, then reveals that it's made from black dragon urine, causing our guy to do a spit take as he sprays it out. Our guy suddenly remembers the god of validation also told him that the administrators are beings who received copies of divinity through a contract with the tower. Iron-blooded understands what Seongjun is saying, but she states that she can't really tell him about the divinity copies right now, and it's something that even if he didn't want to know, he would find out soon enough. Seongjun has one last question about Iron-blooded's earnest wish that she mentioned earlier, revealing what the white crane swordmaster told him, that it's a right granted by the tower to the administrators, allowing you to fulfill your desires through challengers who have entered into a contract. The red-eyed female administrator's disciple looks pissed that her colleague told Seongjun everything about the earnest wish. Our guy asks her why she didn't tell him about this sooner, and Iron-blooded reveals that she felt scared because she believed Seongjun currently underestimates himself, and she's seen how obsessed our guy is with his own growth. Therefore, for the sake of his development, she thought he would dive into the earnest wish trial and challenge it like it was nothing. Han Seongjun agrees with her because he knows he has no other choice, since he firmly believes that he has zero talent. The administrator wonders what his definition of talent even is, but she warns him that he'll soon realize just how much our guy is underselling himself. Furthermore, the red-eyed administrator also reveals the details of the 12th floor trial, and just like that, our guy returns to the waiting lounge. The author explains that talent is something innate that you can't change, as it's a gift from the heavens, and it's divided into 3 aptitudes in the hunter world: skill, stat growth, and trait enlightenment. These are the 3 gifts of a hunter, but Seongjun wasn't born with any of them. Our guy can't acquire skills, his stats don't increase, and he can't even enlighten a new trait. Han Seong-jun believed that many things would change after entering the Tower of Trials, but the truth is they didn't. The reality is that he has no talent and can't grow due to his traits. Our guy is absolutely certain that the iron-blooded monarch was wrong about him having any talent, because if he had anything like that, he would have already become a famous hunter, even without coming to the tower. Seong-jun then recalls the administrator's words about the trial. The 12th floor is a battle against oneself, challenge where our guy must fight and defeat a replicated version of himself. Our guy brushes off these thoughts and sees this as an opportunity to sharpen his combat skills while taking out a potion to boost skill mastery. It's a special potion produced by the tower. Before drinking it, one of your skills, it can randomly increase mastery by 10%. During the battle with Namgung Hyuk, our guy received this as a reward from the Japanese government, and Catherine also gave her potion to Seong-jun. So now he has a total of 3 of these potions. Han Seong-jun drinks the skill mastery boost potion, and now has to choose a skill he wants to level up. Our guy picks magic management, the skill he got after hunting the dark monarch on the 10th floor, and it serves as the foundation for all his other skills. Therefore, Seong-jun thinks it's worth the investment. Seong-jun takes out the old mirror of validation, the reward he received from the 11th floor trial. When you channel mana into the mirror, the exclusive effect Lingering Remnant will be triggered. It is limited to the first use only. The Flame Dragon's Eye skill activates, and since it's a one-time thing, our guy can acquire the skill hidden within the remnant. However, the user cannot choose which skill to obtain from the remnant. The system announces that the God of Validation has specifically modified part of the effect for one challenger, and with that, the exclusive effect, Remnant of the Old Mirror of Validation, is triggered, and as it activates, Seong-jun randomly acquires the hidden skill contained within the remnant. Our guy inherits the combat concentration skill, and the system deeply imprints the remnant's combat experience into that skill. The system announces that the remnant's combat experience has increased mastery by 11%. Seong-jun is pleased with this skill, and simultaneously, the system notifies our guy about the 12th floor trial, starting with 48 hours remaining, during which our guy must kill his clone within the allotted time. The failure condition is the death of the challenger, or if time runs out, while the completion reward is the ancient emperor's ash crown. The penalty for failing the trial is death. As Han Seong-jun enters the 12th floor trial, the blessing granted by the God of Darkness senses an intruder in the ancient palace and creates a guardian warrior. The intruder, aka Seong-jun now, must figure out how much they know about him and his items. The vampire lord's old tailcoat has been copied by the guardian. The mission is to kill the other version of himself that the God of Darkness created. And Seong-jun recalls what the iron-blooded monarch told him about this guardian warrior. It doesn't just replicate him, it copies all of his experience too. Therefore, Seong-jun knows that this replicated version of himself knows every single strategy that he's about to use. Right now, the administrator's words are still ringing in his head. She warned him that his replicated version even copies his talent, so he's toast if he underestimates himself. Our guy decides to put that to the test. Han Seong-jun feels threatened, wondering why he keeps getting mixed up with these gods, while observing his own clone, finding it eerily identical to himself. Our guy believes that, based on what the iron-blooded monarch said and what he gathered with his question ticket, his copy can only replicate one single item, and it chose the vampire lord's old coat, a defensive item. Therefore, our guy assumes that if this copy truly replicates him accurately, this is a great opportunity to accurately evaluate my own abilities. Seong-jun activates instant acceleration and wins blessing. As a result, his overall speed increases by 70%. Our guy decides to put his talent to the test and activates the skill Combat Concentration, which doubles his focus. Then he unleashes his power following his sword intent. As he lunges at the opponent, his clone draws the iron-blooded sword. Seong-jun feels this move is too predictable and anticipates its next move will be to use Counter Shield. Seong-jun figures this move is the clone's only option. But to his surprise, the clone transforms the counter shield into a sword. It's a dual-wielding technique that even Han Seong-jun has never actually used in a real battle before, as it demands an insane amount of mana and mental strength. That's why our guy hasn't used it, which makes Seong-jun wonder why it would choose such an inefficient method. But it doesn't make sense until they clash. Han Seong-jun realizes that his clone is superior to him in raw skill. While he wonders if it's because of unyielding will, our guy knows that he currently has the upper hand in terms of gear. However, unyielding will, the essence he absorbed from Jessica, has been activated for his clone. Seongjun believes that, if the clone's capacity is higher than his, and if it has maxed out combat concentrations to display transcendent focus, then it all makes sense. But the bigger issue is the swordsmanship the clone is currently using. Even though it's being performed with dual blades, nonetheless, Seongjun knows for a fact that it's Namgung, Hugh-uk's swordsmanship. Our guy had only encountered him once, but he vividly remembered that terrifying divine technique. That helped him realize how cocky he'd been. When he used to look down on skills, Seongjun knew it wasn't about skills or raw power, but rather pure, unadulterated technique. And that made our guy wonder if, as Namgung Hyuk once mentioned, they could transcend the concept of skills altogether, because his swordsmanship didn't rely on any skills. And our guy had already figured out that he wouldn't be able to teach it to himself. Our guy now understands that. The true talent, the iron-blooded monarch, was talking about is exactly this. The system notifies Seongjun that he has encountered a formidable opponent, and our guy is going to have a rough time dealing with it. While the clone activates the indomitable will skill, our guy realizes that the system has judged that he is at a total disadvantage, and Seongjun now wonders if this is the end of the line for him. Han Seongjun activates the combat concentration skill, boosting his focus by 10 times, but as he struggles to keep up with his cloned version, he pushes his focus up to 15 times and activates the steel wings power to fly. At maximum velocity, Seongjun's focus ramps up to 17 times, and just as he's about to grab it, the clone detonates its own arm to make an escape. And in the blink of an eye, it's right behind our guy. Seongjun's clone aims an attack directly at our guy. As he realizes he's about to die, his focus surges to 20 times, entering a state of focus that transcends all limits. Han Seongjun feels like absolute crap, realizing he just had a brush with death, and his aura completely shifts as he curses out the clone, while the system notifies him that he has entered a state of focus beyond all limits, and as a side effect, he'll have to endure a massive mental backlash. It seems like Han Seongjun is now a completely different person, and as he attacks his own clone, his strikes are actually landing, but his copy is just ridiculously strong. The iron-blooded monarch, who had been watching this battle, is fuming to see history repeating itself. She can't openly help him, but she can't just stand by and watch either. She tries to reach out to Seongjun, even though she's worried about the tower's reaction, but the system temporarily disables her messages to block any kind of advice or tips. The administrator scoffs and makes excuses, claiming she's just inviting her contractor to a cup of tea. Meanwhile, we see Han Seongjun hitting himself, and it turns out his future self has taken over his body. While our guy struggles to regain control, Seongjun screams at his future self, telling him to stop messing with his body, because our guy thought he was done with his annoying future self after that previous trial. Future Seongjun complains that he was fighting for our guy's sake, since he was about to kick the bucket. Yet he isn't even grateful. But our guy is in no mood for any of that BS, and snaps at him demanding to know why the hell he won't leave his body. His future self calls him a total moron, telling him to take a good look at the situation. He reminds him that even though he's trained for so long, and even made it up to the 12th floor of this tower, he still can't see himself for who he really is, calling him a pathetic loser. Seongjun gets triggered and tries to deck his future self, but his future self trapped him and left him there screaming his lungs out before taking off. Han Seongjun's future self decided to teach our guy a lesson and advised him to drop the habit of being a total skill junkie since he couldn't pull off any real techniques. He also told him to just rot there for the rest of his life, because from now on, he'd be taking over his body back in the real world. The future version of our guy kept on fighting, and just as he felt like he was finally getting a handle on things, the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, sent an item his way, Black Dragon's product. Our guy struggled hard to snatch back control of his body and managed to chug the Black Dragon's product. The moment he did, Seongjun actually returned and reclaimed full command of his body. As he declared his comeback, our guy realized that, while his other self was fighting, he had definitely grasped the feeling of letting go of his reliance on skills, because Seongjun believed if his clone could do it, he could do it too. And with that, his concentration skyrocketed to 80 times. Han Seongjun's thought process accelerated, and his beast mode ego surged once again. As someone who had entered the state of accelerated, pristine cognition, he could finally feel it, a flash of enlightenment that seemed to last an eternity. He knew he had to toss out every bit of dependency on the skills he had collected so far, as he needed to empty everything and adapt. Sungjun stripped away common sense, stubbornness, and finally, completely emptied himself of all preconceived notions. The system announced that due to independent enlightenment, his mana management proficiency increased by 10%, and our protagonist achieved a new milestone. Physical enlightenment increased by 1. Sungjun also attained a state of transcendence, and his mana increased by 4. The system believes the user is facing an enemy that they can totally smoke. Indomitable will has been disabled. Our main man decides to flip the script. From here on out, Han Sungjun continues to clash with his clone, but he feels it's trippy that Namgung Hyuk's overpowering sword arts are now within his reach. Our protagonist makes use of max speed through grace of the wind and instant acceleration, and everything is slowly becoming crystal clear as their battle goes on. And as he looks at his clone, focusing on the technique rather than the skill, Sungjun starts to grasp the principles of the actual technique, and it's happening at an insane speed. The clone is having a hard time fighting against our protagonist, and as Sungjun masters the understanding of these principles, he can start feeling all the extra fluff in the clone's dual sword style. That means this clone didn't fully channel Namgung Hyuk's sword mastery into its body. Instead, it's sweating more on just copying Hyuk. Our protagonist pops the iron-blooded sword, realizing that second-guessing himself could nerf the flame sword properties of his sword chi that cuts through everything. In that case, even Han Sungjun, while training in Namgung Hyuk's swordsmanship, needs to lock in more on buffing the flame sword. Our main character triggers the blood mantra skill and lands some chips on the clone, but his clone parried the blow by spinning the shield. Sungjun was immediately shook when he realized the clone's brutal and aggressive swordsmanship, which had been all about offense until now, suddenly shifted into a soft sword style, where everything felt fluid and weightless. Soft sword is another one of Namgung's skills, and this really started to get on our protagonist's nerves as he wondered just how perfectly this clone could mimic Namgung. Sungjun realized he couldn't win unless he risked it all, and popped his counter shield while attacking. Just as our protagonist suspected, the clone's sword charged up before his did, and in that case, Sungjun decided to use a little trick. Our protagonist believed that his clone had tanked that hit with a modified counter shield. That would mean the clone's shield would be instantly reloaded, or so he thought. And Sungjun was dead sure that if the clone really was him, then right now, as the energy from their parries and most lethal strikes was dissipating, his clone would see this as an opening. Han Sungjun mocked himself for being stupidly strong, and with that, he ran his clone through with the iron-blooded sword. He was stoked that his plan actually worked, but just as our protagonist decided to wrap this up and charged at his own clone, he witnessed something totally unexpected. His clone turned into a monster, leaving him confused about what the hell was going on. Sungjun's clone went berserk, transforming into a literal titan beast, and lunged toward our boy. While our guy was rushing in, the clone bit off its own fingers and spat them at him, as they turned into explosives. Han was a bit rattled by the sudden freakish attack, plus the fact that the attack pattern had completely changed, making it 10 times more painful. A massive hand came flying at him, and our protagonist had to scramble to get out of there alive. Immediately after, a massive explosion goes off, and the clone's attack is tanked by Han's retribution shield. Our main man got lucky, since the skill's cooldown had just finished. Then he asks the clone if it wants to keep going, and the berserk titan beast lunges at him. Sungjun thinks this clone monster has completely lost its mind, because it's turning its own body parts into straight-up explosives. Even so, he figures it could work pretty well as a close-range surprise attack. However, if the clone keeps spamming its body parts like this, Han's ash and blood skill will drain way too much of his stamina. But it's only a matter of time before the monster runs out of things to throw at him. Finally, the monster stumbles to its feet, shaking a bit as the smoke clears. With that, our protagonist slashes the clone's arm, and since there's no point in dragging it out, he moves in to finish off the monster that's scrambling to save its life. However, this isn't over for the clone yet, as it gathers energy and attacks Han again. While the retribution shield takes the hit, our boy realizes the clone is a total freak, so its raw power hasn't faded one bit. But thanks to the monster, Han has charged enough energy in the shield to form a concentrated orb. Just like that, our guy hurls that magic orb with his sword, slams it into the clone's face and says, "Release." At that moment, a massive amount of energy erupts from the orb, blowing the monster to smithereens. The monster is slain. Our protagonist completes the 12th floor trial, along with a boatload of rewards. Han's Retribution Shield skill ranks up, becoming a B-rank skill. On top of that, his combat focus skill deactivates, and he experiences the side effects of overexertion. His concentration was pushed beyond its limits. Normally, our poor guy would be coughing up blood, but thanks to the Ash and Blood skill, he was healed up. He immediately had a hunch that this skill could counter the side effects of the combat focus skill. Our boy realized that without the Ash and Blood skill, he never would have made it this far, though. Han still wished things in the tower were a bit easier, even if he didn't actually expect it to happen. Suddenly, he noticed the dead soul of the clone drifting around and found it quite fascinating. He was interrupted by the administrator, the Iron and Blood monarch. As the connection was restored after being disabled due to unfair advice-giving, the administrator complained about the ban imposed on her just for treating her contractor to a cup of tea. To be clear, that tea was black dragon essence, which boosts immunity and mental clarity. The administrator scolded Han, telling him to show some damn gratitude, and he thanked her for the earlier help. He recalled when the Iron and Blood monarch sent him the item Dragon Essence, and knew that even administrators could face restrictions if they meddled too much with their contractors. All of a sudden, our protagonist was bombarded with messages from administrators praising his monster-like talent. Even Han was shocked to see so many administrators watching him. Some were amazed at his talent or the difficulty of the trial, while others seemed fed up, wondering if he even belonged on the 12th floor. Oddly enough, the administrators just stared at him in silence, like a bunch of low-key creeps. And our boy got the chills because usually administrators would get bored and dip after saying their piece. But now, they keep lurking around for no reason at all. He gets annoyed and asks the managers what the hell they want from him. Our boy figures they should already know he's under contract, but they're acting like they're here to claim a stake. Just then a thought flashes through his mind that maybe his tower system is about to be expanded in a way that benefits them. It's just a hunch, but Han can tell by the way they're clinging on that he's hit the nail on the head. A sly smirk forms on Sungjun's face, and if he plays his cards right, it looks like he's about to get a system expansion that would benefit managers he hasn't even signed with yet. Our protagonist suggests that instead of sending him vague messages like they're on some dating app, it would be better to just quit beating around the bush and say what they want. He makes it clear that if they want something from him, he demands they grant him a power as a down payment. Han acts smug and promises the managers he'll return the favor once the system expansion goes live. However, the managers don't take this well and are displeased with the arrogance Han is showing. The managers reject his proposal and urge him to stay humble. Han, on the other hand, creates a sense of urgency and declares that his offer is only for 3 of them. It's like a first-come, first-served basis. Our guy knows exactly what he's doing, because the moment he said that, the managers went into a frenzy, eager to add powers to his shop. Now onto a more pressing issue. Han's clone is a total carbon copy of him, from skills and stats to power. He can't wait any longer to see what happens when he absorbs the dead soul. Along with that, our protagonist absorbs the soul. The clone's soul structure is identical to his. The system tries to extract divinity, leaving our boy in total shock. His holy power is upgraded to B rank, and he's confused, not knowing what this holy transformation and divinity accumulation is all about. He recalls receiving divine power from Priest Carrion and being way too chicken to touch it, mostly because he had no clue what to do with it. But our main man sees this as a chance to finally leverage it. With that, Han enters the 13th floor lobby, and after the system expansion, he finds out the community feature, which was previously split between different nations on Earth, has been fully integrated. Besides, teammates for group trials will be assigned without any restrictions on nationality. He figures that from now on, he'll start running into foreigners in group challenges. Since this expansion was kind of mid, there's one more thing he's learned. Other dimensions can finally be merged with their own dimension as well. Right after that, Han checks the rankings, and his eyes go wide. Our boy thinks about the unrivaled power. That's supposed to be his main goal in climbing the tower, and at this point, it's his lifelong pursuit. He's taken another step toward his ultimate goal by seizing the #1 spot on the leaderboard. At least for now, he's the GOAT in the Earth dimension. That's some serious flex, however. The trial tower has existed in other dimensions, like Asgard, Talion, and Murim much longer than on Earth. Compared to these other worlds, Earth was only recently recognized as an ascended dimension, and its collective combat power is much weaker, unless Earth unites to level up its strengths. In battle, becoming a target for another dimension is only a matter of time. Anyway, Nothing can change what he wants and has always wanted. That is overwhelming power, to crush anyone standing in his way. He then opens his inventory and stumbles upon the Emperor's Crown of Ashes skill, which boosts prestige by 30%. The even cooler part is that the user can rule a Lord of Dead Souls while wearing it. Since it's a high-tier item, he thinks it's OP. Then he checks out the subquest rewards and receives the Last Stand skill, which negates severe injuries. That should have been fatal, though it burns 88 stamina. This skill leaves Songjun absolutely floored, because it literally lets him cheat death, even if it's just once. While a 1-week cooldown isn't exactly ideal, it's hardly a penalty, considering how clutch the skill is. Han smirks, because on top of all the standard loot from the previous trial, he still has the new powers, extorted from the admins. Then he opens the power list and selects his patron's power. Our friend comes across 3 skills. Since these are pretty solid C-rank skills, Han doesn't overthink it and buys all 3. As soon as he buys them, the admins start pestering him, desperately begging him to remember their support, which annoys him to no end. Afterward, he ponders the dead soul of the clone he absorbed earlier and is shocked, because the divinity extraction process kicked off without any warning. He vividly remembers the moment divinity extraction was triggered. He could feel an unprecedented powerful force settling in his heart. A beam of light radiates from his chest, and Han realizes that this is the real deal holy energy. But then he tests his power in the lobby, only to find out that his strength hasn't changed one bit. All this holy energy seems to do is basically turn him into a human glow stick. He concludes there are no special abilities, or anything like that at all. Seongjun thinks about how the priests in the 11th trial used it to heal and buff their weapons, but he can't even manage that. He's ticked off because he got his hopes up for nothing. This just makes him even more frustrated. Han tries to keep his cool by taking deep breaths and hopes that Jerk doesn't show up again. But speak of the devil, Administrator Baek Hak appears and offers to train him on how to use holy energy, inviting him to her administrative area. Our guy politely declines, and Baek Hak is stunned by his flat-out rejection. She asks why he's turning down her offer. Seong-jun reassures her that he'll come find her if he needs help, but for now, he wants to see how far he can go without it. Baek Hak understands Han's determination. Truth be told, holy energy isn't Han's priority right now, and just then, the image of the swordsman Hyuk Namgung flashes through his mind. He's determined to focus on whatever makes him stronger at the moment, at least until he kills Hyuk Namgung. In his mind, there isn't a shadow of a doubt that Hyuk Namgung will return. And then Han proceeds to check the administrator powers that he bought and activates the divine bloodheart method. Suddenly, he's enveloped in a freakish dark aura. He can't even wrap his head around this feeling. It's as if he's been turned into some kind of killing machine. A sudden surge of power rushes through his body as he can feel his blood boiling. He exclaims that this is exactly what he needs. But then things take a sudden turn. Han's clone manifests within his body and pinches his cheek. The clone calls him a greedy bastard and asks if he plans on keeping all the fun to himself. Meanwhile, our friend is losing his mind, wondering what the hell is going on. His clone, that damn ego, is manifesting in his body at the same time as him. This has never happened before. Suddenly, that bastard makes Seongjun grab a sword while holding another one in his other hand. This way, the two of them will duel, self against self. He calls him an idiot because if he dies, the clone dies too. But the arrogance of clone, Han has reached its peak, and he calls him an idiot instead. The clone bastard smirks wickedly and says, it's crystal clear that if he can't have it, no one else will. He's stuck in a tight spot, having to fight himself once again, barely managing to block his clone's strike, clashing with his own blade. At that exact moment, the blood energy, Seongjun summoned through the divine blood heart method, is absorbed into his sword. The timing couldn't be more perfect. Han's sword is charged with the blood demon blade, and he grabs the edge to draw blood. Our guy's blade clashes with the clone's blade, and in the next second, he plunges the sword straight into his own chest to use the blood energy to purge that damn ego right out of his body. The sword piercing his chest is covered in blood, while our guy screams in agony. However, the pain is totally worth it, now that the conditions to unleash the true power of the Blood Demon Blade are met. Completed. Item name changed to True Blood Demon Blade. Skill upgraded to rank A. And the blade is imbued with the unique effect of True Blood Ghoul. True Blood Ghoul clots are created, and to find out what it actually is, he activates Fire Insect Eyes and learns that this effect allows the user to absorb the blood of enemies slain by the Blood Demon Blade. Interestingly, our friend can imprint up to 3 skills onto the sword. In fact, it won't cost him a thing to use them, since Han has unleashed his full potential as a flame swordsman. To be more precise, Han comes to the conclusion that this item might have the best growth potential out of anything he's encountered so far. With that, the 13th trial begins, with the objective of team combat to take down the vampire count within a 14-day time limit. The reward for completing this trial is a skill book. He's not happy about another group trial. Given his past experiences, team trials haven't exactly been all fun and games. However, Han is intrigued by the skill book reward, guessing that a rank A reward makes up for it somewhat. Just like that, our friend enters the trial, and the system unlocks the map, marking the city occupied by vampires, and the priests who have infiltrated the city under vampire occupation. Han figures they have to rescue some priests, which is a total pain. He wonders why they can't just storm the city and slaughter every single vampire. He really wants to get this done quickly, since soloing a city is a piece of cake for him. Meanwhile, all the teammates arrive, including a guy named Kakeski who realizes the system expansion is for the group trial, along with 2 members, the legendary ninja and the tower mage. A clock appears. These names sound familiar to Songjun, and he recalls them. They are all top-tier players at the peak of the rankings. The mage glances around the place and remarks that it reeks of blood. Well, it would be a surprise if it didn't, considering what they're witnessing is a brutal massacre. People at the dining table are splattered with blood. It looks like the vampires just had themselves a feast. Right then, some wicked-looking vampires creep toward the clock tower mage. While the old man is frozen in fear, the vampires boast about killing those people and say dessert has just been served on a silver platter, referring to the old man. The vampires lunge at the old man, but Takeshi Sky and the ninja guy step in just in time, slicing those vampires into pieces. The ninja recognizes Takeshi Sky and notes that he's from Russia's #1 guild. The Russian guy makes it clear he has no intention of hiding it. The man reveals himself as Andrei Takeshi Sky, leader of the Kabujiam Guild. The ninja guy introduces himself as Sakyo Michimoto, an S-rank hunter from the association, a Japanese hunter. Andrei realizes that Michimoto is more famous than him. Surely everyone has heard of Japan's only S-rank hunter. Sakyo is flattered and hopes that Andrei is ready for a fight. He reveals that since vampires can sense the death of their kind, they will be swarming here any minute. But the mage reassures them that it's nothing to worry about, as he has already set up a barrier to prevent any sign of combat from escaping this room. Michimoto wonders who this old man is, and he reveals himself as David Taylor, a humble mage serving the clock tower. Sakyo is very impressed, as the clock tower is the ultimate tower, the greatest magic in the world, while Andrei deduces that David is nothing short of an archmage, on the brink of retirement, but unfortunately he was summoned into the tower. But David hardly sees it as a stroke of bad luck. In his twilight years, to an organized mind, the tower is just the next great adventure. Now the only one left is Han Seongjun, who reveals that he is a rank C hunter from Korea. Then, based on what the administrator told him, the mage explains that even the weakest vampires far outclass rank C hunters in terms of combat prowess, while the vampire count can easily match the strongest S-rank hunters out there and cannot be killed by simple methods due to their insane regeneration. In that case, the smartest move is to save the priests hiding around the city and enlist their help to take down the vampire count once and for all. But Takeshi Sky raises a concern and asks how they can get in when the city is crawling with vampires. The old man admits that going in recklessly is way too risky, and Sakyo deduces that they should lure the enemies out before setting foot in there. They continue discussing, planning the most effective strategy to defeat the enemy together as a team. The other teammates figure that if everything goes smoothly, they'll clear the trial in about 10 days. But this doesn't sit right with Han, because he thinks their sub-completion rewards will be tanked if they take a full 10 days. That's when our guy steps in and says there's been a misunderstanding, stating that their plan is absolutely not an efficient way to finish the trial. The old man asks. Han enlightens them with a better method, and our friend smirks because he's about to tell them exactly how they can clear the trial as efficiently as possible. The Russian player wonders if there's a better way than what they've already come up with, while Michimoto is curious about the secret strategy of Han, a world-class top-ranked player. Right at that moment, our guy bluntly suggests they just charge right in. Hearing this, David thinks his old ears are playing tricks on him. Shocked by a strategy that could get them killed suddenly, Han swings his sword and tears the wall wide open, and all they can see is a massive army of vampires waiting for them. Facing them down, he announces to his teammates that they just need to rush in, kill everything in sight, and get this damn trial over with. Well, our protagonist is way too cocky to do anything but things his way. Just slash kill and win. The vampires sense the humans, and it's time for them to feast as the scent of fresh blood wafts through the air. Meanwhile, the teammates panic and ask Han if he's really that eager to drag them all down to hell. But he doesn't pay them any mind and tells them to start their campaign, wiping out everything. With that, the vampires charge at them like possessed maniacs. Along with their weapons, blood arrows are fired. But suddenly, one of the vampires warns the others that this group has a mage. At that moment, Andre learns that David has cast mass invisibility, but it's extremely hard to maintain. The clock tower. Mage grits his teeth in anger, thinking that for some reason in every group trial, there's always one player who ruins the teamwork. That's when that foolish old man suggests they abandon the player, Han Sungjun, and retreat to fight another day. This sounds like a blatant betrayal, and a total coward move. While our guy is stunned to witness the vampires manipulating blood, which is basically just like his own skill. Exactly, meanwhile. The vampires are itching to feast on Han, attacking him with their blood arrows. In the meantime, the coward David, Taylor, and the Russian guy pull back from the battlefield. But Sakyo stays behind, wondering why Han would do something so reckless. Suddenly, the Japanese player stops everyone and shouts, telling them to look back. It turns out our guy has activated the Blood Fairy Pond skill, leaving the vampires completely shook. The enemy descends into chaos, seeing a human controlling blood, when only their kind should be able to do that. They panic, because Han's blood manipulation is far more powerful than theirs, leaving them confused. Our guy shows them who's the real boss, and creates blood arrows that pierce right through the vampires. Like a true demon, single-handedly he wipes them out and absorbs their souls. Bedlam breaks out among the vampires, and they start to believe Yongjun is definitely not a damn human. On the flip side, Mage David Taylor witnesses the carnage, absolutely floored by the scene. One should have meticulously strategized and fought with extreme care when facing such overwhelming numbers, but he was left speechless, realizing that Han's brute force method was shockingly effective. This made the old man question his own abilities, wondering is he really just lacking pure power? Later we learn that David Taylor is a high-level battle mage, with a lifetime of experience on the front lines. His reputation is only matched by his wisdom, because his elite strategic planning skills have earned him a lot of clout in the tower, the place where he cleared a series of trials to become a high-level player. As always, he mapped out a brilliant plan to clear the 13th trial. Obviously, his plan was the optimal strategy for the challenge, but our guy just trashed the perfectly mapped-out strategy by suggesting they just Leroy Jenkins it. The old man can see that youthful arrogance is turning them all into absolute fools. In his view, there's no solution to a problem without a pre-calculated plan. But Han Sungjun cuts in with his own idea to just kill everything in sight to clear this damn trial. Right now, our monster hero is slaying vampires like it's a piece of cake, while Andre, Jay, and Michimoto stare in shock because they've never seen anything like this. At that moment, the Russian guy thinks they're way past the planning phase and suggests the best move is to support Han. Sakyo also agrees from the rear. David, however, is still thinking rationally. Though he can't deny that, Songjun has exceeded their expectations. In terms of raw power, their enemy is still an entire legion, capable of occupying the whole city. Therefore, no single player can hope to defeat them all alone. The old man admits that in the past there were many hunters with unimaginable power, but there's still a reason. Why teaming up is just common sense. No matter how strong you are, you still have to deal with endless variables in the heat of battle. He concludes that a lone player facing every battle is nothing short of arrogant stupidity. On the other hand, our guy keeps relentlessly slaying the vampires, but right after that, he gets swarmed and grabbed by a mob of them. Suddenly, Han's arm swells up like a balloon, and at that exact moment, the swollen arm explodes, blasting the vampires away with extreme force. It looks like our friend just used a body explosion skill, and he thinks it's a pretty solid skill, except for the price he has to pay. However, he also feels the need to constantly use his recovery items against the endless waves of enemy attacks. The vampires are pissed and call Han a piece of mortal scum, a busybody meddling in others' business, or daring to interfere with the war god's blessing. Strangely enough, that vampire trembles in fear and whispers, "An angel." That's when the vampires start seeing Han as an angel, thinking the god of humans has sent an angel down to protect them. After all the massacre they caused here must have enraged their god. But they believe the war god is on their side, so they must seek his blessing. Even our guy is clueless because he never knew vampires were this easy to fool. Just then, a massive vampire slaps its weak, stupid kin across the face and tells them to look at Han, who is panting like an old lady. He makes the other vampires realize that Han isn't an angel, but just a regular human. The vampires regain their courage and seize the chance to attack Han, but our friend flips the script, with several spirit orbs tucked between his fingers, leaving the vampires wondering what the hell those are. Han munches on them like a snack, and replies that it's probably their friends and family that he just devoured. A sudden surge of power resonates, as our guy absorbs the vampire's souls, restoring his stamina. He also recovers magic energy from the fallen vampires. A devious smirk spreads across Han's face, as he says, he could do this all day, diving into round 2 for another feast. Our guy unleashes his inner beast and starts wiping out the vampires like a demonic gale. Meanwhile, Sakyo and the others are watching Han fight from afar. The Japanese guy is completely floored, and finally gets why Han is the world's #1. He mentions that he's never seen anyone dominate a full-scale battle like this. Even Andre agrees with him, noticing that Han is getting stronger with every enemy. He takes down showing zero signs of fatigue. Andre and Michimoto decide to fight alongside Han Songjun, since sticking with that guy seems like the best move. On the battlefield, our guy is chugging the dead souls of vampires like free lemonade to keep his stamina topped off. Even Han is shocked just looking at the raw numbers, thinking it's even better than when he absorbed the dead souls of his own clones. Smirking, our guy calculates that if he can get his hands on the count, this trial will be totally worth it after all. Meanwhile, the admins are singing our hero's praises, remarking that he's even more diabolical than a demon. He's satisfied, because at least he's keeping the admins entertained. After all, staying on their good side doesn't hurt one bit. Our guy is then interrupted by his teammates. While he thought they had gone to rescue the monks, Sakyo says they owe him an apology, and from this point on, they've decided to follow Han's lead. Even Andre J apologizes for doubting Han's judgment. He admits he was a total fool for doing that. Our guy feels glad that his teammates finally see the benefit of charging in without a plan. Well, that's completely missing the point of the apology. Then Han activates his third eye to scan the vampire city and the terrifying aura surrounding it. Our guy smirks as he senses the presence of the vampire count. Vampire count. The Russian player feels pessimistic about this high-level magic, recalling that the tower said nothing about the vampire count using high-level magic. David Taylor hypothesizes that it's an innate trait granted to the vampire race. Unfortunately for them, it seems their leader is strong enough to match the power of high-level magic. Sakyo panics and wonders what the hell they're supposed to do against it, because at this rate, they'll be dead in minutes. Deep down, Han reflects on how he used to admire top hunters, like them, but now he feels it's his responsibility to keep them safe. His cocky nature sees this as another flex, showing just how strong he's become. Well, he's not wrong, though. To save his teammates, our guy tells them to run as fast as they can, stating all he needs from them is to find the monks and bring them here. Sakyo curiously asks Han why he's asking them to do that, since they already discussed this. Our guy is left with no choice, besides having to be brutally honest and confessing that if they stayed here, they would only get in his way, besides worrying that they might not survive the battle. Seongjun also had an ulterior motive for sending them away. It was to take down the vampire count all by himself, to absorb his dead soul. Han sounds annoyingly selfish, thinking that the more they contribute to the kill, the lower the chance he'll get the dead soul, all to himself. Surprisingly, Andre still follows Han's orders, even though being a burden on the battlefield, for the first time in a long time, doesn't make him happy at all. The old man also agrees to find as many monks as possible. While they all head out, Han starts prepping himself by activating combat concentration and divine blood power, mental method. He also activates blood prophecy at a higher level. Han interferes with all blood control abilities in the area. At that moment, Han messes with the vampire's power, and the vampire count senses it immediately, wondering what kind of foolish, insignificant mortal would dare to challenge him. The vampire count boils with rage as he crushes his throne and feels resentful for even considering ruling over this pathetic mortal city. But that human just booked a one-way ticket to hell. That's when the vampire count goes into a frenzy, unleashing a violent surge of power. Our guy is engulfed by an aura so intense, it's terrifying and unbelievable, as this is far beyond anything he could have expected. He realizes he might have bitten off more than he can chew. At that moment, he knew he was screwed. The vampire count has countless vampires under his command. We learn that the life of Sel-Naz, the vampire count, has been nothing but an endless string of battles, and reaching the peak was his one and only goal. The adrenaline rush of battle was the only joy in his life, and it was also a common trait of all those who craved such depraved desires. Selm finally realized he was standing on a mountain of corpses, a monument to his bloodlust, and soon enough, his ambition even reached the heavens. The god of war chose Sel as a candidate disciple. As the disciple of a god, he could finally fulfill the ultimate aspiration of his race, toppling the seemingly invincible alliance of the four human nations. Until the very fountain of life itself, the foundation of the human alliance was stained with blood. Selene slaughtered countless souls and brought about the downfall of three nations. With the Count's unrestrained dominance over this final remnant of human resistance, he was hell-bent on gaining recognition from the god of war as his true disciple, after achieving the peak of his race and ruling as a vampire king. In the current scene, a vampire lackey rushes to Count C. Lam and reports the trouble brewing. He reports to Sel that his forces have been wiped out completely by a single human. To be real with you, it's a total bloodbath down there. The Count is shook, as he had already dealt with all those pathetic losers calling themselves heroes of humanity. He asks which nation is still standing that would send another guy to a pointless death. The lackey, trembling, tells Sel that the human wasn't sent but suddenly spawned out of nowhere. The Count furiously munches on vampire soul orbs like they're grapes, fuming because this intruder dared to slaughter his valuable subordinates. He called this nonsense and vented his rage on his useless subordinates. Sinez found it impossible that any human could dodge all of his eyes and ears and show up right in the heart of this city. The servants begged their master to calm down, but the Count was still fuming with anger, because with the fall of this final human stronghold, he should have become a true apostle of the god of war by now. But now, his great legacy is on the verge of collapse. This was driving Sel crazy. His pride was deeply wounded by a miserable human who dared to stick their nose into his business. The plan that was nearly successful in establishing his rule over this mundane city has been shattered. Overwhelming blood control power exploded across the city, making it shake. Meanwhile, our boy thought he had really messed up. The explosion flared up and Han scrambled to run away. Now his only choice was to let the city fall and save his teammates. He finally found his squad, and as the violent energy nearly swallowed them, Han protected his team with the retribution shield. However, the shield cracked under the extreme pressure. Han used all his strength to block it and managed to hold on for a few moments. Suddenly, the retribution shield shattered, and Han was slammed into the ground with massive force. Han was pinned to the ground. As his teammates rushed toward him, Han asked if they were okay while Shak-Eo helped him up, and David said they weren't hurt thanks to him. Even Shak-Eo agreed, because if Han hadn't weakened the blast head-on, none of them would have made it out alive. They thought they were toast. Just then the Count appeared, astonished to see these humans survive the attack. Sinez concluded that his subordinates were slaughtered by their hands. It's not just a mere coincidence. The Count frowns while taking in the situation, assuming Han is just some pathetic weakling, clinging to life in the rubble, protected by the three still standing, who are clearly way out of his league. However, why does Naze use blood magic to manifest a blade and call humans nothing but worthless, low-life insects, dead set on ripping them to shreds? His teammates are shaking in their boots, and that's when Songjun steps out, telling them to stand back, insisting that he'll handle this solo. Jay suggests a tactical retreat if Han is so set on it, but the Count makes it clear they aren't going anywhere, not about to let them come and go as they please. In the blink of an eye, Son bolts toward them like lightning, until he notices our guy, standing right there next to him, completely unfazed and motionless. The Count realizes it's the same human who was half buried in the wreckage, while Sel is just shook, unable to take his eyes off Han, who stands there without a shred of fear. Han asks the Count if he's heard the one about being careful what you wish for. Han smirks boldly and declares that he's going to make Nero regret everything he just spit. The Count is triggered by the trash talk and calls him a stupid, arrogant brat. As the vampire lord lunges at Han, our boy blasts forward with his sword, tearing that vampire to absolute shreds. Our boy slashes the vampire lord like an absolute boss and immediately orders his crew to find the priests ASAP, but Sakamoto wonders if that's even necessary. Since Songjun already killed the vampire Count, the air is thick with pure disbelief and our boy thinks it through logically, believing that if they had actually cleared the trial, the system would have popped up to announce that the stage is over. That's when our guy activates Dragon Eyes and realizes the vampire count is piecing his body back together using his regenerative powers. Man, it's so dumb to think an apostle and vampire lord could be taken out that easily. Hearing this, Jay panics, wondering how the hell that monster can heal itself after being sliced in half, while David freaks out because this defies all logic. Meanwhile, Soc thinks the priests are probably toast by now. Given the state of the city, it's completely collapsed. He suggests all four of them team up to take him down, but Han refuses and insists that he'll hold off the vampire count for now. In the meantime, he orders his teammates to find anything that could be useful, even if it's just a relic from a real priest. Actually, Han just wants his teammates to get lost, because he wants this boss all to himself. His teammates agree with everything he says. Finally, Telia's body is fully regenerated, and this time he is absolutely livid, determined to kill that insolent human. Our guy is amazed to see his self-healing abilities, even though Han also has similar regeneration and blood control skills. It seems Nara's are slightly more efficient than his. Regardless, our guy reckons his own combat prowess is clearly a cut above Cell's. Just like that, the vampire count lunges at him, fuming with rage, attacking with multiple invasive clusters. Created from blood manipulation, those clusters explode like fireworks, and Cell had high hopes, thinking that tiny little worm would have to bow down before his superior blood control. However, as it turns out, Han dodged every single attack smoothly and appeared right from behind, thanking Neza because he definitely learned a thing or two from this fight. But the vampire count couldn't stand the mockery and screamed. Right then our guy slashes Neza into pieces as blood gushes out. The vampire was even more minced than before, but our boy is surprised that he's still regenerating. For a vampire, that's pretty terrifying. Suddenly our hero realizes something, as he reflects on the possibility that this trial was designed so that without a priest, there'd be no way to kill the count. No matter what they did, with the whole city already destroyed, it'd be a miracle if any priest survived. Meanwhile, the count regenerates perfectly as usual. That's when Han starts rethinking his life choices, because this situation is far from ideal. As for Neza, he smirks at the puny human's futile efforts to grant him eternal rest, and stupidity amuses the count, while our guy just grins, ear to ear like a demon, wondering how many more times he has to butcher him before he stays dead for good. That chilling smile terrifies the count. He starts to tremble and wonders if this is fear stirring in his cold veins. A harsh reality check hits him, and his pride shatters at the thought of a vampire lord being scared of a mere human. Neza gritted his teeth in anger and demanded Han stop mocking him, since he is the future king of all vampires. Meanwhile, Han figures maybe slicing the count a third time will do the trick, and rips him to shreds once again. As he's being hacked to pieces, Cell screams in agony and tells Han that he won't be able to break him through mere pain alone. Our guy keeps relentlessly slashing him, while the vampire lord laughs and claims that it's all in vain. He taunts our friend, saying he's no real hero, and making it crystal clear that nothing he does will ever end his reign. Still, Han keeps right on hacking, and Nier just keeps rambling on about how mortals like him will soon hit their physical limit, and it won't be long before total exhaustion brings him to his knees. But the vampire lord is in total disbelief when he realizes that although Song-Ju has been slashing him non-stop, he hasn't drained a single drop of mana yet. The Lord starts to wonder if this human is actually the hero from the legends, as our friend tears him apart for the 8th time. Right then, Han unlocks the Battlefield Master achievement and gains the Torturer's Gambit skill. Then Han jokes if he's making sliced meat or ground beef. Meanwhile, the vampire lord is literally pissing himself as he flees for his life, believing this human is nothing short of a pure monster. The vampire retreats for the moment, but everything changes in a flash when our hero catches up to him in the blink of an eye, reminding the count he'll make him regret everything he ever said. Han's true monstrous nature has awakened, and he summons his blade, muttering that he won't let him come and go as he pleases. The count calls him a petty worm and warns Han that he'll pay dearly for this. That was when our guy ruthlessly tore him to shreds for the 9th time, and the vampire lord begged him to end this senseless bloodshed, offering an unconditional surrender. The apprentice apostle was completely broken, accepting his inevitable fate and agreeing to whatever conditions Han set. The count begged for mercy, promising him any treasure he desired. But Han, revving like a chainsaw, kept hacking away at the vampire lord, who was pleading for him to end his suffering, as he couldn't take this forever. Seo realized this human was no hero, but a bloodthirsty psycho killer, Han told him to just hurry up and die, because he was sick of him, babbling and regenerating over and over. That's when an idea flashed in his head, and Han smirked like a total devil. Han called out to the vampire lord, who was bowing before him, and told him a way to escape this never-ending torture. Celia asked what he had to do, and Han activated Punishing Shield. A massive crucifix slammed into the ground, and it seemed he could switch the shield into a different form. He called the cross the punishing training dummy, and ordered Celia to hit this thing until he told him to stop. Han told him to snap to it and end his own suffering. The vampire lord walked toward the cross, musing that from start to finish. The events that pushed him to this pathetic state were completely beyond comprehension. The poor vampire was scared to death thinking about what was next. Without a single warning or omen, this mortal butcher, this killer appeared out of nowhere and single-handedly slaughtered the greatest vampire army ever assembled. Just like that, the vampire lord began punching the cross, thinking to himself that maybe this was a trial from God. Nothing made sense to him anymore. Say tried to convince himself that this was still a test, because from the very start, the fact that a human possessed blood manipulation powers was already absurd. He figured it was God's will, meant to challenge the wavering faith of the vampire disciples by sending this demonic messenger as a twisted savior for the vampire race. Say insisted this was God's way of testing his resolve. Meanwhile, the atonement shield absorbed all the damage as Say continuously attacked it. That crucifix shield could now release every bit of the accumulated damage. Han decided that was enough and radiated pure malice. As he told the vampire he was no longer of any use to him. At that moment, Say realized this human wasn't some damn savior at all, but a literal demon. He came up with a plan to finish off the vampire lord for good. He decomposed Say entire body until not a single scrap of flesh remained. He trapped Say within the atonement shield and thrust the blood devil blade straight into the shield to unleash all of the stored damage. That's when a massive explosion erupted, and death flashed before the vampire lord's eyes as he stared in absolute horror. The blast rocked and collapsed the entire area, tearing the vampire into the smallest possible pieces. Just like that, Han finally cleared the 13th floor trial and obtained a skill book. He was also rewarded with a ton of points. Han smiled at his milestone achievement. Having soloed an immortal being, he absorbed all the blood Say left behind using the blood feast effect to absorb the blood of enemies slain by the blood devil blade. And so Seongjun absorbed the vampire's blood with his demonic blade, imprinting the enhanced blood magic skill into a slot. He activated Blood Feast, the imprinted skill, enhanced blood magic from the true blood devil blade, and the blood moved perfectly with just a snap of his fingers. Turns out, our hero can now control blood, even better than the Count himself. It's almost as if he's the vampire king that Say so desperately wanted to be. Han manipulated countless blood swords, floating impressively in midair. And personally, he didn't feel bad about this at all. Our boy flashed a refreshing smile, and the only downside was that he looked like a total supervillain. Even my dad almost thought he was a bad guy. Right after that, Han absorbed the vampire Count's soul, and divinity was detected within his soul. His holy power ability was activated, and the divinity was extracted. Our guy remembered seeing divinity extraction before. When he absorbed the dead soul of his clone, now he could speed up the growth of his holy power ability. A brilliant light shone down on Seongjun. At the time, he didn't realize it, but the condition for extracting divinity is whether the dead soul he absorbs actually possesses holy power. Since lower-level vampires don't have any divinity for him to extract, Han can only extract divinity from enemies who have a holy power level equivalent to his own. Han realized that there was so much he didn't know at that moment. The judgment process to extract powers begins by absorbing a dead soul stronger than the user. Han felt this was totally rigged, because there was no way the vampire Count was stronger than him. But he figured it wasn't hard to guess what the criteria were. He speculated that the system probably considers dead souls linked to entities, like gods and angels, to be superior than any other souls. However, the skill from the dead vampire's soul was extracted, and Han obtained the Faith Harvest ability. While he was wondering what this ability was, he was interrupted when his teammates found him along with the survivors. Shark Io said that the priests had used their protective blessings to keep everyone safe. As a result, there were more survivors than expected. The survivors were overjoyed to learn that the vampire Count had been defeated by a lone warrior and believed that Han must be the legendary hero. They thanked their god for sending a hero in their hour of greatest need to bring them salvation. The system detected a powerful surge of faith directed at Han through his faith harvest ability. He glanced at this heartwarming moment as the survivors placed all their faith in him. Han figured that even misplaced faith still counts as faith at the end of the day. However, he just smirked, since he definitely wasn't one to pass up an opportunity. Then he activated the authority skill. His presence became extraordinary, and his influence over others intensified. That being said, Han believed he hadn't lied to them about anything, and that's how he unlocked another achievement. At least I didn't lie. Using Faith Harvest, faith was collected from the surrounding area, and the holy power ability activated, creating a myth based on actual results and the faith of the believers. At that moment, the Vampire Slayer myth was created. Holy power was imbued with anti-resurrection and anti-demon effects. Our boy had ended the infinite resurrection of the vampire count, which explained the anti-resurrection and anti-demon properties. Quite simply, stemming from the slaughter of every vampire you encounter, Han found this interesting and realized what this whole myth accumulation was about. To put it simply, his holy power seemed to be merging with the new faith that he had harvested to create these myths, basically using one power to generate even more. At this rate, Han could feel all of this unused holy power draining from his body. It looked like activating a myth would consume the holy power reserves within his heart. Afterwards, he harvested almost all the faith that everyone had sent his way, and that brought the trials to a close, safely. After Shark Io and Anderday moved into the waiting room, the old man David approached Han. The old man admitted he had mistaken Han's confidence for youthful arrogance, but it seemed his own arrogance had caused him to underestimate the boy. David apologized, and Songjun gladly accepted. Suddenly the god of war appeared. Having been alerted to the death of his apostle, the god recognized Han's existence and detected the holy power within him, then turned hostile. Acting quickly, the boy knelt before the god, leaving David confused by the sudden gesture. However, they couldn't escape the god's wrath. As the ground shook and collapsed, the Tower of Trials revealed they had entered the divine realm. It was as if all hell broke loose as the earth split open, and everyone plummeted down. Burning lava screams of terror and rage. Han wondered what the hell was going on. Just when he thought the trial was over, another disaster struck. Everyone was in total chaos, scrambling for their lives to escape the dead end, where lava awaited. David Taylor, amidst the crowd, looked stressed out, because the portal to his waiting room was on the other side, with rivers of lava in between, making it impossible to cross. That's when he makes his move, and asks the old man if he wants to shake hands again. Not calling him Professor Dumbledore, Han suddenly grabs Dumbledore's hand and hurls him hard toward the other side. The old man screams in terror, while he agrees that it is indeed a solid solution. After tossing the old man safely into the portal, the ground cracks further as lava boils up. Han warns everyone to get back and slams the ground, thereby triggering the Shield of Atonement. It turns out Han had transformed his shield into bridges, stretching across to the other side. Meanwhile, old man David, who is flying toward his own portal, ponders deeply about Han. He can't tell if Han is truly the legendary hero they claim him to be or not. But if a defender of justice like that exists in this desolate world, perhaps they would look a lot like Han, just like that. The clock tower. Mage bids farewell to our boy, calling him the hero of Earth while he orders everyone to run across the bridge that he created with his shield, because it won't last long. Behind this act of kindness, our slick guy is actually hoping to squeeze out a little more faith from them. But he ran out of luck, having wasted too much time playing the savior-hero role as he rushes back to his own portal. Suddenly, the god of war is offended by Han, a mortal who dares to use divinity. That's when a crushing, terrible pressure slams into the humans, and their heads explode, spraying blood everywhere. Han's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses such a ghastly sight. A reckless massacre. The god of war warns Han, the Hound of the Tower, that he has crossed the line. A surge of rage flares up in Han's eyes, and he fires back that the god himself was the one who crossed the line. He makes it crystal clear that, as long as he's under the tower's protection, messing with him like this won't end well for anyone. Then he continues toward the portal. Since the god has nothing better to say, as Han steps into his portal, the god flashes a bloodthirsty grin. The god of war looks forward to savoring the demise of a mere mortal like Han. Our boy now has yet another reason to become even stronger. He's determined not to let some god push him around. Just like that, he enters the 14th floor waiting room, and he can't help but think about those who were annihilated by the god. He ponders that the tower might have created that vampire city solely for the trial. The truth is, even he doesn't know if it was real or not. Han feels an immense sense of guilt, but he realizes there's no point in dwelling on his emotions regarding what happens during the trials. Anyway, Seongjun now knows that the one calling himself the God of War now holds a major grudge against him. The Tower trial notifies him not to place his faith in any other deities due to the encounter with the God of War, and because he's earned the hostility of other gods, Han believes it was bound to happen anyway, but decides not to waste any more time on things beyond his control. After that, Han obtains a new cloak, and he purchases the Magic Blade's Path ability. This is a rare skill granted to users who are obsessed with the pursuit of power above all else. After that, Han heads into the deep forest and meets Administrator Bai Hei, who had really missed his presence. The administrator heard from Han's patron that he had started a beef with that kid from the Namgung clan. Even our guy isn't exactly sure how, but that's just the way it went down. Given the situation, Bai Hei figures that Namgung Hwook is the reason he used his special points to buy her power. Our guy nods and says she's spot on. The administrator smiles and reassures him that he made a wise choice. She tells Han that he's what commoners call a total genius, because our friend perfectly mimicked the sword forms of a technique he didn't even know. By pure instinct alone, Bai Hei believes Han's talent goes far beyond being a mere copycat, like the way he grasped the true intent behind the swordsmanship that he wanted to imitate, and successfully modified it into a dual blade style. Genius or not, Seongjun realizes that he's definitely a top-tier copier. The administrator also mentions that Seongjun was able to master some Namgung techniques, even if it was just a tiny bit. That proves his potential to become a true grandmaster, which means he has every right to start his own martial arts school. Seongjun wonders if that's really such a flex. But like the administrator said, Han made a clutch decision picking his powers during this trial, and now everything he learned and figured out on his own will be upgraded into legit skills recognized by the Tower. The administrator agrees to teach him everything he needs to know. But there's a catch if Seongjun wants to learn from her. An administrator and a contractor must form a covenant as master and apprentice. Seongjun happily accepts becoming her student. The administrator is a bit flustered, but Han reassures her that she should consider him her #1 apprentice. If this is truly what he wants, she has no reason to stop him. Deep down, Han knows Bai Hei was once a player who climbed over 40 floors in the tower, and he'd be a fool if he turned down the chance to train with her. Bai Hei warns Seongjun not to regret it later, and Han wonders if her training methods are actually that brutal. Like, is she planning to whip him or something? That's when the administrator explains that in the Murim dimension, a disciple can only train under one single master for their entire life. Therefore, she just wants him to make a choice that he won't regret later on. But Han stays firm and reassures her that he won't have any regrets. It's not like he knows anyone else in the Murim dimension to take as a master anyway. Since he seems so certain, Bai Hei establishes the covenant and introduces herself as the 17th leader of the White Crane Sword Clan and the former undisputed champion of the Murim dimension. She then reveals her name is Xuanhua Bai Hei, the martial artist who will now be his master. Our guy is shocked to learn she was a champion and bows to his new master. Han then recounts what he learned in his first brief martial arts lesson. It's essentially split into two main categories: internal arts and external arts. Internal arts are techniques to refine and store mana absorbed from the outside world into the user's body, while external arts allow the user to release that power through physical strikes, performing physical skills like qinggong and various types of swordsmanship. Martial arts include these different techniques, and some techniques require a specific type of qi to be utilized. However, our guy starts to wonder if his divine blood-mind method counts as a type of neigong. To satisfy his curiosity, he asks Baek-hak if it would be a problem if he already had a type of neigong that he was trying to master. Hearing this, the administrator almost loses her cool and frantically commands Sejun to explain clearly without missing a single detail. He argues that what she said sounded like he was learning something similar to what she calls neigong. The administrator, Xianoa, gets pissed at him and asks if that woman of iron and blood taught him how to synthesize an aura. Sejun wonders if neigong is called aura synthesis in other dimensions. Meanwhile, Baek-hak reckons that even the iron-blooded monarch wouldn't dare violate the terms of a covenant so blatantly. However, Xianoa doesn't buy it and insists on checking for herself. Suddenly, the administrator quickly places her hand on Seongjun's chest and presses down hard. This makes our guy wonder what his master is up to. Yo, Lady Baek-hak, we all see your real intentions now. You can't hide it. She needs to chill for a second to analyze, and she soon deduces that she doesn't see any trace of Negong cultivation in him other than his mana. Our guy then reveals the divine blood mine method, given to him by an administrator named Fallen Heir on the 12th floor. Not to mention you even finessed those administrators into granting you their power. On top of that, activating this power buffs your battle instincts, so you've been using it ever since. Dono vents her frustration, because this was clearly a total misunderstanding. She explains to Sung Jun that this power was bestowed upon him by the tower. It's not a form of Negong, even though it used to be a Negong technique, mastered by your patron, which was later converted into a skill. Then our guy awkwardly asks his master to switch to a different position. Literally, and right then, she realizes she overstepped and turns into a blushing mess. She excuses herself, saying she was too rushed to confirm her suspicions and lost all her manners, while our guy says he's not complaining. However, Chionoa seems pretty dissatisfied with it all. She expresses her anger, stating that some filthy trash from the blood demon cult has no right to taint you with such a low-tier cultivation method. Seeing her reaction, Han is reminded that this administrator isn't actually as soft and naive as she looks. Then Hawk clearly warns her disciple that it's better if you don't learn any kind of Negong. She asserts that Sung Jun already has a way to accumulate mana without needing to practice Negong, and what you master through your skills will allow you to cycle through various types of internal energy without any conflict. Our friend didn't know this was an option, but the administrator tells him to rest easy. She declares that the cultivation method she wants to teach doesn't rely on Negong. However, she proceeds to demonstrate her swordsmanship, telling him to watch and follow along. Han activates his combat skill, and Shionoa performs her sword techniques, emitting a pink aura. He realizes that she had only ever shown him her gentle side, and is now convinced she truly is a master of the Muji dimension. Out of the 7 forms of the White Blade, Shionoa performs the first form, White Blade Sea of Light. She swings her sword with such poise, as if starlight itself were flowing, while our guy watches her in awe, memorizing every single move in his head. Shionoa apologizes for going slow, as this is the minimum speed required for the Sea of Light. But Han confidently reassures her that he can handle it. He analyzes Beckhawk's movements, and it seems like she's literally warping space to trap and slash through everything. With that in mind, he swings his sword perfectly, mimicking exactly what the administrator just did. Our guy asks if he did a good job, and Beckhawk's eyes go wide, wondering what the hell just happened with that sword form. It is then revealed that, in any era or dimension, natural-born geniuses always exist. These people possess an innate gift for learning, allowing them to reach heights far beyond what most people can achieve. Geniuses effortlessly display a top-tier ability to understand, evaluate, and absorb information on any subject. However, even geniuses like them must diligently hone their skills to utilize them to their full potential. Right now, our guy asks Beckhawk if he did anything wrong, while Shionoa is straight up panicking. She gasps in disbelief because Han mimicked the White Blade Sea of Light, like it was child's play, and on his very first try. However, she calls out to Han and lets him know he has no idea how massive of a flex his actions were. She compares the 7 forms of her White Blade to angels, Namgung-Hu's swordsmanship. It's no exaggeration to say that her sword style is far more sophisticated. Beckhawk reminds our friend that he just copied 2 of the most precious techniques of the Namgung clan. Namgung's Heavenly Tomb Sword and Heavenly Soaring Sword. They are also part of the Heavenly Angel Sword style. Shionoa says that her transcendent ultimate move is built on complex principles that allow one to dominate space itself. And yet Seongjun simulated her White Blade Sea of Light on his very first try, effortlessly. With just 1 demonstration, he performed that exact technique, almost perfectly. Hearing this, Han is shocked, because Shionoa called them basic concepts, but he didn't feel like they were easy to grasp at all. Lady Beckhawk emphasizes that Seongjun is an intuitive genius. It's thanks to his natural instinct that he can understand its essence in a heartbeat, in the blink of an eye. She admits this is pretty much unheard of. While our guy doesn't understand a single word she's saying, Shionoa drops a bombshell revelation, muttering that it only took him 1 day to learn almost every martial arts technique. Every martial art has its own principles that a disciple must study to grasp and absorb. Furthermore, for that art, since our friend doesn't need any theoretical lessons on the principles, turns out he can just look and copy a technique at will. Regardless, Lady Beckhawk still trains him on how to use mana, After practicing, our guy notes that he mastered as many techniques as possible, including footwork, qinggong, and fist techniques, but the most useful among them is the 7 forms of the white blade. Among them is White Blade Sea of Light, a technique that makes evasion impossible by warping space to slash right through the target. White Blade Heaven Piercer, a thrusting technique used to penetrate the enemy's defenses. And White Blade Spatial Butterfly, a defensive technique that distorts the space surrounding the blade. With that, the training session ends, and Han expresses his gratitude to his master. Lady Bakehawk is thrilled that he called her master, and our guy prepares to head out. She thinks he's leaving too soon and reassures Han that he can stay as long as he likes. He leaves saying he has a gut feeling he'll be back. After he's gone, Xian-Oa is absolutely over the moon and smiles low-key because Han called her master earlier. She is also certain that he will progress at a breakneck pace if he trains hard with his natural-born talent. A little while later, our guy enters the 14th floor lobby and feels kinda bad about not being able to master all 7 Bakehawk sword techniques at his current level. In the meantime, he has maximized his demon-slaying sword skill and improved it whenever possible. But when it comes to his master's 7 sword forms, or Namgung's heavenly angel sword style, he's still not strong enough to integrate these new styles. For this reason, he decides to create a new skill using his magic sword mastery power, which allows the user to develop unique swordsmanship skills. By activating Iron Blood Sword and focusing on the battle, Han improved both the Heavenly Angel sword style and the 7 white blades using dual swords, but neither has leveled up into a full-fledged skill yet. Then, Han recalls when Xian-Oa gave him a clue about a skill that can only be created with a solid foundation and a recognizable structure. He thinks about modifying the Bakehawk style into a base swordsmanship to stack the Heavenly Angel sword style on top of it, whenever you want. At the same time, he kept in mind the principle of dual wielding. A strong offense is the best defense. Countless sword strokes traced shimmering arcs as a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. And then, after deep reflection, he created a new skill. Primal Chaos Sword, boasting superior effects. It adds buffs and enhancements to the techniques of both constituent sword styles. When he drew his sword, he was amazed by this skill. And though he loved having the extra buffs, he figured it could have been even better. That's when Han opened his inventory and stumbled upon a book, the skill he earned from the 13th trial. This book allows the user to acquire a B-rank skill, B rank, with nothing to lose. He decided to go for it and flipped through the pages. Ultimately, the Blood Soul Magic Blade skill was created. It infuses the user with demonic energy, and when used, its unique effect, Double Strike, is triggered to double the technique's potency. To beef it up even more, Xiangjun used skill synthesis on Primal Chaos Sword and Blood Soul Magic Blade. That's when the Magic Primal Sword skill was born. Just like that, Han entered the 14th floor with the quest objective to hunt down every monster in the lake within a 7-day time limit. He faced enemies way above his level, so Han popped his indomitable skill the moment he stepped in. The situation shifted completely when he crossed paths with Namgung Hyuk, who was there lying in wait for him. He'd already slaughtered all the small fry monsters on the 14th floor for him, but since Han hadn't shown up, Hyuk thought he might have been in the wrong place. But his rival appeared right on cue. Both grinned like absolute psychos, making it clear they'd been itching for this moment. He went all out, firing off all his skills, and the two of them lunged at each other. Swings the sword to attack. The battle between Han Song-jun and Namgung Hyuk begins. He uses the fire sword, leaving Namgung completely shell-shocked. As he wonders how the hell he could pull it off, Song-jun asks him if he's surprised yet, since he's got plenty more up his sleeve. And with that, he kicks Hyuk after landing a slice on his cheek. Seong-jun's leveled-up skills and techniques stun Namgung to his very core, but he doesn't let it show. He asks him how he feels about his newly created S-rank swordsmanship skill, a demonic sword technique developed by fusing multiple divine arts. The absolute consecutive double strike can unleash 2 extra hits simultaneously, with the blade's original strike carrying the exact same power as the actual attack. Han Seong-jun is flexing this skill, feeling like it's absolutely cracked. But he warns Namgung Hyuk about the scar on his face, saying it'll mess with him until the day he dies. Namgung heals the scar while lunging at Song-jun to strike back. He can't believe that the footwork Song-jun is currently using, the qinggong technique, belongs to Mujin Hyuk. He wonders why. Seong-jun had been sandbagging his martial arts before, but he lets him know he wasn't hiding anything. He was actually just scared to death. Because of that, he reveals that he learned all of this only yesterday. This makes the Azure Sky Dragon Sword go ballistic. He believes he's still a total failure as always, spouting nonsense about mastering martial arts in one day. Seongjun proudly claims that someone once told him he was a genius, and with that, he executes the signature sword techniques of the Namgung clan, leaving the swordmaster completely shattered. The Azure Sky Dragon Sword loses his cool and grills Seongjun on how he dares to use it without knowing his place. But he thinks that actually, he should have made it harder to copy. Namgung Hyuk lunges at him, while Seongjun admires his swordsmanship, light footwork techniques, and even those erratic movements of his. He's getting a masterclass right now, and is determined to memorize every bit of it, to use later on. Then Namgung unleashes a forced duel. He sets up a combat domain within a 30-meter radius, forbidding anyone except Han Seongjun and Namgung Hyuk from entering. Hyuk believes he's got him cornered, but much to his surprise, our necromancer uses magic to attack. Shocked Namgung struggles to fight back, and just when he thinks about escaping his own domain blocks the way. He's forced to manually dispel it, before he can even make a break for it. Seongjun closes in and hits him with a force so powerful that the Mujin guy is sent flying. He sees the Mujin genius in a pathetic state, and figures the guy's already lost. But to his shock, Namgung Hyuk bursts out laughing, making Seongjun wonder if he's finally lost his mind. Meanwhile, Namgung acknowledges the fact that Seongjun has mastered martial arts and become this strong in such a short amount of time, even though he has no idea how. The Mujin guy finds it interesting, since he believes that, even if he uses the tower's magic, he would still acknowledge it, and with that, he pulls out a stone. Han Seongjun swings his sword, wondering if this guy really thinks he's just gonna let him do that. The floor invasion penalty exemption. Stone is activated by Namgung before the sword can even touch him. A massive pillar of light appears as it happens, and after a few moments, we see Namgung Hyuk stepping out from the light, asking Han Seongjun if he's ever wondered why he's called the Azure Sky Dragon Sword. Seongjun knows he's cooked, letting out a nervous laugh. Namgung Hyuk steps forward in a rage, believing that enhanced sword chi isn't something a punk like Seongjun can handle, should witness it. He says he should consider it an honor. Seongjun's flashback takes us back to when the White Crane swordmaster told him about using chi. It's basically the concept of channeling mana into your blade. It's a technique that adds elemental attributes, interfering with the laws of the sword itself, while Fire Sword is a stage where you can add another attribute. Enhanced sword chi is the next level, an ultimate essence of sorts, that allows you to fluidly utilize the surrounding mana. Back to the present. We see Seongjun in disbelief, ever expecting to witness enhanced sword chi this soon. And much to his surprise, the skill is ridiculously OP. The sword's range increases rapidly in the enhanced sword chi state, making it difficult to even get close. Moreover, the powerful yet fluid movements of the enhanced sword chi are erratic and menacing, as if the blade is transforming into a living dragon. He realizes he underestimated Namgung, and recalls the enlightenment of the sword way, while hearing the White Crane swordmaster's teachings. Seongjun feels that the Mujin masters skipped several developmental stages in their process of enlightenment. Seeing Seongjun tense up unlike before, the Mujin guy taunts him, while Seongjun regrets not going all out to end the match from the start, knowing that things are about to get messy now. Han Seongjun activates the power of Azure Sky Blood Nourishing Body Art, and warns Namgung to get ready, because he's about to go full send. As Namgung Hyuk approaches, Seongjun uses White Sword Butterfly Void, leaving the Azure Sky Dragon Sword in total disbelief, wondering where else Seongjun stole martial arts from. The Mujin guy is confident that any struggle is futile against enhanced sword chi, while Seongjun activates the combat focus skill, cranking his concentration up 20 times. He manages to slip behind Hyuk's back, but ends up taking a heavy hit to the gut. And before he can even get back up, the Mujin guy attacks him without mercy. Luckily, Han manages to dodge the strike. He's shocked to see Namgung's enhanced sword chi adapting to the White Sword Butterfly Void. With that, he activates the Ashen Blood skill. But before he can even use it, the Azure Sky Dragon Sword kicks him with everything he's got, sending him flying back and slamming hard into the ground. The impact makes him cough up blood. Meanwhile, Hyuk has no intention of letting him off the hook and attacks again. Han tanks that massive blow, which leaves the Mujin guy completely shell-shocked. He never expected this kid to actually go toe-to-toe with him. Ready to wrap this up, the swordmaster swings his blade at Seongjun, who isn't ready to throw in the towel not yet. Seongjun uses the shield counter skill, unleashing all the absorbed damage at once. After everything he's done to get here, he refuses to go down that easily. Seongjun's attack doesn't even faze the swordmaster, catching him off guard. And before he knows it, Hyok's blade clean cuts his head off. The final resistance skill kicks in. It nullifies Seongjun's fatal wound and amps up all his senses for a brief moment. While this skill has a 1-week cooldown, this reward he earned as a bonus on the 12th floor just saved his life. His head is reattached to his body, and as he regains his composure, he uses another 12th floor reward. He activates the exclusive effect of the ancient emperor's ash crown, demonic arts. Because of the ash crown, Han's mind will slowly be corrupted. Because of that, the pure mind power is forcefully activated. He decides to go for broke and uses necromancy to defeat the Mujin guy, who's losing it at the sight of this magic. He quickly brushes it off and grabs Han Songjun by the neck. The Mujin guy throttles Han with one hand and uses the other to try and decapitate him again. But before he can even pull it off, his body starts shaking and he's paralyzed. Suddenly, Namgung Hyok collapses to the ground as Seongjun reminds him about what he said regarding the scar on his face. A flashback to Hyok's past begins, where we see young Hyok standing guiltily before his parents, while his father is chewing out his mother, asking her why their son can't even pull off the basic moves, and questioning if the kid is even his own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the purple-eyed child actually finds joy in talking to his own sword. Then one day, he meets his grandfather for the first time, who discovers that he's been developing his own path of swordsmanship instead of following any set forms. The grandfather realizes his grandson is a genius, and from that day on, Namgung is raised by the current sword sovereign. As a result, the Mujin boy begins to grow at a dangerous, unprecedented rate. After becoming stronger, Namgung proudly goes to his father to report that he's taken care of the blood cultists who were moving around in disguise. The poor son expects his father to praise him, but instead, his father tells him to focus on his character, instead of killing, and proceeds to humiliate him. This leaves a deep emotional scar on Namgung Hyuk. Back to the present. We see the ancient emperor's ash crown break, after its durability is all used up. Namgung lies there groaning in pain and tells him to just end it, but Seongjun sits across from him. He finds it fascinating that they were never supposed to meet, yet these two people from different dimensions ended up in a fight like this. Seongjun admits the battle was a total pain, but ironically he actually feels pretty good about it. While fighting, our boy believes that if they were friends, they could have shared achievements and glory instead of fighting like this. And this leaves Namgung shocked at first, and then in pure disbelief. He can't believe Seongjun still has those kinds of thoughts while climbing the tower, so he decides to tell him something interesting. The guy from Mujin reveals the reason he stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension. It wasn't just to enjoy killing our main man, but because after obtaining divinity, he became the enemy of a certain god and felt his life was in danger. According to him, the chosen ones will inevitably have to face divinity, and the moment they do, they will have to face the gods in many different forms. Swordmaster Han knows he'll have to deal with divinity soon, but if he climbs the tower with that naive mindset, then even without divinity, our boy won't be able to stop the gods from destroying his earth. After hearing this, Han Seongjun refuses to agree, believing that this won't happen, because anyone who tries to destroy the foundation of his life will be killed by his own hand. And with that, our boy attacks Namgung one last time, killing him for good. Skill. True mantra activated. The system congratulates you. Seongjun has cleared the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. Rewards. For clearing wind, spirit boots are being transferred to Han's inventory. And with that, our boy receives 10,000 clear points and the clearing reward of 4,000 SP. As an additional bonus, our boy receives another 4,000 SP, and the heaven-shattering sword has been moved to your inventory. The system guides Han to the waiting room, where the foundation of a legend has been set. Success. And divine power is being intensely activated, as the system calculates the legend based on results, reality, and the faith of the believers. The legend of the battle-hardened warrior is complete and is accumulating divine energy. From now on, the indomitable and reversal effects will be down to Han's divinity management. Our boy absorbs the soul of the challenger. Namgung's proficiency increases to 47%, and the unique necromancy trait increases by 1 tier. The exclusive blood siphon effect of the blue sky true sword is activated, and Namgung's blood is absorbed into it, causing the growth item to level up. The system announces that Hui Uk's blood is being absorbed, imprinting the enhancement skill, enlightenment, and the exclusive blood siphon slot. Our boy believes that he has scored some good loot, that he can also apply to the fire sword. And with that, he realizes his clothes cannot be repaired. So Seongjun decides to go shopping back on Earth. While our guy is thinking about that, the system interrupts and announces that the iron-blooded monarch administrator says she has a pretty good set of armor and wants to sponsor her contractor. Then the White Crane swordmaster says that the contractor's fighting style is better suited for martial arts robes. So Seongjun, after seeing this, went to the iron-blooded monarch's place and was blown away at how the administrator designed her home. When he enters, the administrator praises him for doing a great job, and to celebrate clearing a difficult level, she gives him a gift. It looks like a pendant. Our boy thinks she's giving him a set of armor, but is cut off when Iron-Blooded chimes in and lets him know that once he channels a bit of mana into this necklace, the armor will automatically equip. The administrator warns that Seongjun should use it outside the tower as a precaution, and our boy, after thanking her, leaves to meet the White Crane swordmaster. Our guy greets his master, White Crane, who seems let down because Seongjun didn't visit her first. While he's apologizing, the administrator asks Han for permission to do something, and hesitates, saying she wants to do a hair job for our young man. Our boy, after processing what she just said, feels uneasy, since he believes hair should only be done by a stylist, and points out that she doesn't even have the tools. The White Crane swordmaster reveals that the 7 sublime white swords are enough for that, and with that, she warns Han to stay still if he doesn't want to get hurt. Before Seongjun could protest or stop her, his haircut was already finished, and to his surprise, the hair looks pretty fire. Our boy compliments his master, who gets all flustered but tries to act natural. Then she starts shoving Seongjun toward the exit, while giving him the item that makes it easy to put on the martial arts robes she mentioned. Previously, the White Crane swordmaster nervously wished him luck, and Seongjun feels like there's something fishy about this. Seongjun enters the floor 15 waiting room as the system begins to finalize and the commission quests unlock. From now on, our boy can accept certain quests from the administrators, and these quests will replace individual trials and will be based on the administrator's life record. Upon completing a quest, Seongjun can receive rewards from the administrator who assigned it. However, he can only accept 1 quest per floor. Now our boy realizes why the administrators were being so nice to him. It was so they could commission him to have him carry out their quests. But since Seongjun has a lot on his plate, he decides to take his time thinking about it, and chooses to check out his newly acquired legend. The legend of the battle-hardened warrior triggers an effect called Indomitable, which is bound to divinity management. And when it's activated, our boy's body can operate at full capacity regardless of its condition. Another effect, Reversal, is also bound to divinity management, and when it's activated, our guy can receive bigger buffs the more he's at a disadvantage in battle. We see people witnessing the second interdimensional invasion of Earth, where yesterday's footage from London is being broadcast. The supervisor notifies his team that the situation unfolded when a challenger from another dimension summoned an unidentified black sphere over London's airspace. He reveals that these alien creatures, composed of mana, vanished without a trace after an initial spree of indiscriminate killing. Meanwhile, the dimensional invader has also retreated inside the black sphere, and there hasn't been a peep of activity since. However, the unidentified black sphere is growing in size, even as they speak, sparking urgent fears of a potential second massacre. The supervisor believes that, if they have any hope of stopping this senseless slaughter, they must commit the support of the South Korean Hunter Association with total urgency. One of the hunters points out the lack of urgency during the crisis in Shinjuku, Japan, and wonders why the association is acting so generous with its support this time around. As the supervisor tries to explain, Han Seongjun cuts him off, claiming that it's all just about the money. Since the Shinjuku crisis was such a massive deal, our boy believes that since then, the association's business has been booming. Everyone turns towards Seongjun as he speaks, while the challengers whisper and gossip about him. After the meeting, our guy meets up with Hyojin and apologizes for heading back into the tower, without saying a word, and tells her he's really happy to see her. Hyojin accepts his apology, but says she'd really appreciate it if our boy cared about his partner just a little bit more. With that, she asks him about his combat gear, and Seongjun lets her know that he's wearing it underneath. Their conversation is cut short when a man announces that all challengers joining the London relief mission need to head to the chartered flight this way, guiding them along the path. Seongjun turns around, ready to board the plane, but Hyojin stops him and reveals that she has a better idea. Hyojin got some upgrades of her own from climbing the tower, mentioning that some support magic she learned involves spatial manipulation. The dark-haired girl reveals to Seongjun that now she can teleport anywhere she wants, with precise coordinates, and she even got clearance from the association. Seongjun is informed that he's been selected as the target for the teleportation support magic, and now he'll be moved to the coordinates designated by the teleportation support magic caster. With that, they activate the instant teleportation. Meanwhile, in London we see the magic summons from the day before reappearing, as the challengers on site brace themselves for the second wave. Their top priority is protecting the tower. A high-level challenger orders the rookies to focus on the warp gate while he takes the fight forward, because they can't let any contamination leak into the warp gate, otherwise they're all toast. The rookie panics as the monster lunges at him, but before it can even get close, it's taken out by Han Songjun and Haejin, who emerge from the warp gate at that exact moment. The rookie apologizes for not being able to protect the magic circle better, while Haejin reassures him and asks when this whole mess started up again. The high-level challenger appears before them, looking absolutely stoked to see them, calling them knights in shining armor, and apologizes for skipping introductions since they're short on time. He suggests they leave the front line to them and join the rest of the escorts at the rendezvous point, ordering the rookie to escort their guests downstairs. Upon reaching the hall, Songjun realizes this is definitely a support mission on a massive scale. But for some reason, our boy feels uneasy seeing that the folks from the Mage Tower aren't exactly thrilled by this, while everyone outside is risking their lives. The higher-ups down here are just shooting the breeze. An old man in the presiding chair starts a conversation, but is left speechless upon spotting Han Songjun. He never expected to run into him like this, and considers this reunion a true honor. Our guy realizes the old man is the one he saved during the 13th floor trial. After the old man catches Songjun up on everything that's going on, our boy decides to sum it up. To be more precise, according to the old man, that black sphere out there is an ultra-high-level barrier, impossible to break, even with hundreds of mages throwing mana at it, except for the fact that the old man was able to pierce through it when it was much smaller. And that's how the first wave was stopped. But since then, it's been impossible to even put a dent in it. The challengers in this room begin to whisper, because they're confused, failing to understand why Elder Taylor, the old man, would give up the presiding chair to Songjun. None of them can believe it. But Elder Taylor believes that this high seat is a small price to pay for the safety and protection of the country, and he would even drop to his knees before our boy, if necessary, since the others haven't witnessed what he's capable of. Inside the Tower of Trials, the Elder is convinced that Han Seongjun is no ordinary person, and with that, he takes his feedback on the situation and asks for a solution. Seongjun declares there's only one option. He's going to destroy the Black Sphere. Everyone is in total disbelief, whispering amongst themselves. But our boy makes it clear that he has one condition. He wants every single reward offered to everyone here, all for himself, and he means all of them. And if his condition is met, he vows to take down the sphere. The challengers start complaining because their rewards are on the line, while Elder Taylor hesitates, saying such terms must be discussed through the proper channels. But Songjun doesn't mind waiting. However, he thinks that given the current situation, by the time they're done talking and debating, those channels might not even exist anymore, or even London itself. Our guy plans to do whatever needs to be done, even if things don't go his way, but he feels it's always good to get a little something for yourself. Elder Taylor accepts Songjun's conditions and promises to hand over the rewards to him. In exchange, he wants that sphere destroyed. The challengers try to interrupt their supervisor, because they believe he should think this through carefully. But the deal is sealed once Songjun agrees. Our boy uses the pendant, and his outfit transforms into a Mujeom suit. As he prepares to leave, Haejin calls out to him, but he just smiles, confident that this won't take much time at all. Seongjun activates the unique effect of the Wind Spirit Boot's wind path and flies off at lightning speed, leaving the challengers completely stunned. As our guy approaches the sphere, he sees it's much larger than expected and decides to get to work immediately. Han Songjun uses the Heavenly Slash skill, which allows him to destroy mana itself, though it consumes a greater amount of mana proportional to the target's resistance. By using the Heavenly Slash skill, our boy removes the limits on what targets can be destroyed. Just like that, he drives his sword into the barrier. With the skill's ruthless power, the space begins to crumble. And our boy couldn't be happier knowing that he can destroy mana itself. With that final strike, Han rips open the domain as spectacularly as a god and enters the spectral domain. entering the void. He's confused about what this spectral domain even is, and it seems the inside of the sphere is treated as an entirely separate dimension. Right after Han activates his third eye skill, he suddenly finds himself surrounded by terrifying creatures. It's revealed that all beings except for the master of the spectral domain must face horrific illusions. They cannot be dispelled by any skill. Han is expected to lose all sense of direction and can no longer use any sensory skills within this domain. To top it off, he suffers an 18-point reduction to all stats as a penalty. Suddenly, our boy is blindsided by creatures that actually manage to wound him. Seongjun panics hard, wondering what kind of illusion could be powerful enough to inflict physical damage. To see through the BS, our boy activates his clear mind power, and that's how the effects of the spectral void are dispelled. The disorientation and certain skill restrictions are nullified by Han's magic resistance skill. With that, our boy is back in the game stronger than ever, fighting off the illusions as all the creatures rush him. While Seongjun's wounds heal up, he notices the outfit Baek Hak gave him, self-repairs using mana. Just then, someone appears from behind and witnesses Han's cracked abilities. As our boy pauses for a moment, the man is impressed that someone from such a tiny, pathetic dimension could solo his way through the spectral domain. Before that weirdo can't even finish his sentence, our boy decapitates him in the blink of an eye. Even with his head rolling, man manages to choke out that this wasn't exactly unexpected. Suddenly, a blinding light shines down, and Han activates Heroic Legend Return, imbuing his holy power with the Indomitable effect. Illusions of the decapitated mage pop up everywhere, and he expresses utter disbelief, certain that our boy couldn't possibly be just a disciple. The man is frustrated and wonders what kind of god would stoop so low as to visit such a mediocre dimension. Referring to Earth at that time, Han uses blood arts, and the man casts an invisibility spell, causing the illusions to blur to hide from the enemy. But our feller's blood energy erupts, tearing right through those illusions. The mage warns Han, claiming he might be a disciple of a god, but he'll regret having the balls to trespass into a mage's domain. Meanwhile, our boy realizes the one talking is just another illusion. His real body is lurking somewhere out of reach. The mage's illusion attacks Han with the Spectre Swamp Curse. Freaky flying creatures make it clear that he's cooked. However, our boy flips the script as he activates his Shield of Retribution and uses it like a club. Just like that, he uses it to swat those flies, sending them packing. While Han is busy crushing those bugs, he catches on that this damn mage is just stalling for time. Our boy feels like he can track him down. Even though this place looks bigger than it is, it still has limits. He's certain there's a galaxy brain way to do this, but to wrap things up faster, he decides to wipe everything out in one go. And just like that, Han unleashes all the accumulated damage from his Shield of Retribution and triggers the imprint skill, True Blood Demon's Enhanced Vigilance. He uses the unique effect, Dual Mirror Strike of the skill. An intense surge of energy bursts out as our boy swings his sword, triggering an explosion inside the domain. The spectral domain shakes, and our boy's power obliterates everything. As a result, the real mage is finally flushed out. The mage trembles in pain, covered in blood. The man interrogates Han, "What's a monster like you doing? Hanging around in such a mid-dimension like this?" Our boy is glad that the conversation is finally getting to the point, and bluntly orders the mage to clear this black orb, basically the spectral domain. Han is demanding the mage destroy his own domain, and the man is losing his mind with fear. He brings up all the blood, sweat, and tears it took to create this domain, but unfortunately for him, our boy hates excuses and triggers the skill, blood interest along with pain amplification, making the target suffer double the agony. The mage can't escape this living hell of torture and screams out in pain. Han thinks he's had enough, but the mage's pride is still going strong, as he tells our boy that he wouldn't be this heartless if he knew who he was dealing with. The man reveals he is the future archmage of the Empire, an unparalleled scholar of the magical arts. However, our boy couldn't care less about his yapping and snaps one of his arms, putting him through pure hell. Our ruthless boy makes it crystal clear he won't ask a second time, and the mage begs for mercy, crying uncontrollably. Han then asks for the name of his home dimension and what his business is on Earth. The mage starts beating around the bush, but our boy isn't having it and warns him to just answer his damn questions. The man reveals his name is Shindel from the dimension of Aji, and his mission on Earth is to collect 10 units of faith from the beings of this world. Han asks him what that actually means, and Shindel insults our boy, asking if he really came to face him without knowing a single thing. But our boy starts losing patience with him and takes him down with a kick, shattering Shindel's ribs. Shindel begs him to stop this madness and explains that ancient records found in hidden archives reveal that talented mages and wizards have transcended their mortal limits. Thanks to faith. The faith offered by these believers accumulates in their hearts as holy power, forming circles that eventually allow a few exceptional individuals to reach the sixth circle, earning the honor and glory of the proud title of Archmage. Our boy asks Shindel how he manages to get faith from people. The mage answers that one form of faith is pure terror, evoked through absolute dominance, or deadly fear through indiscriminate slaughter, which is actually the most effective method. Shindel also confesses he chose the earth dimension because holy power tainted by the presence of another god cannot be used to enhance a mage's abilities. There's no reason a mage would humble himself to grace a godless dimension with his presence. Han sums it up that the mage carried out a mass massacre just to grind his own skills, calling him a piece of trash. He moves on to the next question and asks Shindel what he knows about the god of proofs and the god of battle. The mage claims he doesn't know if such gods even exist. However, he seems to have a death wish since Songjun catches him lying through his teeth using his dragon eyes, even when he's on the brink of death. Our boy realizes that Shindel definitely knows something about the gods, and a murderous intent creeps in as our boy lifts him up. He understands that no one gives up such critical information without putting up a fight. Therefore, our boy decides to crank up the pain and activates Torturer's Gambit, a highly effective interrogation method. Poor Shindel's body contorts as he undergoes horrific torture, his bones snapping one by one amidst the bloodshed, and is straight up savage, just waiting to see how much more he can take. Finally, Shindel is broken to the core and begs Han to end this torment. Our boy managed to squeeze the info out of him, but in a pretty gruesome way. Han Songjun then recounts how he learned so much about divinity, magic, and the god of proofs thanks to Shindel, not to mention some juicy bits of info about the Aziz dimension. Our boy then looks exhausted after torturing someone else, noting that it's been 7 hours since he dove into this domain. All that torture has definitely taken a toll on his mental health. However, Han begins to realize what divinity truly is. First, simply possessing divinity doesn't automatically make one a god. Second, divinity can only be accumulated by unlocking a magical organ in the body, which they call Dantian in Murim and circles in Aziz. Holy power generated through divinity is the purest form of magical energy, serving the user's will with the highest level of responsiveness. To put it simply, holy power is magical energy in its true essence. More importantly, collecting 10 units of this energy allows the user to increase their power exponentially. Because it reacts so keenly to the user's will, it enables the user to reach higher peaks of skill that would otherwise be impossible to achieve. Anyway, he feels disappointed because he can't figure out how to use it properly and realizes he still has a long way to go compared through the use of sword chi. He also happened to discover 2 ways to store holy power in the heart. First, he can decompose and refine mana. This process is extremely grueling and time-consuming. Therefore, a solution to this tough problem is using faith as a resource. Whether it's through admiration or fear, becoming an object of intense faith will infuse that faith into the heart, at least based on what Shindel learned from investigating the ancient records he mentioned. The scene takes us to an earlier flashback. While Han was torturing Shindel, the mage revealed an oracle given to him by the priest serving the god of battle. Our boy receives a piece of information about the god of battle, and he had no idea they were so deeply involved in all of this. Seongjun recalls when the god of proofs warned him not to place his faith in any other gods, as it risked inciting the hostility of other deities. Our boy is confused, unable to understand why some gods want to be his enemies when he only knows them through random messages. But there is no doubt anymore. The god of battle's hostility toward him is putting Earth in harm's way. This pisses Han off, because if things keep escalating like this, eventually the god of battle will become his sworn enemy. Just like that, our boy absorbs the deceased soul and blood of Shindel to imprint the skill Ego-Soul Infusion. Ego-Soul Infusion. Han feels that if he intends to stand against the gods, he needs to gather as much holy power as possible. Sitting in a mansion, our boy notes that he has been resting for the past few days. That means the tower is about to summon him once again. He then recalls what the girl said about the spatial pouch beside him. It's an extremely rare item, so he has to take good care of it. Our boy grabs the massive pouch to check out his latest loot. He finds a skill proficiency potion, a random skill book, a stat booster, and so on. He thinks that in the end it's worth it for those guys. If anything, they got a total steal, and is certain they'll gain a lot of benefits from researching that thing for scientific purposes, thinking he should at least demand a cut. Then he glances at his hunter license and sees he's become an A-rank hunter. He recalls when he used to think reaching A rank was a pipe dream. Come true, but Han still seems disappointed, wondering if he's cracked enough to hit S rank, and cursing the cheapskates at the association. Later we learn that after the mission, Seongjun was asked to hold a press conference with the Hunter Association. He even got offers for citizenship. Suddenly, it's as if he's become a celebrity, overnight. Then the same thing happens when he arrives in Korea. He's offered countless perks, like tax exemptions and other benefits, just to scout him. But the thing is, fame and worldly wealth on Earth don't mean much to him anymore. Our boy reflects that, no matter how rich or famous he gets, it's all useless if the whole planet gets nuked by an invader from another world. He's not turning a blind eye to what matters most, focusing instead on leveling up. Not only that, he feels a burning urge to be able to protect this world against the gods. This is why he needs absolute power. Then Han recalls what Shindel said about holy power is the form of energy that is most pure and refined magic. Our boy also tries to do the same, and every time he refines the magic energy to a certain level on his own, turns out to be harder than he thought. Nothing he does seems to be able to purify enough to convert it into holy power. Without the hero's blessing power, he wouldn't know what to do. Thanks to this power, Han already has a bit of holy power in him, so at least there's a glimmer of hope. From what he tried in the void, it seems impossible to create sword ki or cast magic using holy power. Regardless of your will, faith, and determination are what's needed to use holy power. When he created the myths of the returning hero and the dragon demon slayer, perhaps his holy power was stirred by all the faith surrounding him at that time. Han figures that if that's the case, there's currently no way for him to use holy power properly on his own. Right then, his time on Earth comes to an end, and our boy returns to the Tower of Trials. Deep down, he knows the answers to his questions must lie on the higher floors of the tower. With that, Seongjun enters the 15th trial floor. The priests of the Dark God. That's what they call themselves, and their mission is to punish the filthy heretics who reject their dark savior. The hunters are terrified of the sheer dread that these monsters radiate, as they've never seen anything like this in their lives. Those hunters seem to be part of a squad, wondering why their leader would take on a contract like this. However, a big guy jerks the tent curtain open and furiously screams at someone, telling them to get their ass out of that damn bed. The big guy makes it clear that he won't tolerate any laziness in his camp. Well, surprise, surprise, the guy getting chewed out is Han. Seongjun had his lazy beauty sleep interrupted. Our poor guy hadn't even settled in yet, wondering if that big bastard was an orc or something. The soldier frantically asks Han if he heard the marching orders and questions his weird outfit. The soldier informs our boy that the holy war is about to begin. Hearing this, our boy guesses there's some kind of religious war going down. In this trial, a roar echoes out, and Han learns the trial has officially started, with the goal of leading the holy war to victory within 17 days. That is the time limit. Our boy looks at the soldiers and estimates there are at least several thousand. Meanwhile, the soldiers gather around Commander Rain, who promises rewards once they win this holy war. The soldier accompanying Han reveals that Commander Rain is the brave leader of their mercenary group, a rare aura user among them. The soldier says those damn heretics are closing in and the army is ready to fight, letting darkness judge those fanatics who worship the fake god of battle. Our boy tries to process the info and sums it up. He's been hired as a mercenary by some slimy dark god worshippers, who are fighting against the followers of the god of battle. That's when our boy smirks and starts his special quest path. To become the commander, he has to earn recognition as an outstanding leader by proving himself to the mercenaries. We learn that Rain has dedicated her entire life to studying swordsmanship, which allowed her to lead a famous mercenary squad. Without the backing of a noble family, the battlefield was the only way for her to prove her worth. Rain has fought battle after battle, escaping death's clutches countless times, until one day she attained the state of an aura user, a level of power that only true knights could reach. However, the lack of formal training in using aura left her with few options to hone her extraordinary skills, other than chasing fleeting moments of enlightenment through a series of endless battles. In the current scene, Commander Rain charges forward with her sword, and as she slashes through her enemies, she realizes that the enemy ranks seem to have no end. With just a glance, it's clear that their numbers far exceed the thousands, while their allies only number around 700, including the wretched corpses summoned by the Dark Priests. The commanders feel these odds are a far cry from what the Dark Priests had promised them, because at this rate they are on the brink of defeat. As Rain continues to mow down the enemy, suddenly, a massive beast appears from behind. The cowardly soldiers are left in the dust, and a siege golem emerges in the middle of the fray. A soldier immediately informs Seongjun that Rain has been surrounded by the enemy, and she is all on her own. Meanwhile, Rain hardly has any strength left to even lift her sword arm. At that moment, death flashes before her eyes, and she thinks it's a hollow end to a life lived in vain, when mastering the art of the sword was still out of her league. With tears welling up in her eyes, she reflected that if she knew this was how it'd end, she never would have agreed to join this fanatical madness. However, a miracle happened. Our boy arrived just in the nick of time, slashing through the enemy in a flash, leaving the leader stunned. Our guy announces that he'll hold them off, and tells the leader to fall back while she still can. Rain is speechless. Amidst the frenzy and chaos of the battlefield, she finds Han's voice so calm that it silences all the surrounding noise. She wonders if this is some kind of hallucination before death. Meanwhile, Seongjun lets his inner beast take over and wipes out the enemy, perfectly and violently with just the back of his hand. Rain's eyes widen as she witnesses Han unleashing a flaming aura. The god of battle's small fry take notice of Han, who keeps slicing them right in half. He tears through the enemy using sword techniques fresh out of the oven on the battlefield. Rain watches in awe at the perfect harmony of raw power, graceful fluidity, and exquisite finesse. It almost feels like she's watching a performance. She blushes while looking at our boy, as she's never seen such a marvel before. Meanwhile, our boy is having a blast in this all-out war, since this is exactly what he wanted. This means he can constantly replenish his stamina and magic energy by absorbing the souls and blood of the fallen. But it's a real shame that his necromancy mastery only goes up a tiny bit after each kill. It's not the massive leap Han was hoping for, like a terrifying monster. Our boy keeps on slashing, slicing through the monsters and absorbing new skills, getting tons of random skills with a smile. Seongjun uses brute force to slam the ground, sending the enemies flying. That's when the heat starts to weigh on them, and the enemies realize they have to retreat. Instead of taking this monster head-on, the enemies unleash their siege golems. They show up to stop the walking disaster known as Han Seongjun. Our boy uses the 7 white swordsmanship, white sword, spatial void, and with just one leap, he takes down the siege golem. His allies' jaws drop at the sight, while Rain recognizes the move Han just used as the very technique that saved her life. She remembers it crystal clear, thinking that he seems to be controlling and warping the very fabric of space, concluding that such a feat is way beyond the realm of normal swordsmanship. On the flip side, our guy slashes through the golems perfectly, and the god of battle's army is panicking as they watch their siege golems, the peak of magical refinement, get smoked in a single hit. They think it's absolutely ridiculous. They distinctly recall having 0 reports of an enemy of this caliber. Right then, a follower of the god of battle steps out from the crowd and urges everyone not to let their faith waver, because no matter how strong the enemy is, he's still just one man. The crowd is hyped to see their battle priest, Mober, make his appearance. Yep, the battle priest has arrived to save his believers, instructing them that they haven't even used the War Church's secret arts yet. He orders them to prepare the mass enfeeblement ritual, and once it's cast, not even a full-grown dragon could escape its effects. During a time of war, Priest Mober begins the mass enfeeblement ritual. He urges his followers to slay just one more heretic, and their holy war will be victorious. However, that weakening effect doesn't faze our boy one bit, as he continues to take down enemies like he's gliding on the wind. Seeing this, even Priest Mober is jaw-dropped, astonished by how this damn monster can handle the mass enfeeblement spell with such ease. He wonders if Han might be a disciple of their rival god. In the meantime, our guy stabs the battle priest in a split second before that ball guy could even spot him. Right after skewering the priest, Han uses blood magic to attack the other followers, while camouflaging his actions. Blood arrows strike the other priests, making them wonder what on earth is hitting them. From Han's perspective, once he realized that controlling blood openly could raise eyebrows, he figured it was just asking for unnecessary trouble. For this reason, he came up with an idea to make it look less conspicuous. Essentially, he used small blood droplets to create a sort of claymore mine, tearing the enemies to shreds. Our boy is the literal embodiment of a genius. However, a wave of panic spreads among the priests when they realize Lord Mober is no longer there to save them. They immediately signal a retreat. The system notifies Han that he has achieved the trial's special objective, command authority, since every warrior on the battlefield is now well aware of his presence. He even unlocked the title One-Man Army. Now, since our friend wiped out the enemy single-handedly, he has earned the respect of his allies. The lieutenant who scolded Han for being lazy earlier points him toward the tent, which our boy gets all to himself. The big guy apologizes to Seongjun for being a jerk earlier. Our boy lets it slide, since he didn't expect much more from an orc anyway. The guy is confused, not sure if he just got called an orc as an insult. Regardless, he waves the guy off because he's feeling pretty beat. Our boy walks into his tent with his head held high. Turns out just by handling 1,000 enemies at once, he's finally earned their respect. Han then reflects on the message he received during the battle about taking countless lives and harvesting that many souls. He was notified that he started gradually unlocking his talent as a Grim Reaper. He recalls seeing something similar when his Necromancy attribute hit rank A, and Han is trying to grasp its true meaning. Suddenly, he senses something and swings his sword just as the tent is ripped open. Rain lunges in and falls flat on her face. She's not surprised that Han is every bit as sharp as she imagined. Meanwhile, our boy is just confused, telling her she could have easily died just now, and it's a good thing he wasn't actually trying to kill her. The female leader thanks Han for saving her life earlier, but our guy isn't thrilled about his privacy being invaded, guessing that sneaking into tents must be a tradition here. Janelle gets flustered and says he's got it all wrong. However, she's convinced that Han is no ordinary mercenary, and our guy is at a loss for words. Since she saw everything on the battlefield, she won't be convinced otherwise, without a damn good reason. Even our guy has to admit, he went a little overboard out there. Janelle expresses that his display of god-tier martial arts was a total feast for the eyes, a true marvel for the ages. She's certain that a regular mercenary could never pull that off. Even just a small part of such a miracle, with a sharp gaze, she demanded that Han reveal his true identity. That's when our guy took a gamble and disclosed that he is a disciple of the God of Darkness, a follower of their Lord and Savior. Deep down, our guy didn't have time for this. Hoping she would actually buy this story, Janelle started trembling and asked Han if he was claiming to be an angel, while our guy thought he was cooked, believing she had seen right through his lie. But things turned out pretty well when Janelle bowed her head before the disciple, the monster of their god, asking for forgiveness for her insolence. Our guy panicked and told her to skip the formalities. He asked her to keep this a secret, making up an excuse that they wouldn't want an enemy spy overhearing it. Janelle called him my lord and asked Han if she was truly worthy of such critical information. Han kept up the act, saying he had to trust a true comrade just like her. At that moment, the female leader blushed because she was in his arms. That was when Han's second special quest, the road to admiration, began. He needed to establish a good relationship with the top mercenary, and that person would be marked by an arrow that only the user could see. That arrow appeared over Janeo's head, who is currently the top mercenary in Han's military camp. Since our guy had already sorted out the path of command, it was time for him to find someone to help him lead this ragtag army. To make everything run smoothly, Han took Janeo's hand, feeling like this challenge would be a piece of cake. Man, this guy really knows how to keep things smooth. Then Sungjun smirked, because all of his stats had now reached triple digits. And this time he also absorbed a whole bunch of new skills. He decided to sort them out carefully, while he had some downtime, and opened his skill list. But Han noticed that currently, none of the skills really stood out as being particularly useful. That's when skill synthesis came into play. He activated his unique power to create new skills. Then suddenly the Strength Hero's blessing intervened, temporarily boosting his luck to a whole new level. All of a sudden, light flashed inside the tent and created 3 new skills. Our guy was hyped, because this skill triggered automatically, just like when he crafted the Blood Demon Essence. That reminded him he wasn't done yet, and he tapped on the highlighted skill in the slot, the highlighted blood skill, Ego Soul Infusion, which he had received from the Vampire Earl. When infusing an ego soul into an item, that item will be possessed by a suitable spirit. Han knew it was a one-time use skill, and would disappear after being used. It sounded pretty cool to him, especially since he might have to use another True Blood slot in the next challenge. Nonetheless, he activated the Soul Infusion skill, Ego, onto the True Blood Demon Blade, and was prompted to select an item for the Ego Soul Infusion, with 2 swords in front of him. Our friend figured he would give one of his items, a living personality, to assist in combat, so he decided to choose the one he had been using for a while. He chose the True Blood Demon blade as the target for the marked skill. He chose the weapon designed to grow alongside him. Suddenly, the sword began to emit flames and was infused with the ego soul of Qian, Zhuzan the seven-killing demon blade. Immediately after, the sword burst into laughter and spoke of the oppression and contempt that he had to endure. Qian's soul was infused into the blade, and now it felt incredible to rise once again. It laughed and demanded they worship him and rejoice since the blood demon Qian Zhuzan had returned. At that moment, our guy felt like things were getting a bit sketchy, because he didn't expect a homicidal maniac to come to life inside his sword. Afterwards, while some hunters were practicing corpse fusion techniques, our guy walked in, stealing all the spotlight. Whispers started as they called Han a butcher. Despite how young he looked, the other soldiers couldn't stop talking about what they had seen on the battlefield, including that this guy was a straight-up demon. They believed that Han must have personally killed over 1,000 people without even blinking. Those soldiers stayed away because he was such a red flag. Our guy found it ironic. When they talked about red flags, it was ridiculous coming from a bunch of dark cultists who worshipped the shadows. Later, our guy went for a stroll, serenely under the moonlight, unlike that homicidal maniac inside his sword, who started rambling. That guy told Han not to ignore his words of wisdom, and revealed that countless blood cult followers had screamed just to get a moment of his time. Our guy thought he was just talking to himself, since he didn't give a damn about anything the guy said. It had only been a moment since Qian was freed from hellish torment, and now he had to deal with a stupid, insolent master, calling it pure misery. Our guy felt personally attacked, and clarified that he wasn't an idiot. He just wasn't interested in pointless small talk. Qian is glad he ran into Han in a talkative mood and asks our guy if he has absolutely no training in telepathy through chi sensing. But Han has no clue about that and asks Qian if he used to be a player. The mocking sword replies to Han that he's flexing his ignorance once again. The guy brags that there isn't a single living soul who doesn't know the fame of the blood demon Qian. Han Xiangjun asks how far he got in the Tower of Trials, and Qian replies that his journey climbing the tower ended on the 41st floor. A wide grin appears on Han's face, because if this guy is for real, he could be a goldmine of valuable info. Putting Qian's personality aside, our boy feels like he's going to be pretty useful. Han suddenly realizes, remembering that players who die on the 40th floor are reborn as administrators, and he asks Qian why he didn't come back as an administrator. The sword vibrates with rage and asks Han how he dares suggest that he submit to the will of the tower. No, Qian would rather face the void of death for a meager existence at the cost of his dignity. Is not a life worth living. Our guy is surprised by the guts of this talking sword. Han gives the sword a deadly glare and admits that Qian used to be a big deal, but now he's just a spirit whose ego is bound to his sword, which quickly humbles this ridiculous fellow. That's when the sword flexes its fiery power and makes it clear that he's well aware of that. Qian asks our friend not to mistake him for some delusional spirit with an oversized ego. As he rises, he vows to give his master. Han Seonjun draws on its power to the fullest. Deep down, Ji-eon understands that his master wants to assert his dominance and agrees that Han is way more gutsy than he thought. The ego soul reveals that before losing his body, he was a martial arts prodigy and a master of countless techniques, capable of granting his master any buff he desires. The sword flexes the power it holds, creating a massive fire vortex and nearly obliterating everything in its path. Our guy is shook by this level of power and admits he's scored a really useful support item. The sword takes this as an insult and asks Han if he seriously sees him as just a tool. Ji-eon realizes that they both come from different dimensions. Seonjun reveals that he hails from the Earth dimension, wondering if Ji-eon has ever heard of it. The sword calls it a minor dimension, guessing that it must have only ascended recently. Ji-eon realizes it's been a long time since he passed away. Not to mention, the sword isn't capable of storing the full vastness of his mind. He fears he won't be able to stay sane for long, informing Han that he'll have company soon. The sword wraps up the discussion and tells his master to summon him whenever needed. It looks like the female leader, Reineo, is rushing towards Seongjun. Our guy is shocked she showed up in the middle of the night, and a panicked Reineo tells him the enemy has set up an ambush. On top of that, they're about to be swarmed by an elite army of paladins from the Church of War. Our guy just grins, because things are about to get a lot more interesting, and thanks the Tower of Trials for never having a dull moment. Han brushes past the female chief and asks her to explain more about the strike unit. This elite surprise, are you ready to restart this holy war? On the battlefield, soldiers are being slaughtered while they protect the priests. The enemy seems to be targeting their priests to neutralize the necromancy spells. The situation is pure chaos, since this is a midnight ambush, and Han notices there are fewer enemies than last time, assuming they are definitely in a different league compared to the ragtag ambush mob he faced before. More importantly, Han notices they are using power, with clear signs of holy energy, but it definitely can't match his level. The enemies this time are grislier and stronger, as they decapitate the soldiers, and Reineo witnesses a one-sided slaughter. With her eyes wide in horror, she had no idea the enemy possessed such power. Suddenly, he grabs her and asks for a favor with a sly look. Han asks Reineo to keep believing in him, no matter how strong the enemy looks, or how hopeless the situation seems. Charming her with his handsome smile, he says that he trusts her too. While poor Reineo is still flustered, he orders her to rally the forces into formation and keep the priests alive, because he doesn't think the holy war can end without any priests left. Manhwa's Riz actually empowered her, as she decides to do everything in her power to keep them safe. That's how the female chief feels a strong sense of admiration for Han, and with that, he achieved the hidden objective, the path of admiration. Chief Reineo runs beside him and says if they meet again in this lifetime, she at least owes him a drink. He vibes with that idea and decides to make plenty of war stories to share. Over a glass of wine, leaping forward, Han activates the Night Wolf Walk skill, boosting his mobility in the dark by 100%. Quick as the wind, he slices through the enemy, viciously as if he were invisible, and teaches them a lesson. Attacking at night will be the last mistake they will ever make. The soldiers are in a state of hysteria, and the enemy is charging straight for the healers. In the rear, the enemy brutally slaughters the soldiers, and Lieutenant Dai, who is fighting off opponents, orders everyone back into formation, because the moment they break ranks, the enemy will hunt them down like stray dogs. Just as Lieutenant Dai gets stabbed, Chief Reineo cleaves the enemy in two. Reineo is as badass as ever, and believes the lieutenant won't whine over a small gut wound. The big guy seems fine, and Reineo frantically orders her soldiers back into formation. The female chief springs into action and directs the tank units to secure the defensive points. Archers focus their firepower, and melee warriors put their lives on the line. To protect the healers, Han's army morale is boosted by 100%, and a meticulous chain of command prevents their formation from being broken. The opponents call them filthy insects and declare victory for the Church of War. They press forward, focusing on taking down the target at the center of the ranks, while the enemy archers outnumber them, and as those on the front lines seem unable to hold out much longer, the soldiers beg the female chief to let them fight. However, Chief Reineo insists on holding the formation, as their sole objective now is to protect the priests at all costs. She urges the soldiers not to budge a single step from their positions, hoping the tide of battle will soon turn in their favor. Meanwhile, our boy activates the Night Wolf Walk skill, ambushing the enemy at lightning speed, slashing through them all like a beast. Gino is hyped that Han the Slasher has entered the chat on the battlefield, but surprisingly, he isn't killing the enemies. Instead, he binds them with red magical threads. Jiun Uzam, from within the sword, speaks up, calling it a ridiculous farce. He asks Han why he's wasting power like that just to tie up a few scrub prisoners anyway. Even the sword has no complaints about the ruthlessness with which our boy slaughtered the foe. Jiun believes that Seongjun would be an elite member of the demonic cult had he been born in the world of Murim. Suddenly, Han's eyes widen as he senses a faint trace of mana reaching out to him. He then realizes it's telepathy and figures it's just a way to send voice notes using ego mana. The soul of Jiun Uzam expresses disbelief because our guy mastered the telepathy technique in such a short time, claiming that it should be impossible, while Han thinks it's a piece of cake for anyone using ego mana. The soul tells him that basically he is roasting half the martial artists in Murim as incompetent losers. The sword has to admit that Seongjun is a bold one, but his arrogance isn't without merit, as only a true genius is worthy of, summoning his spirit. Ajagai has nothing to say to that, and with that, Ji-un's soul retreats as the sleep demon hits. At that moment, someone approaches Han, addressing him as Master Swordsman and asking Ajagai to follow, reporting that the Archbishop has requested your presence. Upon arrival, the bishop calls Han a butcher and expresses his gratitude that he chose to come. Ajagai suggests dropping that pretentious title and simply calling him Nameless instead. The archbishop finds that fascinating and realizes why the god of darkness is so pleased to have someone like Han in the ranks of his followers. After Ajagai feels sufficiently flattered, the bishop begins to discuss the matter of his reward. They get straight to the point without delay, and the bishop asks Han what level of reward he's looking for. Ajagai pulls rank and activates his skill, Absolute Charm, then asks the archbishop, "How much are you willing to give me, sir?" Han gives him a death stare, and as Absolute Charm is triggered, the archbishop is hit by the fear effect. This effect clouds the target's judgment and amplifies Han's spiritual presence. A wave of terror washes over the bishop, and while trembling, the old man grants Han the greatest reward he can possibly give with his authority. Overcome by fear, the old man hands Ajagai the most sacred relic among all those owned by the Church of Darkness. Tears stream down the bishop's face, while the other priests freak out, reminding him that pagans are not worthy of the holy relic. But the archbishop shuts them down, declaring that their crusade will lead to a glorious victory. At the hands of the Nameless One, Han Seong-jun, Bishop Caniel is totally terrified. He thinks he sensed something hidden behind Han's eyes, a massive, savage aura that defies all belief. It felt as if his entire being was withering under the overwhelming gaze of a dragon. But Kyle believes that the absolute power this guy displays could change the tide of this war. The bishop then presents Han with the relics, sanctified objects, imbued with divine power. No ritual items rank higher within the Dark Church. Ajagai activates Dragon's Eye to analyze the relics and identifies the signet of Dark Alms, which grants a unique effect when branded onto the hand. The other relic is the Night that Swallows Ashes, and its unique effect is to consume all holy power for a resurrection. He is stunned to see that both are S-rank relics, however. Disappointment creeps in as Han realizes he cannot take any of these items out of the 15th floor trial. What a total bummer. Facing reality, Han hates to look a gift horse in the mouth, but there's no such thing as a lucky coincidence. Inside the Tower of Trials, he guesses that if he has obtained 2 items, at a level he's never seen before, Seonjun is certain the tower is about to wreck him. Ajagai feels the pressure and picks up the items, while Archbishop Daniel trusts him to live up to the priceless value of these relics. As Han is leaving, Daniel warns him and mentions that any soul fleeing from the upcoming battle will be punished by the full wrath of the Dark God. Ajagai smirks and replies that a mere mortal like himself wouldn't dare run away until he has proven his worth. Han departs, but the Archbishop falls into a mess, bursting into sobs over the relics he just gave away. Meanwhile, Han seems cheerful after looting the bishop, and soon after Jae-yoon calls him, hoping his meeting with Lord Daniel went well. Ajagai thanks her, saying it certainly did. But more importantly, he catches Jae-yoon off guard by asking, has she been waiting for him this whole time? Flustered and embarrassed, she suggests to Han that now would be a good time to buy him that drink she promised. Blushing Jae-yoon also seems to have a favor to ask, which leaves our boy feeling pretty awkward. Later, they're grabbing beers and Jae-yoon seems totally wasted. He wonders if this is the strongest booze they've got, since he doesn't even have a buzz yet. Not to mention any alcohol in the tower that could get him drunk at this rate would probably be lethal to anyone else, because his limits now far exceed those of a normal human. The female chief is curious why Han isn't tipsy at all, and he says he likes to keep a clear head when he's with a friend. Han then asks her about what she mentioned earlier. At that moment, a shadow of gloom crosses her eyes, and we see a flashback of Jae-yoon. In the flashback, Jae-yoon's father is begging the knights not to take their food. A knight shoves her father down, calling him a lowly peasant. Little Jae-yoon hits the knight for treating her father like that. She also gets kicked by the knight for acting as insolent as her father. The knight dares her to become a knight herself, if she thinks it's unfair, saying peasants like her only have themselves to blame. Snapping out of the memory, Jae-yoon summons her courage and frantically says she needs a good mentor pleading with Han to teach her how to use a sword properly. Meanwhile, he finally figures out what her favor is. It's just a personal matter. No special objective or reward involved. Han reflects that he's already cleared the special objective to help Jae-yoon command her army, so there's nothing left to gain from helping her. Besides, he thinks it's best not to get attached to someone living in a world created by the Tower of Trials. He figures it's just a waste of time. That's when Seongjun stands up and gives a blunt answer. Han refuses to help her. As our cold-hearted hero turns to leave, the female chief stops him and pleads, her voice desperate as she mumbles, that she needs to reach her full potential at any cost. Helplessly, she slams her head against the ground, bowing and begging him to teach her, agreeing to do anything in return. Han smirks, thinking that time enjoyed is not time wasted. Later, Jae-yoon looks incredibly determined, but Han tells her to chill out a bit. He thinks her enthusiasm is good, but reasons that she'll lose her flexibility by being too tense. That's true for everything. Han then turns her around and realizes what she needs most isn't combat experience, but strengthening her magic energy system, which is known as aura synthesis in this world. Han places his hand on her back and infuses his magic. Jae-yoon feels a sudden surge of energy flowing through her body, and he teaches her how to use magic energy, as if he were personally guiding her every move. She senses something familiar, despite all these subtle differences. With each small adjustment, her magic pathways become more efficient than ever before. Based on Jae-yoon's magic traits and tendencies, Han confirms that he has devised the optimal magic circulation method for her, and now it's up to her to practice this aura synthesis method every day. After the training session, Han returns to his tent and finally has a moment to himself. He thinks about sorting through his rewards and pulls out his bag. We learn that, after our guy killed Cindy in London, the Hunter Association gave him a literal treasure trove of rewards. He can barely even count how many rewards he's received. And the only problem is, they're all about quantity rather than quality. While Han wonders what to do with this pile of junk, he finds a useful skill among the new ones that he synthesized from the previous challenge. Since it's the perfect time to test it out, he activates the Iron Eater skill. At first, this gives him a bit of a scare. This skill enhances the user's physical stats by consuming iron. However, Seongjun eats the Iron Cloud Staff, and once it's digested, his stats immediately skyrocket. To double-check, he eats another iron item, the Heavenly Iron Jade, and coughs up a black liquid. It seems to be all the energy impurities built up in his body. Surprisingly, Han's body feels way lighter. He then realizes that you can't judge a skill by its name, because this Iron Eater skill is super handy. Grinning, he munches on metal, and never thought he'd actually enjoy downing metal items like this. Our guy actually consumes 8 more metal items before hitting his limit, which he finds disappointing. After the skill deactivates, he rumbles through his coat and pulls out the holy relic, the Alms Signet, the very thing he was curious about from the start. He learns that if he brands himself with it, it can help him retain the effects permanently, even after leaving the 15th floor. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled about the idea of having a permanent mark on his body, but the perks it provides seem well worth it. That's when Seongjun brands his hand, and the item is absorbed into the mark, erasing it forever from his inventory. A massive surge of energy radiates and sinks in, and suddenly a sigil appears on his hand. Han is getting bombarded by a ton of messages from the admins. They're panicking and protesting against the Tower of Trials, claiming the Alms Signet is a reward that's way too cracked. Our guy is shocked by the sudden outcry from the admins just because of the mark on his hand. While the admins are salty about how unfair the situation is, urging the tower to nerf it and take back the signet right now, Han is confused by the doom posting these admins are putting on display. It's like the tower gave him something it never intended to give to anyone. Suddenly, all the notifications start glitching out, and it turns out the Tower of Trials has temporarily shadow banned all the admin messages. The tower issues an official warning to all the admins, stating that any further unauthorized leaks will be punished with a penalty, banning them from spectating the player's future trials. Han Seongjun clenches his fist, fully realizing that there's more to this holy relic than meets the eye, and he's determined to find the secret it's hiding. That's when our hero raises his branded hand to activate the unique effect of the Dark Alms Signet. Dark Alms Signet. He is prompted to offer a sacrifice to a god from the talents, abilities, and treasures he owns. Han frowns at this weird request, wondering why he has to offer anything to a god that he might end up fighting later on. Regardless, he figures that testing out every new function by himself is already second nature. He then pulls an item out of his simple bag, and luckily, he has a bunch of items he was going to use for Iron Eater. Our guy starts with the trashiest item he has. Just then, he's asked to choose a god to receive the sacrifice. At that moment, the system glitches, and Han notices something's fishy. There seems to be no trace of any other gods verified within his divine power. Turns out, Han has been recognized as having independent divinity. Therefore, he is making an offering to himself. The apprentice mage's staff item was accepted by none other than himself, and what happens next makes Han's eyes pop out. The item is accepted, converted into holy power, and stored within his heart. A brilliant light radiates from his chest, leaving our guy completely shook. He can't wrap his head around the fact that somehow he has just offered a sacrifice to himself. However, one thing seems pretty straightforward, basically. Han can grind for all the holy power he needs on his own. Even if he doesn't use it much now, he bets he'll find plenty of ways to use it once he acquires new myths. For now, he's hoarding as much holy power as possible. As for the remaining holy relic, the knight's crimson petal, he's keeping it handy. Han feels like there must be a reason why the tower gave him these items in the first place. In the first place, he's certain there will come a time when he'll need to rely on them. And just like that, every day is a new battle. And before long, Han has racked up an impressive number of victories. His allies, mercenaries, and priests have morale that's at an all-time high, even though they'd still be pretty much lost without him. Turns out our guy was worrying over nothing. At this rate, the entire trial will be over in no time. Suddenly, the horizon is blanketed by a crimson aura, and everyone is distracted by it as they gaze up at the sky. Right then, that surge of red energy pours down violently, descending upon its target. It seems Han is being targeted by a powerful divine retribution, and a stream of furious energy explodes through the sky. Ege senses that presence and gets a bad feeling about this. In order to save himself from being torn to shreds, the Agai tree activates its retribution shield at maximum range. It slams into the ground, wiping out everything in its path. Meanwhile, Han remains totally unfazed. Strangely enough, feathers begin to float in the air, and a winged divine being descends from the heavens. Turns out the god of darkness has personally handed down a divine punishment to all of them. A creepy smile spreads across that creature's face, reeking of pure malice. On the other hand, Age was right about what he felt. The god of war is using a massive amount of holy power to cast Advent and has sent down his apprentice, Gohan Evia. That's when the difficulty of Trial 15 spiked suddenly. As for Han, he realizes it's the god of war and mutters that it would be nice if the guy gave him a choice every once in a while. The god of war wants to personally take down the tower's arrogant mutt, referring to Han. The god declares that in death, Han will learn what humility feels like, and that his foolishness in coveting divinity will be his final regret. It looks like our guy has really pissed off a god, and now all hell is breaking loose, because the deity wants nothing but Han's head. Even our hero knows he's not going to make it out alive unless he goes all out. Right from the jump, Han activates every possible skill and prepares for the fight of his life. Just as our guy thinks he needs to be fast, the divine creature grabs his face and slams him into the ground in a blink. A massive divine retribution from above descends and strikes Seongjin before we even realize it. Our protagonist is dead on the spot. He has met a truly unfortunate end.